be known as the South Boston Marine Multiport, utilizing Massport's Massachusetts Marine Terminals 7 and 8, for which it received tentative designation on March 25th of 2021. As you recall, on June 10th, 2021, this board gave Eastern a tentative designation based on Eastern's plans to incorporate Parcel M into this comprehensive larger plan. Next slide, please. Here's a nice view of the South Boston Marine Multiport view into Boston from the harbor. It's important to note that all uses for Parcel M are marine industrial, including over-the-dock operations. While Eastern's business presently includes salt, Eastern's use of Parcel M for salt storage will be limited to the first 10 years of its lease, as well as seasonally. Its lease renewal options will be based upon its emerging business model, which increasingly encompasses bulk cargo shipping and receiving, including for the emergent wind industry in Massachusetts, whose oversized components rely on ship-to-shore transport. This is an opportunity to meld a traditional industry with a future-forward green industry. Additionally, over the past months, Eastern has been in discussions with the abutting business Boston Ship Repair relative to the possible reactivation of the North Jetty adjacent to Parcel M to accommodate deep water berthing. These proposed reactivations and infrastructure improvements would strongly buttress the marine industrial mission of the Marine Park by restoring operations to one of the few remaining parcels in Boston Harbor with maritime infrastructure that is both in close proximity to the Federal Navigational Channel and is also outside of the draft restrictions imposed by the Ted Williams Tunnel. Next slide, please. In terms of diversity, equity, and inclusion, Eastern Salt is a woman-owned, family-operated enterprise that provides both highly skilled and less skilled jobs. The company has been doing business in Chelsea for 60 years and on the East Coast waterfront for 40 years. Eastern employs many people of color and many for whom English is a second language. The company prides itself on career development and promoting from within. So bringing Eastern into the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park will not only help preserve and enhance the traditional Boston Harbor job base of cargo transport, but will also create a synergy with another traditional Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park business, Boston Ship Repair, assisting that business to grow by giving it access to the wet berth. This is a nice illustration here. You can see the dry dock over on the right-hand side. It sort of would just have to, ships would have to just loop around to get to the North Jetty. So it's a nice synergy between the two businesses. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
I have a question, Madam Chair. The Boston Ship Repair, Ray, is that something that they've agreed upon already, that there's something in place that
they've been in talks with Boston Ship Repair. It's about the reactivation of the North Jetty. Boston Ship Repair will be able to significantly expand its business if they have access to a wet berth. So this reactivation, using the North Jetty as part of this whole South Boston Marine Multiport that Eastern will be involved in, Eastern will be creating, will be a great benefit to Boston Ship Repair.
I agree. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments from the board? And I think, Madam Secretary, we have a city councilor who wants to give some remarks.
Councilor Flaherty, did you want to speak on this matter?
Yes, I did. I just want to go on record of supporting it. It's obviously an area that I know very well. We work very closely with the proponent, and we're excited, particularly when it comes to the Ray Flynn Marine Industrial Park. It's incumbent upon all of us to make sure that the marine uses, the ship repair, seafood processing, cold storage, freight forwarding, and of course, salt facilitating are all supportive of my colleagues from South Boston, from Congressman Lynch to Senator Collins to Representative Beal to Council President Ed Flynn and myself. So I'm here on behalf of all of my South Boston colleagues, the delegation, to go on record in full support of this request.
Okay, thank you, Councilor.
And I have other items that I just want to speak on at the appropriate time.
Okay, let's just take this vote and then I'll come right back to you, okay? Great. So any additional questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Okay, back to you, Councilor.
Thank you.
Flaherty. The floor is yours.
And just want to go on record of support of item number 3, which is space for a possible future lease with Boston Public Health Commission to construct an emergency medical service ambulance station. Council President Flynn has submitted a letter. Again, I want to go on record on behalf of the entire South Boston delegation in support of that request authorization as the South Boston waterfront continues to grow, and particularly the environment in and around Rayflin Marine Industrial Park. Time has come to not only talk about an EMS station, but also the time has come to talk about a fire station and possibly a police station, just given the depth and the growth down in the area. So this is a step in the right direction, and we'll obviously hopefully be addressing fire and police support in the near future. And with respect to the north end, number 21, I would want to go on record in supporting request authorization for scoping on Cross Street for the hotel, and also want to go on record in support of 22 over in East Boston as it pertains to the residential construction of 170 residential units over on 355 Bennington Street. And just a caveat, I just want the developers to continue to work closely with the local electeds and the community to address any outstanding concerns as it pertains to that request authorization. Thank you for your time and attention, Madam Chair and ladies and gentlemen of the board. It's good to see everybody.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Oh, and I'd be remiss, one last one is the Dorchester Fieldhouse.
Okay.
Request authorization, that's number 15. And that again is a request authorization for a scoping determination. Project speaks for itself, would be a great addition over in the peninsula there, over at Columbia Point. And I think that for generations to come, not only is there a public housing development known as Harbor Point across the street, the public school access, and I can envision tremendous partnerships with my alma mater, BCI, as well as University of Massachusetts. And what a great way to have before and after school programming and connecting them to STEM and all the opportunities that Boston has to offer them. So they've done a great job in all of their other sites, and this will be no different. So please put me on in public support of the Dorchester Fieldhouse. Thank you again, Madam Chair and ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. All right, so moving on to item number 3, request authorization to set aside space for a possible future lease with the Boston Public Health Commission to construct a new emergency medical services ambulance station in the vicinity of Pier 10 Park within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. Dennis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The City of Boston, acting through the Boston Public Health Commission, has 16 emergency medical service stations throughout the City of Boston. The 2020 census indicates that 38,000 people live in South Boston and another 5,000 live in the evolving Seaport neighborhood. As the councilor just alluded to, and also according to the Commonwealth's South Boston Waterfront Sustainable Transportation Plan, the Seaport is one of the fastest growing urban areas in the Commonwealth. Over 10 million square feet have been developed since 2000, with another 17 million square feet of development planned in the near future. Over 3.2 million square feet have been developed, under construction, or planned in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park alone. Boston EMS has reported that call volume has doubled in the past decade due to the development plans I just referenced, as well as increased attendance to the Boston Convention and Exhibition Center, the Flynn Cruise Port, the hotels, restaurants, bars, and of course the businesses here in Marine Park. Demand for EMS services is only expected to increase. Inasmuch as development pressure will make land more scarce and expensive, BPDA wishes to set aside approximately 20,000 square feet of our land in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park to locate a new EMS station. The proposed location is adjacent to Pier 10 between Dry Dock number 3, which is operated by Boston Ship Repair, and the Coastal Cement facility at 36 Dry Dock Avenue. The proposed EMS station will be passively located between 2 industrial uses with direct access to Dry Dock Avenue to expedite response time. At this time, staff is requesting permission to set aside the 20,000 square feet of land in the Upland Marine Park to locate a contemplated new EMS station. I look forward to returning to the board in the future to propose the terms and conditions of a lease with the Boston Public Health Commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
I'm just curious as to whether this space would be close enough to other spaces so that there might be a potential for developing a larger medical facility in this area, which would seem to me, given both the changing residential character and the industrial character of the neighborhood, would be desirable in this area.
I don't know about a medical center, but I do know that we heard the counselor comment about the need for a fire station is also understood that we wouldn't rule out combining the two or perhaps a medical one in the future. We absolutely wouldn't rule that out. I see Devin may have a comment.
Yeah, thank you, Dennis, and thank you, Dr. Lancelot, for the question. Just to add on, I'm Devin Quirk, Director of Real Estate. Just to add on to the response, I think this particular site is quite small. It's adjacent to the Pier 10 Park. It's like perfectly suited for a 2-bay ambulance station. But we do have 3 vacant or parking lot parcels that are reserved for maritime use that could be combined with that they're not slated for future in general industrial development that could be combined in a mixed-use development for a facility of that nature. It's definitely something that's worth studying. But we've recently wrapped up the Marine Park Master Planning process, so we have a pretty good idea of where those opportunities exist. Something we'd love to explore.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Any additional questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
I'll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan? Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Dennis.
Thank you.
Item number 4, request authorization to enter into an engineering services contract with Collins Engineers Incorporated for bulkhead rehabilitation at the South Jetty within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park in an amount not to exceed $307,120. William.
Thank you and good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm before you today to request authorization to execute an engineering design contract with Collins Engineers for the South Jetty Bulkhead Rehabilitation Project in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. This matter was last before you at the November 2021 board meeting to request authorization to solicit qualifications and fees for this work. To refresh your memory, the South Jetty is located in the northeast corner of the park. It is land that is contained by a 1940s steel bulkhead structure. The waterfront site has direct access to the Dry Dock 3 shipper channel. It also has direct access from the Dolphin Way and Kid Kennedy Ave roadways. The site is adjacent to and continues the bulkhead rehabilitation that we completed at the East Jetty in 2020. The existing steel sheet pile bulkhead is past its useful life. The engineering contract will develop design alternatives, secure all necessary permitting, prepare construction bid documents for construction of a new bulkhead behind the present steel bulkhead. The new bulkhead that we will install will be approximately 400 feet in length. It will allow for the future reconstruction of the piers at the jetty, and similar to the newly rebuilt bulkhead at the East Jetty, similar to that, this new bulkhead will be designed to accommodate a future increase in elevation in response to rising sea levels. Plans and specifications will be prepared in accordance with Chapter 3039M of the Massachusetts General Laws. The contract will include permitting, bidding assistance, resident engineering services, as well as construction administration services. The BPDA issued a formal request for proposals in accordance with our designer selection policy on January 10th of 2022. The process included outreach to disadvantaged firms, resulted in 43 interested parties downloading our RFP. 4 firms submitted proposals in response to the solicitation in February. They were Childs Engineering, Collins Engineers, Foth Infrastructure and Environment, and Par Corporation. A designer selection committee was formed to review each submitting team's qualifications, experience, and the proposed fee. Based on that review, the committee unanimously recommends the engineering contract be awarded to Collins Engineers. Collins has extensive experience with this type of marine engineering. They've provided similar services to the U.S. Coast Guard, the City of Boston, Town of Marblehead, and City of Salem in Mass. The total contract award is for $307,120. It includes a 10% design contingency, and it has been appropriately budgeted for in the current fiscal year 22 capital budget. Therefore, we are requesting authorization for the director to enter into this contract with Collins Engineers, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan? Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, item number 5, request authorization to enter into a contract with In Order Business Development Solutions Incorporated for supplier diversity technical assistance programming services in an amount not to exceed $100,000. Robert.
Robert, I think you're muted.
I apologize. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
So, thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, members of the board, and Director Golden for the opportunity to join you today. I'm requesting your authorization for the director to execute a contract with In Order Business Development Solutions to provide equitable procurement technical assistance programming services. As authorized by the board on April 15th, 2021, the BPDA publicly advertised this opportunity and conducted outreach to diverse firms. 59 firms downloaded copies of the RFP. In addition, we also held 2 pre-submission conferences. We received proposals from 2 teams. Both proposals were responsive, responsible, met the quality requirements, and satisfied the minimum threshold criteria. Moreover, the lead firms on both proposals were certified MBEs and are led by Black women. In Order Business Development Solutions was selected based on their qualifications, experience, capacity, and understanding of the scope of services. The contract term will be 1 year at a cost not to exceed $100,000. Funding for this project will be from the BPDA's operating budget, as well as the Living Cities Inclusive Procurement Accelerator $50,000 grant. The services that will be provided to disadvantaged businesses will include how to do business with a government entity, procurement support, bidding and estimation, insurance and bonding, bid and proposal best practices, and business certification. Thank you for your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Right, item number 6, request authorization to enter into a license agreement with Deacon Transportation Incorporated, doing business as Old Town Trolley Tours of Boston, to operate a trolley stop program during the cruise ship season to use BPDA-owned property located within proximity to the Flynn Cruise Port within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. Maureen.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. The BPDA owns the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park, which in effect landlocks the Flynn Cruise Port, Boston. Since 2009, the BPDA has entered into license agreements with privately owned sightseeing tour companies to operate a trolley stop near the cruise port. In 2019, the cruise port served approximately 400,000 passengers. The trolley stop establishes an organized method to help the passengers to safely traverse BPDA-owned property, as well as providing revenue to both the BPDA and participating tour companies. In 2020, the cruise ship season was completely canceled due to the COVID-19 pandemic. In 2021, the cruise port docked only a small number of cruise ships, and as a result of the pandemic, The trolley stop program was canceled in 2021 as well. At this time, there are approximately 132 cruise ships expected to dock during the 2022 cruise ship season. On November 8th, 2021, the BPDA issued a request for proposals for the trolley stop program. The RFP quoted a minimum fee of $20,000 for the 2022 cruise season, which represented a 43% reduction from the pre-COVID rent levels. The license term will run from April 1st, 2022 through November 30th, 2022. Deacon Transportation was the only respondent to the RFP, and they were chosen by BPDA staff as the lone trolley stop respondent for the 2022 cruise ship season. Deacon has offered to pay $7,500 for the season, citing continued financial hardship caused by the effects of the pandemic on the tourism industry and the cruise ship industry in particular. In recognition of the unpredictable rebound of the cruise industry in 2022, BPDA staff recommends that this fee be accepted in order to get the trolley stop program back up and running to help bolster Boston's economic rebound. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 7, request authorization to enter into contracts with Greystone and Company Incorporated, doing business as Greystone Management Solutions, Santec Consulting Services Incorporated, and HR&A Advisors Incorporated for real estate strategy consultant services in an amount not to exceed $150,000 per contract per year. Each such awarded contract not to exceed 1 year, with the EDIC holding 2 one-year options that may be exercised at the sole discretion of the EDIC. Laurel.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And as you just stated, I'm here to request authorization for 3 contracts, which I'm particularly excited about. The BPDA real estate team is focused on using public land for public good. Given the complexity of Boston's real estate market and of community development, we're seeking to supplement our in-house expertise with 3 real estate strategy consultants who can provide a full range of services and analysis. The scope of these services includes property-specific development scenario modeling, evaluation of lease amendment proposals, financial strategy analysis, policy or program development, and other on-call or as-needed services. Our extensive advertising and outreach for this opportunity resulted in more than 100 plan holders who downloaded the RFP from our website, 42 participants in the virtual pre-submission conference, and 10 proposals received. Several respondents included teams of sub-consultants for a total of 29 firms represented across the 10 proposals, and 7 of those 10 proposals included a woman or minority-owned business. The evaluation committee reviewed each of those 10 proposals in order to rate the team qualifications, market insight, references and experience, expertise or content of the proposal, and the proposed fees. The most advantageous proposals were from Greystone Management Solutions, partnered with Cushman & Wakefield, Hawthorne Partners, and Dream Collaborative, Stantec Consulting Services, partnered with Lincoln Property Company, Issues and Action, and Bennett Midland, and HR&A Advisors. Each of these 3 firms will execute 1 contract with the EDIC and 1 contract with the BRA, and each contract will have a maximum value of $150,000 per year. I'll note that given the unpredictable demands of these challenges, we really appreciate the collaboration of our colleagues in finance, which they've provided throughout this process as we implement a new program with as much flexibility as possible. We're confident that awarding these contracts will help the BPDA meet its policy goals. So thank you very much for your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have at this time.
Okay, thank you, Laura. Any questions or comments from the board?
Laura, can you share with us why this seems like a good move for the BPDA at this time?
Yes, and I'll also make space for Devin Quirk, Director of Real Estate, if he wants to chime in. This process we actually kicked off more than a year ago. We did a request for information to get feedback from the industry. So rather than being prompted by any one specific project or issue, it's more a desire to be more nimble and to be able to engage with consultants more quickly when there are time-sensitive projects where we need somebody who not only understands where we're coming from as a public landholder, but also understands what the private real estate market in Boston, and who can, again, like supplement our in-house expertise. For example, the work that we've done in Nubian Square with all the publicly owned property there, we were able to do really amazing things, just primarily relying on staff, but to be able to bulk that up a bit moving forward. So I would say we're looking for the right mix of expertise, a streamlined contracting engagement process, and just the ability to really turn on a dime and get the information that we need.
Great, thank you.
Okay, any additional questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Right, item number 8, request authorization to advertise and issue an invitation for bids for snow plowing, shoveling, removal, and salting sanding services within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. Laura.
Thank you once again, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, and members of the board. I'm requesting authorization to advertise and issue an invitation for bids for snow removal within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. We all know how important this contract is to our goal of neighborly service, that is managing our properties as though we live next door. The IFB will be publicly advertised, including affirmative marketing to small, local, and diverse businesses. It will include all applicable wage requirements, and the resulting contract will be awarded to the responsible and responsive bidder with the lowest total bid price. The cost is not expected to exceed $225,000 annually, and I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
Any questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Laura. All right, item number 9, we have personnel. Heather.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair. We have just a few items for your consideration on the EDIC agenda today. 3 appointments: Taylor Powers, Workforce Development Director in the Office of Workforce Development, effective March 21st. Abigail Cross, Grants Manager in the Office of Workforce Development, effective March 28th. Feliciano Tavares, Supportive Services Director in the Office of Workforce Development, effective April 19th. We have 1 travel request. That's Davo Jefferson, Executive Director of Green Jobs Youth Corps in the Office of Workforce Development. And lastly, 1 departure. Ruth Adele, Assistant Archivist and Records Manager. Thank you.
Thank you, Heather. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Heather. And that concludes our EDIC agenda. I need a motion to adjourn this meeting.
I move we adjourn the EDIC meeting.
Second.
Okay. Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes and meeting adjourned. Moving on to the BPDA portion of this meeting. I will begin with the opening. Thank you for joining the March Boston Redevelopment Authority Board meeting. At this time, the Boston Planning and Development Agency is continuing to host public meetings in a virtual setting for the health, safety, and accessibility of Boston residents. For more information and updates, please visit bostonplans.org. The Open Public Meeting Law requires that I notify the public that this meeting is being recorded. Please be aware that an audio and visual recording of this meeting is being made and broadcast by Boston City TV, which is a part of the City of Boston Office of Cable Communications, at Xfinity Channel 24, RCN Channel 13, and Verizon Fios Channel 962. It is also live streamed at boston.gov/cable. To begin this meeting, I will take a roll. Ms. Downs.
Present.
Mr. Monahan.
Present.
Dr. Landsmark.
Present.
Mr. Miller.
Present.
And I, the chair, Priscilla Rojas, am present. Okay, item number 1, Request authorization for the approval of the minutes of the February 10th, 2022 meeting. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second?
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 2, Board of Appeal, Jeffrey.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, Director Golden. 37 petitions have been prepared by the planning staff for transmittal to the Board of Appeal. These 37 petitions will cover the 3 hearings scheduled for March 17th and 22nd, as well as their first hearings in April on April 5th. Be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second?
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Item number 3, request authorization to amend the license agreement with the New England Aquarium Corporation for the use of BPDA-owned property located at East India Row for food vendor kiosk program from April 1st, 2022 through March 31st, 2023, and to include permission to extend the term annually through the 2025 season. Lauren.
Madam Chairwoman, member of the board, on February 13th, 2007, the board authorized the director to enter into a license agreement with the New England Aquarium Corporation for the use of a 200 square foot portion of a BRA-owned property located at East India Row, adjacent to the Simmons Theater in the downtown waterfront, for the use of a BPDA-owned food vending kiosk. The agreement has been extended through multiple BPDA-managed RFP processes, most recently at the March 11th, 2021 meeting for a term commencing April 1st, 2021 and expiring March 31st, 2022. The vote included extension terms conditioned on a market rate fee approval. Staff has subsequently conducted a market rate analysis to review competitive market pricing and recommends that the NEAQ pay $1,100 monthly for the use of the BPDA-owned land and kiosk from April 1st, 2022 through March 31st, 2023. During this extension term, BPDA will receive $13,200. Due to the remaining uncertainty regarding Boston's tourism economy, BPDA is recommending the above referenced market rate for the 2022 season and recommends options to extend the license through the 2025 season. Extensions will be at the sole discretion of the director, with a market rate fee determined by the BPDA prior to renewal. Once it is determined that the economic recovery is solidified, BPDA may reconsider issuing an RFP for seasonal kiosk use. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second?
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Okay, item number 4, request authorization to amend the existing license agreement with Cap Long Wharf LLC for the use of approximately 15,000 square feet of land adjacent to the Chart House restaurant on Long Wharf for monthly customer and visitor parking. Lauren.
Thank you. The subject property is 15,000 square foot lot located immediately adjacent to the Chart House restaurant on Long Wharf. It can accommodate approximately 44 personal vehicles. Since May 2009, the BPDA has maintained a license agreement with Cap Long Wharf LLC, an affiliate of Capital Properties, a local privately owned real estate investment company, to service parking needs for the tenants of the Custom Block building and the Chart House restaurant. At the June 2020 BPDA board meeting, a modified rent structure, including pandemic relief consideration, was approved, and the license term expiration date was extended until May 31st, 2022. BPDA is currently only contemplating one-year arrangements with Cap Long Wharf, as the site is anticipated to be converted into new open space and a gateway to the Boston Harbor Islands. Staff is therefore recommending that the license term expiration date be extended to May 31st, 2023, on the same terms and conditions as the current license, the only exception being that the monthly fee payable to the BPDA will increase to $13,750 per month. As an additional commitment to community support, the licensee agrees to purchase, install, and maintain appropriate picnic and lounge furniture to increase public seating availability in Long Wharf. Product selection will be reviewed and approved by the BPDA Operations and Urban Design staff. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 5, request authorization to enter into license agreements with the American City Coalition, Black Market, and King Boston for the temporary use of 3 vacant lots owned by the BRA, commonly known as the Blair Lot, located at a portion of 2 and 4 Palmer Street, 2180 through 2190 Washington Street, and 2148 Washington Street for a series of arts, culture, and economic events from April 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2022. Lauren.
Thank you. The BRA owns certain land in Nubian Square, commonly known as the Blair Lot. The Blair Lot was designated as a development parcel to Nubian Ascends Partners, LLC in December 2020 after an extensive community process in conjunction with Plan Nubian. The BPDA and Nubian Ascends have committed to maintaining community activation programming in the lot through June 30th, 2022, provided that the proposed events do not overlap with Nubian Ascends Partners' anticipated development schedule. Activation proposals can be submitted through the online property interest form at least 30 days prior to proposed usage. To maximize potential activation opportunities, staff intends to accept applications through May 1st, 2022. To date, applicants for activation include the American City Coalition, TACC, who have applied to conduct the Savor the Square Market series, aimed at cultivating a Roxbury amenity that encourages civic engagement, supplying locally grown and produced food to Roxbury residents, and helping to bring more foot traffic to Nubian Square. Black Market, a Nubian Square located business, in partnership with Madison Park Development Corporation, proposes a block party to promote Black ownership and financial literacy. The event includes live performances, live art, and a Black-owned marketplace. King Boston, a program of the Boston Foundation, has asked to present a block party and beer garden with live entertainment, food trucks, a film premiere, and a short program for Embrace honorees. Mass General Brigham has proposed to host a Juneteenth celebration with a series of activities and programs to commemorate this important holiday. Plans include community health tables, COVID-19 vaccine vans, music, and food. Licenses will be granted to potential licensees based on the standard BPDA criteria, including indemnification and appropriate permitting. Staff proposes that community-oriented activation requests will incur no fee. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Sorry, I was on mute. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 6, request authorization to enter into a license agreement with Michael Alfano Gallery, LLC for the installation and removal of the Of Many Minds sculpture art exhibit in the Charlestown Navy Yard from June 1st, 2022 through December 18th, 2023. Lauren.
Thank you again. The BPDA has developed a relationship with the Navy Yard Garden and Art Association Incorporated, a nonprofit organization focused on activating portions of the Charlestown Navy Yard, beautification efforts at Shipyard Park, and support for public art initiatives. The NYGAA has recommended that the BPDA allow the installation of the artwork titled Of Many Minds by Michael Alfano along the Harbor Walk in the Charlestown Navy Yard through the winter of 2023. Michael Alfano, the Hopkinton, Massachusetts-based sculptor, uses bronze, copper, and resin to create surreal sculptures that merge human form with symbols. The pieces are inspired by the experiences of Navy Yard workers as they transitioned from wartime shipbuilding to other jobs as operations in the Navy Yard slowed down and then eventually ceased, leading the way for the area to become a national park. It is anticipated that this exhibit will attract additional tourists and visitors to the Charlestown Navy Yard as part of a collective activation effort. The artists and the NYGAA worked closely with the BPDA operations staff in the city of Boston to plan a physically accessible exhibit, inviting a multi-sensory experience. The locations of the sculptures will be spread from the USS Constitution to Menino Park at the Spalding Rehabilitation Center. The license term will commence on June 1st, 2022, with installation is expected to be completed by June 30th, 2022, and will remain in place until December 18th, 2023, at which time they'll be removed by the artist. Michael Alfano should be responsible for the installation, maintenance, and removal of the exhibit. He will also provide liability insurance for the exhibit, naming the BRA as additional insured for the duration of the display. At their February 16th, 2022 meeting, the Boston Arts Commission provided conditional approval for the installation of the Alfano sculptures, subject to the approval of the BPDA. Due to the charitable and community service nature of the uses, no fee is proposed. I would like to take a minute to thank the Navy Yard Garden and Art Association for their outreach and organization. Their contribution is essential to the ability to provide public art exhibits, which have proved a popular addition to the Navy Yard experience. I'd like to offer to answer any questions, and also the Navy Yard Garden Association representative and the artist should be online to answer questions as well.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsberg?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you, and really excited to see those through.
Me too. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, item number 7. Request authorization to enter into a license agreement with the Anthem Group Incorporated for use of the Shipyard Park within the Charlestown Navy Yard for activation purposes, and to enter into an interim license agreement with the Anthem Group Incorporated for the intermediate use of the Shipyard Park within the Charlestown Navy Yard for activation purposes. Anthony.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Director Golden, and members of the board. Could I ask, can you see me? I don't see my video coming through. You don't see me. Okay, I apologize. I'll continue. Okay. The board memorandum for your consideration this afternoon requests that the director be authorized to execute a license agreement with Anthem Group LLC for use of Shipyard Park in the Charlestown Navy Yard. This request for authorization is pursuant to board authorization granted in November 2021 to advertise and issue a request for proposals to solicit qualified vendors to promote the public use and enjoyment of the Shipyard Park located in the Charlestown Navy Yard. This public activation RP was issued in December of 2021 and yielded 3 responses, including proposals submitted by the Anthem Group LLC, Night Shift Brewing Inc., and the Lions Group. Upon a completed review of all the proposals, interviews, and public input, Anthem Group LLC is deemed to be the most responsive to the activation objectives outlined in the December 2021 RFP. The awardee is also the incumbent operator selected through a similar competitive RFP process undertaken in 2018. Through the public comment period, community participants requested that BPDA staff include additional language into the new license agreement to support neighborhood interests. Those key additions include more opportunities for regular community feedback, design review for site elements, and clear messaging that Shipyard Park is open and accessible to all. The new proposed license shall be for a 3-year term with a start date of April 1, 2022, and is to include 2 additional 1-year option terms to be exercised at the discretion of BPDA. Prior to the finalization of the new license, BPDA staff proposed that the director be authorized to enter into an interim license agreement with Anthem consistent with the terms of the 2021 license to enable them to start operating as soon as possible. As further detailed in your board package, BPDA shall receive fixed license fees payable on a monthly basis over the term, plus 15% of gross receipts collected at the licensed premises. The gross receipt component may be reduced via duly authorized activation credits relating to qualified expenditures incurred by Anthem Group in the promotion of free and inclusive public programming at the Shipyard Park location. Examples of such activation include free fitness classes, public art and music exhibitions, children's programming, and improvements to the public realm for the benefit of the community. Chris Sinclair and Shelby Elwell of Anthem Group LLC are in attendance with us today. Thank you, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes.
Thank you, and I apologize for the video.
Oh, yeah, no worries. The slides are great. I'm excited to get to do all that fun stuff. Awesome. So let's go to item number 8, request authorization to adopt an amended and restated 555 Columbia Road demonstration project plan to reflect that the development of the 555 Columbia Road and 559 Columbia Road site will not include securing an operator for the Strand Theater, and to advertise and issue a request for proposals for the redevelopment of the 555 through 559 Columbia Road. Morgan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The BPDA issued a request for proposals for the redevelopment of 555 and 559 Columbia Road and an operator for the Strand Theater in September 2021 in order to carry out the community's vision for the Upham's Corner Arts and Innovation District. The RFP is the outcome of a robust and unique partnership between the members of the Upham's Corner community, Dudley Street Neighborhood Initiative, Upham's Corner Main Streets, and an interdepartmental City of Boston planning team. That RFP release followed an amendment to the Columbia Road Demonstration Project Plan on December 17, 2020, which allowed the BPDA to acquire 559 Columbia Road and issue an RFP, and then a second amendment to the plan on September 13, 2021, to allow for the delivery of a core and shell for a dedicated location for the Upham's Corner branch library. Unfortunately, the RFP issued in September received no responses. Staff subsequently reached out to the arts and development communities and found that while there were several potential developers and arts operators which expressed interest in the joint RFP, it was a really ambitious, complex project requiring new forms of partnership and came at a time of major market insecurity for the creative sector, which just presented too much of a barrier at that time. The city and the BPDA are still committed to the community's vision for affordable housing and space for a new Upham's Corner branch library, so we intend to re-release the RFP without the Strand Theater component, within a greater vision for a transformative arts and culture district. Genuine interest remains in the Strand Theater, and the city is still committed to it, and will work together with the community to determine what the next step should be on the Strand side. So we request to further amend the Columbia Road Demonstration Project Plan to reflect that the development of 555 to 559 Columbia Road will not include identifying an operator for the Strand Theater, and so we can get this RFP back out on the street to get this great project in motion. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Morgan. Item number 9, request authorization to advertise and issue an invitation for bids for cleaning and maintenance of the China Trade Center located at Boylston Street in the South Cove Urban Renewal Area. Laura.
Thank you very much, members of the board. I'm requesting authorization to issue this IFB with a scope that will include cleaning and maintaining the common areas, windows, some tenant areas, and the adjacent Liberty Tree Plaza at the China Trade Center. We previously brought this matter before you last October, but the rebid is necessary after the termination of the contract entered into at that time. This contract is critical to maintaining China Trade as a Class B office building, as well as a historically and culturally significant property, with additional oversight from Colliers International as our facility manager. The IFB will be publicly advertised, and we will conduct affirmative outreach and marketing to small, local, and diverse businesses. The IFB will also include all applicable wage requirements, and the resulting contract will be awarded to the responsible and responsive bidder with the lowest total bid price. The cost is not expected to exceed $250,000 annually, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 10, request authorization to enter into contracts with Greystone and Company Incorporated, doing business as Greystone Management Solutions, Stantec Consulting Services Incorporated, and HRMA Advisors Incorporated for real estate strategy consulting services in an amount not to exceed $150,000 per contract per year. Each such awarded contract not to exceed 1 year, with the BRA holding 2 one-year options that may be exercised at the sole discretion of the BRA. Laura.
Thank you once again, Madam Chair. To follow up on the earlier vote taken during the EDIC portion of the agenda, I'm requesting authorization to award these 3 contracts for real estate strategy consulting services. The details are the same as those presented earlier today, but I'm happy to provide any additional information or details or riff on the answers I gave to earlier questions from the board. So thank you once again for your consideration.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you, Laura. Item number 11, request authorization to issue a certificate of completion in connection with a cooperation agreement for the Boston University Henry M. Goldman School of Dental Medicine addition and renovation project located at 635 Albany Street. There's no presentation for this, so a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 12, request authorization to issue a partial certificate of completion in connection with the cooperation agreement for phase 1B of the Indigo Block redevelopment at 67 East Cottage Street in Dorchester. Lance.
There's no presentation with this, it's just a certificate of completion.
Sorry about that. So a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 13. Request authorization to allow the Boston Redevelopment Authority to consider the adoption of a future minor modification for the extension of 9 of the 14 remaining urban renewal plans for 8 months or until December 31st, 2022. Christopher.
Chris, you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, we can.
I thought I hit the wrong button. All right, start over. All right, I'll say it again. Hello, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Chris Breen. I'm the Urban Renewal Manager for the Boston Planning and Development Agency. And this is a short presentation, I hope, but there's a lot to cover, so I have to get through it as quickly as possible. So I am before you today to provide an update regarding the status of urban renewal and to recommend a plan for the adoption of a minor modification to 9 of the 14 existing urban renewal plan areas, which are all currently set to expire on April 22nd of this year. This minor modification will allow for an 8-month extension in order to maintain those plans as active urban renewal plan areas up until at least December 31st of the end of the year. BPDA staff are recommending this extension in order to provide the mayor's office and the city council with sufficient time to discuss and determine an appropriate timeline for the sunset of the remaining plans, and to further consider the continued protections of active LDAs, most notably those that preserve restrictions such as affordable housing, elderly housing, community, cultural uses, and open space. Next slide. As you may have heard, on February 28th, the mayor filed a hearing order with the Boston City Council to begin the process of sunsetting 14 urban renewal plans, and the BPDA staff will now appear before the council on March 22nd. But before we take any questions that the board may have, and you likely will and should, I have a short update on the Urban Renewal Action Plan, which quickly details our work since this was last seen in front of the board in 2016. Next slide. This is the action. In 2016, we, the agency, agreed to an action plan. This was an agreement with DHCD and the Boston City Council on accountability measures to improve transparency and oversight regarding urban renewal actions. Next slide. And we did a whole bunch of stuff. This agreement was a list of recommendations that included the following actions. The first thing we did is we created a planning and document center on our BPDA page. This page includes download access to the urban renewal plan for that specific plan area, the modification list, so you can look up the modification, and now the actual resolution and board vote. So once you find the modification you want, you can go right there, download it on our public-facing website. It also includes notification letters and maps for each area. Next slide. The action plan also requires new process and procedures. Basically what we had to do, we did 6 Boston City Council hearing updates on the progress of the action plan. And we also were required to provide 30 days notice for any minor modification. Notification going to the mayor's office, all of the city council at large, in DHCD, of course, and beyond that in the South End, of course. And we were required to conduct community meetings for all urban renewal actions, not just Article 80 actions, not just actions going to the zoning board, but even as of right projects that have urban renewal implications. I hosted a bunch of those meetings too. Next slide. Here we are. The action plan also required something really, really big. An LDA and BPDA owned property inventory that cataloged over 1,700 parcels of land related to urban renewal since 1957. 1,700 by assessing ID, not by urban renewal parcel. The work included locating everything: deeds, LDAs, certificates of completions, plan maps, as well as title work and taking documents on the property ownership side. Next slide. The result of that work, when it comes to the LDA inventory, there was a discovery of 1,500 assessing parcels with subsequent land disposition agreements or regulatory agreements that govern them. Roughly 1,300 parcels by urban renewal parcel standard, but that's a different standard. This work indicates that nearly 10,000 income restricted units were created by urban renewal tools, not unlike the 500 units that you see here in the screen, located at Castle Square in the South End, as well as thousands of other income restricted units scattered throughout our downtown neighborhoods: Charlestown, Roxbury, Chinatown, Fenway, and many more. Parts of Dorchester as well, in Lower Roxbury. Next, we found thousands of units with elderly housing restrictions, like those located at the Doris Bunty Apartments in Roxbury, named in honor of her, the woman who fought strongly for elder care. We also found hundreds of residential and commercial rehabilitation preservation projects, like you can see here in the upper corner, like the Mercantile Building in the North End waterfront, not unlike the building that I live in, which is a residential rehab from urban renewal. We also found dozens and dozens of community and cultural spaces, like the Boston Chinatown Neighborhood Center and various other public art displays cultural museums, and institutional spaces, not unlike the Irish Famine Memorial and the Holocaust Memorial just across the street. We found hundreds upon hundreds of open space restricted parcels. Sometimes they're really big parks like Christopher Columbus Park. Most of the time they're really sort of medium sized but important community gardens like the ones shown here in the South End that are in Fenway, that are in Roxbury, that are in Charlestown. And then we found a whole bunch of side yards, backyards, parking spaces that were given out to residents for very few dollars to improve their everyday lives over the many decades of urban renewal. We also found many public facilities that were created by urban renewal, like the place that I worked at before, Charlestown High School, and its playfields, seen here in the right-hand corner, along with dozens of libraries, police stations, fire stations, community centers, and schools spread all across these neighborhoods that were all created with urban renewal tools and are all controlled by urban renewal plans and or regulatory restrictions all across the downtown neighborhoods. So in total, we uploaded over 15,000 documents that detail these projects and the massive infrastructure improvements done and provided to city streets and the city sewer system. These actions jump-started private investment in the city because of urban renewal funding and the works and acts of the agency since its founding. Next slide. All right. After that, we took most of those 15,000 documents and we placed them for public download on our BPDA zoning viewer. And there they are. Oop, I think you might have skipped a slide, get the wrong slide here. Can we go back one? Okay, go down one. No, let me go down one more. Maybe I mixed the slide. That's okay. Just go back up to that one. Okay, what should be here is a map of the urban renewal zoning viewer. Essentially, just so everyone knows, we put all of our land disposition agreements and all our deeds and certificates of completion on the Boston zoning viewer for download. So anyone can right now go on the BPDA zoning viewer, type in their address, see the urban renewal parcel name, download the documents, and get a little piece of history if they didn't know it, or become aware of a restriction that they may not be, they may not have previously been aware of. Okay, we can go next slide now. Just go ahead and stay on that one, go back to that one, up one. So this is the BPDA owned land. This is basically similar to what we did with the LDA inventory. And basically we created a website, and that website details the status of over 200 urban renewal parcels and many other BPDA owned properties. Basically a resident can come and they can see whether or not a parcel is developable, not developable, whether it's ground lease. You can sort of get the land status of all BPDA owned property, and that's all publicly available. And that was a whole heck of a lot of work to do that, to create that site, and to do the title work that required to be proved that we own it. Next slide. This slide represents some of that work. Those parcels included renovated and restored active spaces like Faneuil Hall and Old City Hall that most folks know and use. But it also included recent land leases like the Tropical Food Market in the right-hand corner, and other parcels in various forms of planning and development like the recent RFP that went out for the Crescent parcels in Roxbury and the Bunker Hill community parking lots, which await further planning from the Planned Charlestown team. Next slide. After all of that cataloging, we're missing a slide again. That's weird. I'll just say it. After all of that cataloging, we conducted 20 urban renewal specific extension meetings. We discussed the history of each plant area and its various regulatory restrictions in our findings. At those meetings, we also discussed the planning goals that make urban renewal plans unique. Those goals included goals and objectives of the plan, blight finding, parcel assembly, regulatory controls, U-district overlays, major and minor modifications that can occur, federal and state funding that is unique to urban renewal, and housing affordability restrictions. Now we're back on the right side. So after the first round of that community engagement, we submitted 2 letters to DHC that detailed, 1, the number of actions taken since 2016, which are approximately 240. 2, the planning context of each area. 3, the regulatory controls that are in place. And 4, the status of each parcel that we own. Next slide. I will say we're missing on the slide, that's okay. But that report, the DHC report, recommended a staggered sunset of urban renewal in Boston starting this April 22nd, 2022. This report recommended 4 areas to sunset. We are now recommending 5. That report was called the Staggered Sunset Report and had 4 areas to expire in April. It also identified 2 areas to expire in 2024, 2 years from now. It identified another 4 parcels to expire or sunset 4 years from that in 2026. And then it finally it identified 4 other areas to expire in 2030. So it was a little bit of a staggered sunset proposal versus the most current proposal. Okay, so this slide, a city council hearing is scheduled for March 22nd regarding urban renewal and land use powers, and the BPDA staff will attend, in addition to other city departments. We anticipate getting additional feedback from DHCD and will return to the board next month for a vote to extend 9 plans for 8 additional months or till the end of the year. Next slide. That is it. That's okay. We might have uploaded the wrong slide, but at this point, we will take question and answers.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
What happens when the expiration takes place?
Well, for the 5 that we've identified, they essentially, they're sunset, they're gone, they're no longer legally enforceable. The plan no longer exists. For some of those parcels will have land disposition agreements that extend beyond the terms of the plan. But for many of them, the LDAs are attached to the plan itself. So when the plan sunsets, so will the LDA restrictions. The open question is, if you have an LDA that extends beyond the terms of the plan, you are still restricted in some way. I would say most predominantly from a design review perspective. But if you were to amend or wish to amend your LDA, it's uncertain whether or not you'd be able to, only because the sense you don't have a plan to use as a reference point. The plan is it's like the zoning code. If you don't have a plan, it would be very difficult, I would imagine, to amend a land disposition agreement after the fact. So essentially, the LDAs and the regulatory agreements that are within U districts live on past the plan up until a certain date, whatever date that we had given them, whether it was 10 years from now, 5 years from now, whenever they ended up signing their most recent agreement. But any sort of changes to that regulatory agreement or to that land disposition agreement may be difficult or impossible pending a different legal opinion. Yeah.
But does that mean that design review or financial feasibility review or neighborhood input or transportation review, does that mean that all of those just go away? And if they do, how does a community get to weigh in on what happens to those parcels?
Well, the zoning code still exists. The urban renewal plan would not. The urban renewal plan on an urban renewal parcel would weigh in on terms of design. It would weigh in on terms of things like height and FAR and land use. And those restrictions, because the plan is gone, will not be there. The zoning code will always be there for people to weigh in on. But for specific things that are specific to urban renewal, like an elderly restriction or a single family restriction or, a community cultural space restriction that zoning currently does not require, those would go away. And I don't imagine there would be much legally you could do about that unless you change the zoning code to...
But Chris, can I just intervene for a second just to say that the project would still come through under Article 80. The community would always have that opportunity to participate in whatever process is behind that project coming through for that type of review. It's just that if the urban renewal tools no longer exist, then we can't intervene in that sense to assist a project once the plan goes away. And you wouldn't, urban renewal runs separate from the zoning code, but it was an extra overlay over the zoning code that gave us another opportunity to assist with, applying certain protections or other restrictions on a parcel. So it would just be, that would no longer be possible, and it would strictly be zoning code and Article 80 review.
Yeah, Eileen's 100% right. Article 80 still exists, the zoning code still exists. If you're not an urban renewal parcel, you don't have to know about any of this stuff anyway, so your life stays the same. If you are an urban renewal parcel, or if you are an urban renewal area, things like the U districts kind of go away, or they become useless, which would be a difficulty.
And the last time the zoning code was reviewed was when?
I think do we have Brian or Eileen?
I think the zoning, there's always zoning changes going on in the zoning code. There are different amendments that occur.
It's a living, breathing document, right? That's what I've always been, so I don't know when the last time.
That there was an overhaul for every neighborhood, but
Dr. Lansbach, to that point, depending on what part of the city you're talking about, it could go back to the 60s. I think there's still some early 60s zoning that is in effect in the city, but you might have very surgical amendments to the zoning code that are taking place right up to the present day. And every once in a while, there'll be a new neighborhood zoning code provision issued. So there's a variety of pieces of the code being worked at any given time, sometimes very esoteric details being amended, but it is a fairly constant process. But again, parts of it are 60 years old and still in effect.
Is there someone from Mayor Wu's administration or from City Council who could talk about why it's better for the residents of Boston to not have urban renewal toolbox to use, and why it's better to sunset urban renewal? I view urban renewals as tools that can be used in a variety of ways, and as we just saw, we know it has been used to greatly benefit the city, as well as the times when it's been used in inappropriate ways. But you have to look forward. Looking forward, it's a very valuable toolbox to have for the city. So I'm curious to hear what is the reasoning behind wanting to sunset it on this accelerated pace and sunset it all. I would be interested in hearing. I don't know if there's anyone here to speak to that.
Ms. Downs, I think your question sort of indicates and will be reflected in conversations to come. There's no question, and I think that the mayor's administration would describe it this way as well. There's no question there's going to be a lot of discussion about the future of urban renewal tools. We're in agreement that certain urban renewal areas should sunset very soon. The agency, as well as the Wu administration, have had multiple conversations about this in recent weeks, and we agree on that first tranche that the work of urban renewal in those pieces of the city's geography are ready to sunset. Now, we think there's a really robust conversation that needs to occur for the greater good. We all want to see good things happen for the city and its people, and we have historically argued that urban renewal tools properly utilized in a nuanced, sensitive fashion can continue to provide significant benefits for the people of Boston. And we're having those conversations in the context of these other urban renewal areas. Those conversations will certainly continue. I will certainly pass on your sentiments and ask for a more robust conversation, BPDA, Wu administration, to occur with the participation of the board, so that we all know what each other is thinking, that we all have all the relevant minds and voices at the table as we make really crucial and critical decisions about the existence of these tools going forward. So I don't have an answer for you now about the administration's plans for the urban renewal areas that will remain. But your concerns are shared by us, and again, animated by the belief that these tools have historically done some really good and some really important things for the people of Boston, and we want to preserve all the good that can be had, and we continue to have conversations about that theme with the administration. I think there'll be a whole lot of conversations like that in the coming months.
I think that as we're about to vote on this, the question many of us have is what approach is most likely to strengthen community input, and what kinds of tools will be available as each of these plans does reach a point of being sunset. I don't think there's any question but that some of the tools that have been available have been misapplied, but I also think that it's pretty clear that a lot of good has come from how the community has been able to weigh in on the use of these tools to create benefits. So as we vote on this, it feels at one level as though we're simply looking at some laws and mechanical processes, but ultimately the question is, what can we do that both protects and strengthens the community's ability to weigh in on how their neighborhoods are shaped? And I'm not sure it's entirely clear to anyone yet how the process of sunsetting will be replaced with the application of tools that will continue to provide for input and protection.
Any additional questions or comments? It's a tough one. All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Item number 14, request authorization to issue a certificate of completion in accordance with the land disposition agreement for the 16 through 18 Chappie Street project on parcel R. Sorry, we can't.
It's R-119B.
19B.
Yep.
Okay, R-119B in the Charlestown urban renewal area. Do we have a presentation for this, or are we just?
No presentation. Sorry, my presentation that must have been an old version last time.
No worries. Okay, so a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you, Christopher.
Thank you.
All right, item number 15. Request authorization to issue scope and determination waiving further review pursuant to Article 80B, Section 80B-5.3D of the zoning code for the construction of proposed 75,000 square foot Dorchester Fieldhouse project consisting of an outdoor cafe, retail space, and 45 off-street parking spaces located at 315 Mount Vernon Street, and to take all related actions. Ashley.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Madam Chair, Director Golden, Madam Secretary, and members of the board. I'm pleased to be before you this evening with BPDA staff's recommendation of approval for the proposed Dorchester Fieldhouse project on Dorchester's Columbia Point Peninsula. The Dorchester Fieldhouse, which will be owned by the Boys and Girls Clubs of Dorchester and operated in partnership with the Martin Richard Foundation, would provide a state-of-the-art community facility for nonprofit athletic and educational users from across Dorchester and the city of Boston as a whole. As proposed, the approximately 75,000 gross square foot facility would include indoor athletic courts, a walking track, an indoor artificial turf field, fitness and training rooms, classrooms, event space, a teaching kitchen, office and conference space, as well as a cafe with outdoor seating and retail space and robust exterior landscaping and flexible programming opportunities in the front and rear yards. The proposed project has been well received and supported through the Article 80 review process. District City Councilor Frank Baker, State Representative David Beal, State Senator Nick Collins, and many other elected officials have submitted comment letters in support of the proposal, all of which have been included in your board package. We are joined this evening by Dot Joyce of Dot Joyce Consulting and Kevin Diebler of Rody Architects, who will lead the project presentation. Bill Richard of the Martin Richard Foundation and Bob Scannell of the Boys and Girls Clubs of Dorchester are also with us for any questions the board may have. Thank you. Dot, Kevin?
Thank you, Ashley. Madam Chairwoman, members of the board, I'm Kevin Diebler, principal of Rody Architects, also joined by Anna and Lucas. Other team members been hard at work at this project. I'm honored to be representing the Boys and Girls Club of Dorchester and Martin Richard Foundation in this proposal tonight. Tonight caps off a long process of shaping the concept of a place that will bring all of our community members together. Let's go to the next slide, please.
Sorry, Kevin, my apologies. We're going to have Jared Staley from our planning team on this one.
Apologies for the interruption. Good evening. My name is Jared Staley, and I'm one of the neighborhood planners covering the Columbia Point area of Boston. The Columbia Point Master Plan is the guiding document for future growth in the Columbia Point area of the Dorchester neighborhood. This master plan was conducted and completed by BRA planning staff and approved by the BRA board in 2011. The neighborhood plan includes parcel-specific design guidelines for new uses on the site of the Deaver and McCormick schools. The proposed Dorchester Fieldhouse is consistent with the plan's three key concepts. First, buildings are sited to reinforce street wall continuity along Mount Vernon Street. Second, there's the continuation of the Harbor Point Mall as a green spine with a visual connection through to the Morrissey Boulevard. This design move made by the development team was incorporated from the start of the agency's conversations with the team and drive the majority of the site plan. And finally, it's consistent with the height requirements, which require 6 stories or less. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to this presentation here. Again, Kevin Diebler with Rody Architects. And to begin here, the first slide shows that Columbia Point Peninsula and all the existing uses in place now and under development. This is an educational cluster zone serving all ages from birth to doctorate. We are very aware of the dynamic time in this land's history, and now is a time when the future is being planned on the peninsula. Our site shares borders with schools, churches, housing developments, and major private parcels currently under review by the BPDA. Next slide. Our site is next to the BCLA in McCormick 7 through 12 campus, as well as the Dever School next door to that. Our proposal will activate a part of the campus that today is underutilized and poorly maintained, mostly asphalt with limited recreation capacity, specifically over the long winter months. Next slide, please. We cannot speak of this project without recognizing the programming idea that is behind it and the voices that shaped it. The club and the Martin Richard Foundation gathered both adult and teen voices in the community who took the singular idea of an athletic shed and helped us expand it to include spaces for wellness, learning, and exercise. 3 words define our program: accessible, meaning adaptive and inclusive to all; flexible, meaning that indoor and outdoor spaces should address dynamic and changing needs over time; and intentional, meaning the opportunities for community benefit and personal growth cover each and every square foot of this property, indoors and out. Next slide, please. This is an aerial view, and Jared kind of outlined where that the Green Mall continues. So you really automatically start to see how this building starts to fulfill parts of that master plan. But this view also just kind of gives you this shot of it, which is the view of the athletic shed stacked with a welcome wing, or a wing of the building that sort of welcomes visitors and comes closer to Mount Vernon. This is the design you see here has been developed and shaped into a common vision, made possible through the Article 80 process, including BPDA urban design staff and the 16 teenagers that we assembled for that youth advisory board. We are extremely proud to have taken part of this effort. Even the process of design was a point of connecting the community. Next slide, please. I think just to really kind of walk through the plans here, we have 3 levels. Level 1 shows the main entry very close to that corner of Mount Vernon Street and the school campus to the right. Inside there, you'll have a welcome desk, essentially a reception desk, a cafe that's open to the public, teaching kitchen, studio and spaces for fitness, as well as the athletic portion, the hard courts, which would really be a draw towards this facility. On floor 2, you have an event space, like a theater, that's sort of overhanging the front entry and sort of announcing itself, as well as classroom spaces, offices for the Martin Richard Foundation, as well as a walking track, especially for people, elderly parents of kids in the program who can walk around the hard courts and see down below. Really, again, a place for gathering and connecting people in wellness. There's also a roof deck that faces south that would be sort of extensive gardening and planting program on that as well. On the 3rd floor really is the turf field, which is an area of flexible multi-sport field for soccer, baseball, softball, anything really that can be played throughout the year. So that's on floor 3. Next slide, please. One of the best aspects here is our site plan. The front yard that we have faces Mount Vernon Street, has a flat zone which can be programmed for athletic uses, multiple uses, and flexible. We're calling this the Great Lawn. There's also hardscape areas for tables and chairs and a covered patio around the entry where that cafe could also serve for people gathering. The side exercise yard also sort of faces the school courtyard on the right. Next slide, please. In the rear yard, we have something which we're calling a flexible courtyard, an outdoor basketball court that could be converted for multiple uses, spectator seating, as well as parking for the facility and for the McCormick School on the right. Throughout this process, we've also learned from the BPDA and the Environment Department about the need for cooling facilities. So there's also this idea of cooling centers that could be adapted on this project. Next, on the next slide, really, is our last two slides, the renderings. This first one looks over the lawn and towards the building. And the building itself is expressing its main volumes clearly with color and as a key means to draw you in. The form, the massing moves, and even the interior design are very deliberate about communicating this notion of interconnection and intersectionality. Next slide, please. Finally, our key entry view here is simply a bright and exciting place that is accessible and most importantly, welcoming to all, which here we mean quite literally with a sign that says welcome off of Mount Vernon Street. So again, thank you. Glad to take any questions.
Great, thank you for your presentation. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
Projected date of completion?
We are hoping that this would be the end of 2023, if all goes as planned. And that has been a goal. Again, we've been at this for multiple years, and this is a big moment to have this presentation here tonight. So,
yeah. Additional questions? Go ahead.
This is a fantastic project with so much support, but I wonder if you can talk about juggling the use of the space with all the different constituencies that are going to want to use it, including the public school students from the McCormick endeavor, and how are you going to juggle the use of the space among all the people who are going to want to use it?
That's a great question, and one we're prepared to address tonight. And our team, especially the club, Boys and Girls Club, have been in direct contact with the BPS leaders at the McCormick School. This parcel was awarded through an RFP process with the BPS School Committee. And within that is a lease that spells out very clear terms. And you can imagine that during the day, this building will be available for use for the BPS students for just about anything that they could ask for, especially physical education, a little bit of the arts, additional classrooms and fitness areas, the teaching kitchen. These are all things that were meant to shape and strengthen the curriculum that they're developing now. So the site aspects of it are also, we're being flexible with their needs, establishing parking requirements that their teachers may have, as well as events for us. As well, we intend to create a memorandum of use with the school and the community that spells everything out in very specific terms, and that's in process at this point.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
Additional questions or comments? All right. Well, I think this is an amazing, amazing resource to so many young people in our communities. So, very excited for it. So,
great.
All right. If there are no further questions or comments, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs.
Aye.
Mr. Monahan.
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark,
Aye.
Mr. Miller,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations and thank you. All right, item number 16. Request authorization to issue a certification of approval in accordance with Article 80E Small Project Review of the Zoning Code for the construction of a mixed-use project consisting of 20 home ownership units, including 3 IDP units, 989 square feet of ground floor commercial space, and 1,635 square feet of ground floor office space, located at 1154 through 1156 Dorchester Avenue, to petition the Board of Appeal for approval of the necessary zoning relief and to take all related actions. Stephen.
Good evening, and thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Golden. My name is Stephen Harvey, and I'm a project manager at the BPDA, and I want to thank you for your time today. The project I bring before you today is 1154, 1156 Dorchester Ave, located in Savin Hill section of Dorchester. On September 9th, 2021, the Boston Planning and Development Agency received a small project review application from the proponent. The proponent proposed to construct an addition to a 3-story structure that currently exists on the project site, resulting in a new 5-story mixed-use building. The new building will contain 20 condominium units. 3 of those condominium units will be IDP units. The ground floor will contain commercial and office space. I held a virtual public meeting for the project on October 19th, 2021. The meeting was well attended, and the discussion that took place brought about the project you see today. The virtual public meeting was advertised in the local paper and via email. The comment period for the project ended on October 29th, 2021. With that said, I'd like to pass it over to Mark McGonigal. Mark is the Community Affairs Liaison for South Boston, Ulster Brighton, and Dorchester, of course. Mark will touch on Plan Glover's Corner, the planning guidelines for this section of Dorchester, which the project abides by. Buddy Christopher, the project architect, and JD Barry, the project attorney, will then run through the project presentation. Once the presentation is complete, Buddy, JD, Mark, and I will answer any questions put forward by the board. Thank you again for your time today.
Thank you very much, Stephen, and good evening, members of the board. As Stephen said, Mark McGonigal, BPDA Community Affairs. So this particular project lies within Glover's Corner planning study, really along the northernmost edge. If you see the slide here in front of you, it lies in that yellow and red section, which just identifies both the mix of housing and ground floor activated commercial space. That project does abide by those ideas in the draft plan. It also abides by the draft recommendations that we have at this point around dimensions, etc. As you're well aware, this plan has not come before you for approval yet, but we do have draft recommendations that we are guiding projects through in the meantime, and we're hopeful to finish this plan and bring it to you. Next slide, please. This just shows the site's very, very close proximity to the Savin Hill T station. It's only about 300 feet away. Next slide, please. This slide does a good job of really showing the context for Plan Glover's. It's the building right in the center of the screen with the beige and the brown base. You can see right across Bay Street, you see the more residential feel, 3-decker sort of building typology. When you get across Bay Street, you have this particular building, and then a lot more larger buildings, larger land holdings, let's say. And so that's the Plan Glover's process took that into consideration around really having a transition here. And so next slide, please. These are just some shots along Dorchester Avenue to give you an idea. Go ahead, next slide, please.
Mark?
Yes?
We can let the proponent go through the rest of the presentation.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was going to go through these as well. Okay, in that case, stay where you are. My apologies, Stephen. I thought some of these slides were mine.
We bring them in. We bring them in.
You can bring them back then. I just wanted to add a brief planning context. The owner of this building, Karen Dieppe, women minority-owned business, has been operating, or Van Shabu, the restaurant that was operated there for some time. Those of you who are aware of it, it shut down shortly before the pandemic. But as Karen was thinking about what to do next with that space, the pandemic, of course, put some monkey wrenches into those ideas. But one thing she is confident of is this reinvigoration of this building will allow her to reinvigorate that first floor. There were no promises made that would necessarily be Van Shabu, but she is a longtime owner of this property, has operated businesses in the neighborhood, and again, like I said, is a woman and minority-owned business that we're very proud to have worked with on this project. So with that, my apologies for stealing some of your slides, development team. I'll pass it over to, I believe, Buddy Christopher. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mark. My name is William Buddy Christopher. I'm the principal architect at RCA. Our client came to us to try to develop the best and highest use for this property. And so the summary of the project you have before you. The first view that you're looking at here is a view looking north on Dorchester Ave. The building in discussion is on the right-hand side. Next slide. This is looking towards Dorchester Avenue from Bay Street. Behind us would be the MBTA, and our building is the building there on the left. Next slide, please. These are very simple drawings about what the existing building looks like in its geometry. This is the front on the right-hand side and the rear on the left-hand side. Next slide. These are the proposed elevations that we're planning to do. We'll be putting 2 stories on the, we're going to maintain the existing building to take advantage of the stairs and the elevators and the footprint of the building. We'll be adding 2 stories to that building, and then we will be augmenting the right-hand side on the front elevation with a matching building, so that we would have a commercial space on the first floor on the left-hand side. That's actually our office, and we plan to be here during construction, so we'll be managing this. And then on the right-hand side is a new location for business between 1,000 and 1,500 square feet going forward. Next slide. This is the view from the right-hand side, looking at the building, looking north. What we have done here, at the request of the BPDA, which we worked with for pretty much the last year to develop this, they wanted us to pull the existing facade of the building a couple of feet in so that they could have 10-foot wide sidewalks going down Dorchester Ave, which is one of the driving plans for the Glover's Corner report. Next slide. This is the view of the Bay Street side elevation. Again, the front of the building is on the right-hand side. The left-hand side, the small green area there, is the location of the community room that Karen has added into this project. The next slide. Okay, so we're proposing, as what was said, 20 condominiums, three affordables, 2 ground commercial spaces. It's all evident that, we estimate about 55 construction workers, 984 ground floor of commercial, and then 270 square feet. That's the community space. We are a transit-oriented location. We're within, less than a 4-minute walk to the T station. We are widening the sidewalk, as I had said. We're going to be designing as a community benefit. We're going to be, as part of this project, we're going to be adding an ADA accessible crosswalk across Dorchester Ave, about a block down, as well as the contribution to the city's bike share program. Next slide. Next slide, please.
I believe that completes the presentation.
Oh, okay. Well, if there are any questions, we'd be glad to answer them.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Lansworth?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the votes aye, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Item number 17, request authorization to issue a determination waiving further review pursuant to section 80A-6 of the code in connection with the notice of project for the 87 through 93 West Broadway NPC project change of ownership and reduction in the number of overall parking spaces from 88 to 72 spaces, including 2 accessible spaces, and total square footage of the building is 19,723 square feet. to execute a deed for the taking areas with the new owners and to take all related actions. Tyler.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. The proposal before you is a notice of project change for the previously approved 8793 West Broadway in South Boston. This project was originally approved in October of 2017. At this time, the project is seeking a change to ownership, change of overall parking spaces, as well as additional community benefits not included in the original approval. The proposed change goes as follows: a change in ownership to 7993 West Broadway LLC, a reduction in parking from 88 to up to 72 spaces. Lastly, the additional community benefits include contributing improvements to the A Street bike lane, providing blue bike station within proximity of the site, a bike share subsidy program for residents of the building, and a $49,000 financial contribution to Boston Transportation Department for blue bikes. Now, before I turn it over to Mark Lacasse and Doug Stefanoff from the development team to begin the presentation, I want to say thank you to the members of the public, elected officials, city agencies who helped review the proposed 8793 West Broadway Street notice of project change. Thank you.
Thank you, Tyler. Madam Chair, Director Golden, Secretary Polimas, members of the board. My name is Mark Lacasse. My office is Lacasse Law, LLC on Arlington Street in Boston. I'm pleased to appear before you tonight representing Jonathan Kaufman and Michael Kaufman, who are the new owners who will take over the development of this project. Next slide. Project location is the corner of West Broadway and A Street in South Boston, which currently consists of a one-story gas station at a very busy intersection across the street from Am Ryan's Restaurant and across the street on A Street from what used to be the Mull's Diner site. The proposal is for a 6-story residential building with 65 units, 8 of which will be subject to the inclusionary development policy, and approximately 9,000 square feet of very active street-level retail space with, as you can see in this rendering, sort of an arcade that has been pulled back to create the possibility of a nice street-level sidewalk cafe running along West Broadway. Next slide. Again, the development team is the Kaufman brothers. Mitch Fishman was our permitting consultant. I am legal counsel. Doug Stefanoff is the architect. Monique Hall from the BSC Group is our landscape architect, and Guy Busa from Howard Stein Hudson is the transportation consultant. Next slide. As Tyler mentioned, only a few items are being changed pursuant to this notice of project change. One is the ownership. Following the approval by this board years ago, there was some litigation entirely unrelated to the prior approvals or any of the entitlements that were granted as between the owner and the then project proponent, which persisted for some time in the Superior Court and ultimately in the Appeals Court. And that was concluded last year in July of 21, at which time my clients became the new proponents of the project. So ownership is changing. A few things changed with respect to the transportation mitigation benefits. Under the new guidelines for the blue bikes, the financial contribution has increased from $25,000 to $49,000 to facilitate the placement of a blue bike station on West Broadway, where the number 9 bus stop is now being discontinued by the MBTA. And a few other changes were made to a private way, which is essentially the street between this parcel and the police station, jointly owned to the center line by the police station in this parcel. We made some changes to eliminate a curb cut and to relocate the bike storage room to the first floor of the building to make it more accessible. The box on the right shows what is not changing, which is pretty much everything that this board previously approved with respect to the size of the building, the unit count, the unit mix, the typology of units, the financial contribution under the community benefits agreement. All of those things are remaining in place and are affirmed and confirmed by this proponent. Next slide. So the project location is right in the middle of your screen there at the intersection of West Broadway and A Street. Obviously a very busy corner in a neighborhood where very much development has occurred and continues to occur. This board recently approved right across the street a new project at the Amrines parking lot location. Of course, there's 50 West Broadway, a large apartment building, 11 West Broadway, also a large apartment building, former church, which is condominiums, the Mull's Diner site, which is now residential. Certainly proposing a residential use at this intersection is consistent with pretty much all of the development that has gone on in this corridor, and of course is adjacent to the Dorchester Ave corridor, which is the beneficiary of a new planning study and is spurring much residential development from Broadway all the way to the Andrew Square T-stop. Next slide. The landscaping plan again includes this pullback of the building in the front to create a nice outdoor cafe situation in the hopes that a restaurant will be one of the retail spaces. Approximately right here in the middle of the curb is where the current MBTA bus stop is. With the elimination of that, we're picking up a couple of parking spaces, and all of the street trees, the existing ones which are in significant distress, are being replaced with 6 new street trees along the front. This is the private way here on the right-hand side between the proposed new building and the police station. A sidewalk is being added where none presently exists, which will facilitate a nice pedestrian passageway from the buildings that have gone up here on Silver Street at the bottom of the screen as an access point to West Broadway. Next slide. Typical floor plan includes 10 2-bedroom units and 1 1-bedroom unit on each of the floors of the building. Next slide. A very extensive rooftop landscape and deck plan. Many of the units will have private decks along the front and side and back of the building, and then the center part of the roof will contain some common area amenities for the rest of the units in the building that don't have private roof decks, but also significantly all of the units have nice little balconies attached for some measure of usable open space. Next slide. This is a rendering of the building, which previously went through very extensive BCDC design review to get the color right. It is a granite base with a terracotta stone to create that nice warm red, and then the darker band across the top. Also, a very significant architectural feature is the nice glass tower there at the corner of A and West Broadway to create very interesting living space in those units and to create a very important place-making opportunity at a very busy corner. Next slide. Again, just a softer image in a different light. But again, the way this building looks and feels was the subject of much discussion and review in the prior iteration, and nothing about those prior approvals is changing. Next slide, I think that's it. Yep. So again, 8 IDP units, 9,000 square feet of street level retail commercial space, 60 bike storage spaces, and gold status for sustainability, as well as extensive discussions with the BPDA staff for Article 37 compliance to make the building as energy efficient as possible in light of technological changes that are being incorporated into the design. And with that, I will stop there and be happy to entertain any questions from the board.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
Could you explain the justification for removing the bus stop? Is that purely about Route 9?
Yes, Dr. Landsmark, that was not of our doing. We were actually recently told by the MBTA that they were discontinuing the number 9 bus stop in front of the gas station. There's a stop at West Broadway for the Red Line, and then the next stop is B Street, so it's sort of superfluous. It's a very short distance between the existing 2 stops, but we just were recently told that, and it actually enhanced our ability to make the streetscape much nicer in the front of the building.
Thank you.
Sure thing.
Additional questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Okay, so we are going to take a brief 5-minute break before we start the public hearing portion of this meeting. So we will see you all back here at 5:35. Thank you. We're moving on to the public hearing portion, agenda item number 22. So for this, simultaneous Spanish interpretation is being provided for this meeting using language interpretation function within Zoom. We ask that you be patient in case of any technical issues. Language interpretation will not be enabled until instructions on how to access interpretation have been interpreted into Spanish. Once interpretation has been enabled, a globe icon will appear. A reminder to all that are speaking today, we ask that everyone speak slowly for the interpreters. If you're speaking too quickly, I may interrupt you and ask you to speak more slowly. Thank you. And to enable interpretation for Spanish, please click the globe icon on the bottom of your screen, and by selecting Spanish, you must mute original audio. Yes, so Sophia, will you now interpret the instructions that I gave?
Yes. La interpretación simultánea en español será proveída para esta reunión utilizando la función de interpretación del lenguaje que se encuentra dentro de Zoom. Le pedimos a todos a que sea paciente en caso de que exista algún problema técnico. La interpretación del lenguaje no estará activada hasta que las instrucciones de cómo debe accesar el servicio de interpretación se hayan interpretado en español. Una vez la interpretación esté activada, un icono del globo aparecerá. Un recordatorio a todos a que estén hablando el día de hoy. Les pedimos a todos que hable despacio para los intérpretes. Si usted está hablando muy rápido, lo voy a interrumpir y le pediré que hable más despacio. Gracias. Para permitir el servicio de interpretación en español, por favor, haga clic en el icono del globo que aparecerá en la parte inferior de su pantalla y seleccione Spanish para español, y también debe apagar el audio original.
Okay, gracias, Sophia. Ahmad, would you please now in turn activate the interpretation? We're just gonna wait a few seconds for folks to join the interpretation channel and for the interpretation channel to pop up here.
Madam Chair, there appears to be an issue, so we're going to need to pause momentarily while we figure out what's going on with interpretation.
Awesome. Okay. Well, we will pause as we resolve this technical issue. So, oh, I think I see the globe. So,
all right, we're good to go.
All right, perfect. Thank you. So you can now see the globe at the bottom of the screen and can join. So if you're having any difficulty activating interpretation, please take note and call the number on the screen, and that can help you. It can help you now, or if you have any difficulties later in the meeting, you can call that number. So. This project presentation has been translated into Spanish and is available at on the BPDA website at bostonplans.org/about-us/bpda-board/board-meetings. Please take note of the website address on the screen to enable the translated project presentation. This is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with Article 80C of the Boston Zoning Code to consider the development plan for Planned Development Area number 133, 355, Bennington Street project in East Boston. This hearing was duly advertised on February 24th, 2022 in the Boston Herald. This is a BPDA hearing on a proposed petition by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, anyone who wishes to testify about the proposed project will be afforded an opportunity. We are taking support and opposition at the same time. If you are planning to testify, please take time now to verify that your computer microphone is active. Click on the hand icon on your Zoom control panel. This will signal to the staff that you would like to speak. When your hand is raised, it will be blue. If you are calling into the meeting and would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When I call for all testimony, staff will announce your name and allow you to talk, and you must unmute your microphone. Your webcam will not be active. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. BPDA staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain. And at that time, please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. At the conclusion of all oral testimony, any email testimony will be read aloud. Finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal if they so desire. Ms. Caitlin Coppinger will now begin the presentation.
Good evening, and thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Golden. My name is Caitlin Coppinger, and I'm Project Manager in Development Review. And thank you for your time today. The project I bring before you today is 355 Bennington Street in East Boston. The proposed project consists of the demolition of the existing structures occupying the project site and the construction of an up to 6-story mixed-use development that will include approximately 162,296 square feet of gross floor area, and approximately 170 residential units, and about 6,985 square feet of ground floor retail space, and 81 structured vehicle parking spaces, and approximately 170 bicycle storage space for residents, and about 34 short-term bicycle racks for visitors, and 5,800 square feet of new publicly accessible private open space on site, and associated open space, and then additional streetscape improvements. This project exceeds the city's inclusionary development policy by creating 24 affordable units, which is 14% of the total units on site, and by skewing the unit mix to favor larger 2+ bedroom units, which is 15% of the net square footage that are critically in need in East Boston. The project team has worked in close collaboration with the BPDA Plan East Boston team to integrate the project into the community's vision for reimagining the square. I'm happy to turn it over to Angel Guzman from the planning team to discuss this further in detail.
Thank you, Caitlin. My name is Angel Guzman, and this is the first time I've had the pleasure of presenting to the board. I'm a BPDA planner working in East Boston, and as you're aware, there's an ongoing planning initiative in the neighborhood. I am here this afternoon to provide planning context for the proposal at 355 Bennington Street. If we can actually go to the next slide, and to the next one, and to the next one, sorry. Thank you, here we go. The proposal is located in what the plan refers to as a neighborhood square. The planning team delivered draft recommendations for all squares and corridors in May of last year. In addition to transformational public realm improvements, the plan envisioned active ground floor uses supported by added height and density in all squares, particularly on sites close to transit service. The proposed project is in the heart of Day Square, within a quarter mile of Wood Island Station. Next slide. Day Square is a geographic center of the neighborhood, and it is the gateway into East Boston from Chelsea. Historically, Day Square's role as a neighborhood center was sacrificed to the regional needs of railroads, highways, and energy infrastructure. Today, street space is devoted to surface parking with no centralized public space, few public realm amenities, limited lighting, and poor maintenance. Additionally, Day Square's limited tree canopy contributes to an extreme heat island effect. The area is served by 3 local bus routes, which experience significant delay and unreliability, resulting from the duration and frequency of Chelsea Street Bridge lifts. Furthermore, the SL3 passes by Bay Square without stopping. This proposal makes significant contributions towards the realization of the plan's recommendations to bring the Silver Line to Bay Square and make buses more reliable with a dedicated transitway, to create new public space in the heart of the square connected to the Mary Ellen Welch Greenway, and to simplify intersections by consolidating those that are redundant and reducing the size of those that remain. Next slide. To conclude, this proposal is aligned with Plan East Boston's vision for Day Square, delivering active ground floor uses, expanded public realm, and enabling critical connections to the Mary Ellen Welch Greenway and the proposed SL3 transitway. I will now turn the presentation over to the proponent team to present the project in more detail. Thank you.
Thank you, Anjan. Good evening, everyone. Board members, thanks for having us tonight. As mentioned, my name is Liz Bedjo. I'm with Redgate, the developer, and I'm going to briefly talk about this proposal for 355 Bennington Street in East Boston. If we could go back a couple slides. I think one more. Okay, so as an overview, this proposal includes the creation of 170 residential units for rent. We also estimate that this development would generate somewhere between 300 and 400 construction jobs and about 15 to 45 permanent jobs, and that's through on-site property management and the new retail space. Importantly also, as Anjan mentioned, this proposal reflects a significant amount of coordination that we had with Plan East Boston, and that includes that we're proposing to construct on private property a new transitway for the future Silver Line to come into Day Square as envisioned by Plan East, and the transportation equity benefits associated with enabling this work could be very impactful in this community. We're proposing a new pedestrian and bike connection from the Mary Ellen Welch Greenway to Day Square. We're also proposing new streetscape and dedicated bike lane along Bennington and Bremen Street. And we're committing to a blue bike sponsorship and providing 204 total bike spaces for residents and visitors or the public. And lastly, this building would target a LEED Gold standard, and it's proposed as all-electric residential units, and it's designed also to be resilient to projected sea level rise. Next slide, please. So this slide is summarizing our outreach to date, listing most of our meetings we've had since January 2020. We've had extensive meetings with the city, with Massport community members, elected officials, abutters. We've maintained close conversations with Excel Academy and Javali's across the street. We also met with 3 neighborhood associations. 2 of them, Harborview and Maverick Central, we met with for informational purposes because we were close to their jurisdiction. And we met with Eagle Hill Civic Association, from which we received a support vote in November. And overall, we've received a significant amount of positive support letters and support commentary to date. So hopefully we've conveyed a sense of collaboration and transparency with the people that we've engaged with. Next slide, please. This is a site aerial for context. You can see the 355 Bennington Street site colored in yellow. It's really at the heart of Day Square. It's right next to Excel Academy, and it's fronting Bennington and Bremen Street. The bypass road runs along the east. And if you can see the Wood Island MBTA station labeled near the top right of the aerial, that station's about a 4-minute walk from this site. Next slide, please. These are a few photos to convey, and actually, there's an existing conditions photo slide, if you can go one back, I believe. So I think the slide may not be here, but the existing conditions of the site, right now the site is being used as a sort of quasi-construction staging area, as well as for some temporary parking uses. And you can really see well, you can sort of tell in this photo that the walking path along the side is really lacking. It actually has very torn sidewalks. There's a portion along Bremen Street that actually doesn't have a sidewalk, and these are really a function of the current uses of the site. Next slide, please. So this is our proposed site plan. The dark dashed line that you see there is the site's property line. You'll see this plan locates the active uses, which are the retail and the residential lobby and amenities towards Bennington and Bremen Streets, just to help activate the street level. And you can see we're proposing a pocket park at the corner of Bennington and Neptune Road. We're proposing new streetscapes extending beyond the property line along Bennington and Bremen Streets, and this includes new sidewalks, street trees, lighting, outdoor seating areas, as well as the dedicated bike path. And I'll note, as part of the new streetscape, we're proposing a raised crosswalk from Excel Academy, which is noted there on the left, because we understand, this is a highly used walking path by students as well. Also, the building would have a partial below grade parking garage for residents, which would be accessed through the road between Excel Academy and this site to avoid entering and exiting off of Bennington and Bremen Street. And lastly, between Excel Academy and this site is where we're proposing two things: the new connection from Day Square to the Mary Ellen Welch Greenway, and the transit way for the future Silver Line to head into Day Square as envisioned by planners. So where you see that thick green line is where we're proposing a 10-foot wide path for pedestrians and cyclists, followed by a 5-foot wide planting island buffer. And to the right of that, it would be the 24-foot wide road, which would be designed to MBTA standards to allow the Silver Line to come through here and into Day Square. Next slide, please. So this is an overview of the program we're proposing. It includes the 170 new residential rental units I mentioned, ranging from 1 to 3 bedroom units. As a note, through the public comments, we heard a need for larger and affordable units in the context of helping to enable families to be able to stay in East Boston. And in response, we adjusted the unit mix to increase the total 2 and 3 bedroom units, which at the time resulted in an overall unit count reduction for this project. And we increased the affordable percentage, designating now 15% of the overall net square feet as affordable, or that's 14% of units. And of those, we're allocating a disproportionate amount of the affordable square footage towards the larger units. So you see this in the percentage breakdowns of IDP units, which reflects the higher affordability percentage on the 2 and 3 bedroom units. We're also proposing a 0.48 vehicle parking ratio per unit for residents, 170 bike parking spaces, as I mentioned, for residents, and 34 public bike parking spaces along Bennington Street. Next slide, please. So the next few slides are rendered perspectives. This is a view standing on Bremen Street next to Excel Academy. You can see Excel on the right there. And you can start to see the widened and overall improved pedestrian-friendly sidewalks. Next slide. This is a view from Bennington Street. You can see on the left the proposed pocket park, which I honestly don't think the rendering does justice to Copley Wolf's landscape design there. And you can also see the dedicated bike lane. Next slide. This is a view from 1A. It's pretty straightforward. And next slide. And lastly, this is a view from Day Square. Javali's would be to the left there. And in this slide, you can really see the potential to activate the ground level. And you can get a glimpse of the connector to the Greenway on the right. And that is our presentation. We're happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Great presentation. All right, so before we go to board questions and comments, we're going to do the public hearing portion of it. So Again, please signal by raising your hand on the Zoom panel down below if you would like to testify. So, Madam Secretary, do we have?
Yep. Charles Livingston. Okay, Charles. Charles, you can unmute yourself now.
Yes, Madam Secretary, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today along with the agency members. I'm a lifelong resident of East Boston. I live a few hundred feet from the proposed project. Actually, that building that you saw, that blue and white freight building, I worked out of that building 40 years ago. The proposed project, as was mentioned, is a few hundred feet from the entrance to the A1, which leads to both tunnels, both the Ted Williams Tunnel and the Summit Tunnel and Logan International Airport. The exit entering Route 1 is approximately 500 or 600 feet from the proposed project, which is easy access. The BPDA station is approximately 500 feet from the proposed project. The bus stop is right across the street, and that project intersects the two main streets in East Boston, which is Bennington and Saratoga Street. With the ongoing construction at Suffolk Downs and the hundreds of people who are working there, both that and the individuals who are looking forward to moving to East Boston, as you know, we've been developing over the last, I would say, 8 or 10 years. There's been development here. There is a much needed what we need is much more housing for the people who want to come here, who want to work here, and who will be working in the area. I would just hope that the agency gives very strong consideration to this project, because it would be not only an asset, but a great improvement to the Day Square area of East Boston. I want to thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards is on, but I haven't been able to find her yet. So while I continue to look for her, I'm going to take Paul P.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you so much. Yes, my name is Paul Pascantilli. I live at 614 Bennington Street. I moved here in 2014 with my family. Been following this project right from the beginning. One of the discouraging points when I first moved to East Boston was staying at that red light and seeing this lighted area to my right, and just very, very unsafe was the first word that would come to mind. And, you know, for what it's worth, following this project, I feel like the development team did a wonderful job really, really securing this particular intersection. The speaker before me mentioned how this truly is a hub connecting a lot of major corridors in East Boston. And I think this particular proposal really, really ties things in, not only efficiently, but really, really safe. I often walk down Bennington Street to the library with my daughter, and every time I get to Dunkin' Donuts, it's always that sense of, you know, grab my daughter by the hand and really cross the street with caution. Very limited signage, really a corner of confusion, and this project has really, really, really cleaned that up. So very, very much in support of this project, and I want to go on the record as stating that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul.
Okay, Juan Ramos, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Juan Ramos, and I'm a homeowner on Eagle Hill in East Boston. And so I support this project because it will help revitalize this part of East Boston, which is currently an eyesore and unsafe for pedestrians and cyclists. This project will provide a much needed additional housing for our ever-growing neighborhood, especially in this already densely populated area that greatly benefits from being near the Blue Line and several bus stops and the new Silver Line station that will be in front of the building. I especially like this project because it will have a protected bike lane and wider sidewalks and much needed trees. I hope this project helps do more to help reduce the traffic and discourage reliance on cars in this area, considering its proximity to multiple modes of public transportation and the very walk and bike-friendly greenway. I live equidistant from Airport Station and Wood Island Station on the Blue Line, and I always avoid Wood Island because walking that way is just scary. So I'm hoping that all these changes that I see in the proposal will help this area to become better for everyone who lives here and would rather walk than drive in this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards, are you able to unmute yourself?
Hi, that explains why you couldn't see me because I'm under Michael Benetti's name. Thank you, Michael. In any event, so first of all, thank you to everyone for being here today, and I really appreciate the continued civic engagement. On 355 Bennington, I want to say that it's exciting to see the civic associations and a lot of people in the community be excited about this new opportunity. I will acknowledge the developer has been intentional in some parts where they choose to develop. They didn't pick some place that was already housing people. They didn't pick a place that forced them to displace anybody. But I do want to note, I won't be supporting the project. I also will not be opposing it outright. I do have the following things to explain. One, while I appreciate the multimodal transportation options, I appreciate the commitment from the developer to stand by and to make sure that they build a transportation infrastructure to support them. I can't say enough. It's not there yet. And while we'll be getting hundreds of bikes, we don't have bike lanes on Bremen Street quite yet. And so I understand that this is going to be an ongoing conversation and it's going to center the community. And so when I see, I think, a better studied understanding of how this fits in and how all of these different individuals and entities and bikes are going to actually move instead of crowd that area, I will be more excited about this project. The other component is, and I appreciate the developer came down in unit size and unit count, but also increased some unit sizes. I really do appreciate they're listening to the community and having 3 and 2 bedroom units in the building. Of course, I would love some more of them because I do believe housing families should be a priority. But I want to acknowledge that. And I also want to acknowledge the developers deepening the affordability for the larger units. So I'm very excited about that. But there's also something about who builds the project and who gets on there and who can afford to stay there. And I have been unapologetically for unions and for making sure that people and unions have access to be able to work on these jobs. It's about the local economy. And so I understand the conversations are happening, but they haven't been completed quite yet. And that is a deep concern to me. In talking with the developer, I do know that there will be at some point, hopefully, some labor and some unions on the job. I personally, this is something that matters to me because I do know that the most diverse construction, contractors are usually union, and I also know that they are guaranteed a certain level of work quality and, more importantly, pay rate. And so this matters to me, and so I'm not ready to support this project quite yet. I hope the conversations will continue. I hope this is part of your understanding of the BPDA is about, as you know, your mission is about the economic development of the city of Boston and how people are paid and what they're paid to get work done and on the projects is part of that narrative as well. So I hope that we're going to pay them enough to eventually live there, and I think we can get there. So until then, I'm excited for this opportunity. I'm excited for the conversations to continue.
Thank you, Senator. Maria Lyons, you can unmute yourself. Maria, go ahead, Maria.
No, I'm sorry. That was an accident. I'm waiting for the Marcy Boulevard project.
Okay, thank you.
I'll hit lower hand. Sorry.
Chris Reed, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Great, thank you. Hi, I'm Chris. I work at Excel Academy. We're the direct neighbor. Excel supports this plan for 355 Bennington. We think that realistically this property will be developed in the coming years and want to have a responsible, communicative, and responsive group leading that development. And so we looked for somebody who would ensure student safety is being looked out for, and that there are limited disruptions to our school operations. And we've seen that over the past few years, Redgate has kept Excel well informed, has consistently shared updates on plans. They've addressed our concerns and have taken our input into early planning. And for community benefits proposals, we've been talking about an outdoor site recently as well. We've become convinced that they're responsible and genuine in their desire to work with our school throughout the construction and the occupancy of the building. And we are really excited for the improvements to the sidewalk along Bennington Street. I was walking out there just this morning and thought about it. And we think improved crossings will be a positive for our students and staff who are consistently walking in front of that area and commuting to school. And it'll be a really positive benefit for the overall appearance of the neighborhood. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Carlos D'Souza, you can unmute yourself.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you all. First of all, I just want to put a note here that the Spanish, it's not working. Nobody can really hear anything. It's just mute this whole time. So it's unfortunate because it's a huge Hispanic community on the East Boston, and no one would be able to participate on this tonight. I'm against the project. I'm not in favor. I hope that we consider this back. Maybe in the future would be the right thing to do for our community. But just like the other project on Addison Redgate, didn't do everything was supposed to be or promised, especially to the community. So that's the reason why I'm not in favor of this project. And if anybody could fix the Hispanic translation, would be a good help. Thank you.
Yes, we will check on the interpretation. Michael Triant, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you for having me. How are you this evening? Thanks for your time. Just want to speak. I'm the executive director at Salesian Boys and Girls Club, and although I can't support the project, I want to commend Redgate for addressing some serious safety issues. As Chris Lyons just did a moment ago, we often have children that come to us from Excel Academy and come up to the club or leave the club at different hours of the day and walk back down. We also utilize Bremen Street Park often in the summertime with our staff walking kids down there. It can be an absolute traffic nightmare. We look forward to these amazing upgrades and the safety that'll come along with them. So that's about it. Thank you, guys. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Michael. David Lank, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you so much, Madam Chairwoman, BPDA, and the proponents of the project. My name is David Lank. I own and operate several dozen residential housing units, mostly actually along Bremen Street. My brother and I operate our business out of East Boston, and my wife and I are actually building our future home just down the street as well. As a stakeholder in the community, I want to just vocalize my enthusiastic support in the project. I think so many things that the developers have incorporated into this project are wonderful. I agree with everybody else, walking down the Greenway, passing the library and Excel, approaching Day Square is really is nightmarish, and I do like to support density where it makes sense. I think the site is perfect for what's being proposed. I love the programming. I love the addition of larger format, first generation new retail space. I think that will play a huge part in reinvigorating Day Square and encouraging future better and thoughtful development, wider sidewalks, more trees, really the bike lane, even though I do appreciate Councilor Edwards' thought that there isn't dedicated bike lanes necessarily surrounding the project currently. I think that developments like this of this scale incorporating are the right step in that direction. And again, wanted to vocalize my support. Thank you so much.
Thank you, David. Marta Martinez, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, my name is Marta Martinez. I'm born and raised here in East Boston, and I just wanted to vocalize that I'm opposed to the project. I think we should revisit it at a later time, but I don't think, I just don't think that it's right now something that we should do for the community.
Okay, thank you, Marta. Gary Walker, you can unmute yourself. Gary?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Polimas, Director Golden, Gary Walker, electricians and technicians, Local 103. First off, I'd like to thank the council for advocating on behalf of Union Construction, and also I'd like to also speak in favor of the project, whereas we have had a good relationship over the years with Redgate, and we hope to continue that and continue conversations for this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Minor Perez, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, Madam Chair, members of the board. Minor Perez, representing hundreds of union carpenters that live or work across the city of Boston. At this moment, the Carpenters Union would like to go on record in opposition, and we respectfully ask for you to consider a deferral. And the Carpenters Union, our residential division is our majority local. Fastest growing local in New England. And we are seeing a lot of people being impacted greatly. And we talk about economical justice and racial justice. It's only one way to elevate a person, and that is by giving them a profession, giving them a job. That can only be assured if subcontractors that are hired for this project are responsible employers who, first of all, the GC will give a fair shot to our minority-owned companies. Subcontractors will have a registered apprenticeship and training program, so people are not just hired just to push a broom. All buildings on the waterfront, Clipper Ship, Excel Academy, they all use responsible subcontractors in that end. And it is our position that to have 340 people work here in construction without having guarantee that they're going to have some form of benefits and fair wages is not acceptable for us. Therefore, it's with great respect, we ask you to please consider a deferral. Thank you.
Thank you, Minor. Wayne Giavelli, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. My name is Wayne Giavelli. I'm a member of the IAG for this project. And my family has owned and operated Giavelli's Restaurant for 98 years. We own the 4 buildings directly across the street. Arguably, our tenants, our employees, our customers have been the ones most affected, most experiencing this site for decades. And we absolutely feel that the project is the right step for Day Square. It's going to be a catalyst for thoughtful investment across the whole square, a huge boom to the businesses that exist there today. And I think just the type of impetus we were hoping for decades would finally come into our square. And looking at Plan East Boston, I can't imagine a better way to kick off Plan East Boston than with something like this that really bakes in thoughtful transportation, but also a beautification of the square. So we're wholly behind the project and want to state our endorsement tonight.
Thank you. Charles DePrima, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for having me. I just want to say that me and my family live across the street from the proposed project on Saratoga Street. We're in that area every day. I have one child in the Excel High School next door and another child in the Excel Greenway. The Greenway, the new library, and the schools have done a lot to that area. It's always been vacant, dark, and a bad walk to the train station, really not safe. That whole area of Day Square up that corner is just dark and desolate. So I fully support this project. I think it's going to bring new people, safety. They talked about new crosswalks for the children, which the cars get on Bremen Street. It's very dangerous for them. I think it's going to beautify the area, give us some new stores there, and hopefully that spreads into the rest of Day Square a little bit, because really nothing has changed in Day Square in decades. There's no new stores. There's really been no renovations. Everything is old. And the kids are young. The kids are going to school there. And for them to see all these vacant buildings is not really good for the community. It's time to do something with it. It's been there for decades. It looks beautiful, and it has a lot more positive things than anything that's negative. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Madam Chair, we need to take a brief recess. I need a couple of minutes. I will be right back.
Okay. We will take a brief recess then. More to come. And thank you to the caller who notified us of the Spanish interpretation not functioning properly. So based on that, I think it is we think it's fair to postpone the remainder of this hearing. So we'll be tabling this item for review at a meeting at a future date, so that we can have all the proper language interpretation in place and functioning. So,
Madam Chair, I have a question. Has it been determined that it cannot be rectified prior to the conclusion of the meeting?
Yes. I mean that's been determined, and also we would have to kind of redo the entire presentation because that part was not done.
Which we'll have to do anyway. Yes,
absolutely. I mean, we're going to have to do that, but at another meeting. So we owe it to our community to make sure that the full item is available for interpretation and the languages. So we want to follow those guidelines and yeah. So with that, I need a motion to table this item.
Madam Chair, I move that we table the vote on the Bennington Street proposal until a future date when we have full translation capabilities.
I second that.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsberg?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. So this item will be tabled, or is tabled. And again, thank you all for your participation, and we'll be in touch soon with the scheduling of this.
Madam Chair, is this affecting our other upcoming public hearings this evening? Do you know?
No, Madam Chair, I can answer that question. No, I believe Spanish interpretation is the only one that the issue was with the interpreters, not with the technology.
Okay, and we don't have any other hearings needing Spanish
That,
translation?
nope, that is correct. This is the only one.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Great. All right, so we will now move on to the next public hearing. And that is item number 23. So this is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with Article 80D of the Boston Zoning Code to consider the proposed IMP amendment to the Northeastern University 2013 through 2023 Institutional Master Plan. This hearing.
Madam Chair, as an employee of Northeastern, I am recusing myself from this hearing. And if Teresa could give me a call when the hearing is over, I will be back for the other business to be conducted this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Landsmark. Okay, so this hearing was duly advertised on February 23rd, 2022 in the Boston Herald. This is a BPDA hearing on a proposed petition by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, anyone who wishes to testify about the proposed project will be afforded an opportunity. We are taking support and opposition at the same time. If you are planning to testify, please take time now to verify that your computer microphone is active. Click the hand icon on your Zoom control panel. This will signal to the staff that you would like to speak. When your hand is raised, it will be blue. If you are calling into the meeting and would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When I call for all testimony, staff will announce your name and allow you to talk. You must unmute your microphone and your webcam will not be active. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. BPDA staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain. At that time, please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. At the conclusion of all oral testimony, any email testimony will be read aloud. Finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal if they so desire. Mr. Edward Carmody will now begin the presentation.
Good evening, and thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. The Institutional Master Plan amendment before you tonight proposes an increase in the number of beds within 2 existing student residence halls on the Northeastern University campus. The proposal is not a development project, but it involves interior furniture changes to rooms in the East Village and International Village residence halls. This increase in student beds attempts to mitigate the over-enrollment of roughly 1,000 full-time undergraduate students in fall 2021 by providing approximately 900 more beds on campus in the short term for these additional students. Without additional beds, this over-enrollment of freshmen has the potential to create immediate additional stress on adjacent neighborhood housing stock in the coming academic year. As many are aware, the rental housing supply in the neighborhoods surrounding the university remains in a difficult balancing act between the needs of long-term residents and the housing needs of students. As such, the community discussion around this proposal remains engaged, thoughtful, and crucial to future housing planning by the university and by the city. The BPDA hosted 2 public meetings, one in the fall and one last month, to discuss this proposal. We heard from everyone: students themselves, parents of students, residents of Roxbury, Mission Hill, and the Fenway, university administrators, and elected officials. In the most recent meeting, Northeastern committed to a corrective under-enrollment in the upcoming academic year to offset the additional students that were admitted this year. Most crucially, the community dialogue around this issue has prompted a renewed sense of partnership among affected neighbors and the university, and Northeastern intends to build this dialogue into their forthcoming 10-year IMP community process and future conversations around any future development projects. The university has also committed to annual community meetings in partnership with the City of Boston to discuss the topic of enrollment. While this proposal is a short-term solution, a potential short-term solution to an immediate problem, the need for mid and longer-term solutions will require continued engagement from all the stakeholders mentioned, and I want to thank the community for being so specific and so thoughtful in the meetings that we held. With that said, I'll now turn it over to John Tobin from Northeastern, and he will begin the presentation, and then we'll be happy to hear from any members of the public who would like to testify. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eddie. Good evening, Chair Rojas, Director Golden, Secretary Polhemus, members of the board, staff, members of the public. My name is John Tobin, Vice President of City and Community Engagement at Northeastern University. Tonight, as Eddie said, we're discussing an institutional master plan amendment, the proposed dorm upsizing of 2 existing Northeastern University residence halls, East Village and International Village. Chin is one of the many industries facing a time of profound uncertainty due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Nationally, undergraduate students numbers are down by nearly 1 million since the start of the pandemic and by almost 3 million over the last decade. Fortunately, many of Boston's universities have countered this national trend. Last year's student admissions yield at Northeastern was planned and unplanned and unexpected. Due to COVID deferrals and withdrawals, pent-up demand resulted in a bulge year. The university is committed to limiting enrollment to pre-pandemic numbers.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Golden, Secretary Polhemus. My name is Victoria Abolina, and I'm an Associate Vice President for Campus Planning and Design at Northeastern. We're here today because we're looking to increase how many students reside in 2 of our newest residence halls, International Village and East Village. Beginning fall of this year, we want to convert a portion of our single rooms to doubles and a portion of double rooms to triples for a total increase of up to 900 beds across the 2 buildings. This will allow up to 900 additional students to reside in our campus housing. Next slide, please. As outlined in our institutional master plan and guided by City's housing plan, our goal is to house as many of our students on campus as possible. And these 2 residence halls present an opportunity to achieve this goal within our existing footprint. We plan to get this done through furniture solutions with no changes to the room counts in either of these buildings. If this change is approved by this board and the zoning commission, the room assignments will be done this spring. We will complete the work this summer, and the room rates will be reflective of the change. Why are we asking for this change now? Next slide. We can all agree that the past 2 years were unprecedented due to COVID-19 pandemic. Last year's admissions yield was unplanned and unexpected. Our fall 2021 first-year class was 4,500 students, which is about 1,000 students more than in a typical year, due to in large part to a pent-up demand caused by the pandemic. We had 17% more applications and more students than before accepted our admissions offer. Pent-up demand due to COVID deferrals and withdrawals resulted in what we call a bulge year. There were many firsts in the incoming class that we're proud of. It is the most diverse first-year class ever, with 147% increase in Black students and 107% increase in Latinx student enrollment. But we acknowledge that this unexpected student increase presents challenges that can affect our neighboring communities. Therefore, this coming fall, we're limiting our incoming class to 2,500 students. And for the foreseeable future, we will not exceed pre-pandemic numbers of 35 first-year students. Next slide. In addition to upsizing current dorms, we're also planning for a new residence hall at 840 Columbus Avenue. We filed the application with BPDA on November of 2019, and this project is currently under review. This project, when built, would provide 800 additional beds for upper-class students. We're also about to embark on institutional master plan, and we'll prioritize student housing and neighborhood housing stabilization as part of that effort. Finally, we will tap into our global network of campuses and promote student mobility through our network, thus reducing student population in Boston. Next slide. We house about 11,000 undergraduate students on our campus. Majority are first and second year students. The 900 beds that we're asking for accounts for just 8% of our total bed count, and is just one of the many efforts we're undertaking to match our housing supply with the demand for students. Out of 6,300 Northeastern employees, 1,600 are Boston residents. And last year, we spent about $110 million on minority and women-owned business enterprise and small business enterprise suppliers. And we have made a commitment to an 80% reduction in carbon emissions by 2050. As an institution with the largest student population in Boston, we're committed to mitigating our impact on city's already tight housing market. We will do this by working with our neighboring community and the city to develop a long-term housing strategy through our upcoming IMP. We will also use the IMP process to identify meaningful and impactful community benefits. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. So this is a public hearing, so we will now move to the testimony portion of this item. Secretary Polhemus, do we have anyone who would like to testify?
Yes. Amelia Briganti, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hi, thank you for your time. My name is Amelia Briganti. I am a former student of Northeastern. I graduated last year, and I'm not in favor of this proposal under the presentation that was given. While I'm very sympathetic to the housing crisis in Boston and the efforts Northeastern is making to mitigate that, the current rate for a student for a triple in IB comes to about about $1,200 a month, $1,100 a month, and I just think that is not fair to the students being placed in such small, cramped housing to pay that much for a single room that they're sharing a bathroom with multiple other people, and they're only paying for a room. Not even, they don't have a kitchen, which means they also have to buy a meal plan, which is also very expensive for students. And again, while I understand the need for increased housing due to the bulge year, I just think that if this proposal is to go through, there needs to be serious consideration about the housing costs and what Northeastern can do to mitigate that, which was not presented here. So as it currently stands with the information given, I am not in favor of this proposal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Amelia. Andrew Proctor, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, good evening. What you tolerate, you encourage. My father always told me that. Members of the board, if you accept this approval, this proposed amendment tonight, not only are you tolerating Northeastern's bad behavior, you're encouraging it. This will never end. These 907 beds are going to go in. They're not coming out. There was no end date on this proposal. You've encouraged Northeastern's bad behavior. You've encouraged them to continue to over-enroll, give an excuse for it, and just keep up with it. Say no. And besides for the philosophical part, what you tolerate, you encourage, this is a terrible idea. These students don't want it. I talked to students, I was a student, and I asked John and Kathy on the call if they had talked to students. Of course, I didn't get a response. Students don't want this. A single room has one closet. That's a very tall ask to ask these students who have been through a lot over the past 2 years. Hey, would you mind sharing a closet now? I really think Northeastern needs to get more creative and clean up this mess they've made. And I also want to say, they said that this is going to create housing stock in the neighborhoods. The students that live overwhelmingly in Ivy and pretty much in EV as well, East Village, they're freshmen and sophomores. They have to live on campus. These students are already here and they're living in hotels. Northeastern just is unable or perhaps unwilling to renew the contract with the hotels. I really think that we cannot accept this proposal. The board should draw a line in the sand, say no, don't encourage Northeastern's bad behavior, and allow them to get creative with it. They can house people in their living room or somewhere else. So with my final 30 seconds, again, what you tolerate, you encourage. Guys, make the decision tonight. This will never end. These beds will never come out, and Northeastern's going to keep on asking, can I put another bed in this space? Zoning says we can. Don't do it. Thank you, members of the board. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Gary Walker, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, Director Golden, once again, Gary Walker, electricians and technicians, Local 103. I'd like to speak in strong support of this project. Northeastern's been a long user of union construction in this town, and we certainly appreciate it, and thank you for continuing to create these jobs. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Minor Perez, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, Madam Chair, members of the board. Minor Perez, representing the Carpenters Union. We want to go on record and support of this project due to the fact that Northeastern is always committed to use responsible employers on the projects. And something that we love tremendously is the fact that they always push for the Boston plan. Minorities and people from the neighborhood have to be higher on their projects. And with that, we're in favor of the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Minor. Jose Aguilar, you may unmute yourself.
Hi, I just have a quick comment for the presentation itself and how it's being given through Zoom. I do like the process and all, but I would like to be able to make comments and send questions and them to be able to answer me while the presentation is going on. I think this feature that is not offered here should be offered because there's a lot of little questions I have here and there, and I imagine other people do too. And this feature should be part of the Zoom meeting. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Burns, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, members of the board, and Ms. Abelina for your presentation. My name is Michael Burns. I'm a council representative for the Northeast Regional Council of Sheet Metal Workers, Local 17, here in the metropolitan area. On behalf of my membership, I rise tonight to support this project and thank Northeastern University for using local residents to build these projects, always using area standard wages and benefits. I think I do hear some of the concerns of the students, but all of us need to recognize a lot of our residents here in Boston coming out of high school don't have the opportunity to go to secondary schools. So we appreciate Northeastern's partnership with the Boston Building Trades to give residents of the city a pathway to a career, people who've grown up in these neighborhoods, not just a job, but a career in the construction trade. So I rise tonight to wholeheartedly support this project and thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. Would anybody else like to testify on this project, this item? Please raise your virtual hand if you would like to. Madam Chair, I do not see any other hands raised. I think we can proceed.
Okay. Mr. Carmody, do we have any written testimony to be read into the record?
We do. So we have a few of those, and I will begin with the first one. The first letter reads as follows. My daughter is a freshman and currently lives in a single and international village. As everyone knows who may have read through the IMPNF that is being considered tonight, is that the university is seeking to add additional beds that are allowable by code based on the minimal square footage for sanitary and plumbing requirements. They want to convert rooms that are currently single occupancy to double occupancy and rooms that are currently doubles to triples. The university is using the argument that this requested amendment is allowable and meets code. My opinion is that they have not evaluated this request based on the human element and the negative impact that it will have on the resident students. The amendment states that, quote, the project consists solely of reconfiguration of existing student bedding areas, end quote. The floor plans provided in the amendment list the room floor area, occupancy limit, and requested occupancy. Nowhere in the document does it indicate how the rooms are currently being utilized from an occupancy standpoint and what the initial occupancy intent was when the dorm buildings were initially designed and built. This amendment is somewhat misleading because all the university is doing is adding more furniture and beds to an already cramped dorm room and living spaces for the students. During the BPDA meeting held last month on February 16th, the university used the phrase that they are, quote, upsizing the dorms. This is not a true statement. All they are doing is increasing the population density of an existing building. The requested increase in student population density above their current occupancy is an increase of 29% in the East Village dorm building and 58% in the International Village dorm building. It should be noted that International Village was originally designed for 1,200 beds, and now the university wants the building to accommodate 1,900 beds. The university has not addressed how they intend to solve the overcrowding issue that they currently have in the dining hall in the International Village. Currently, students And I will stop that one there and move on to the next piece of written testimony. The next one comes on behalf of the Fenway Civic Association, and it reads as follows. Dear board members, the Fenway Civic Association is the Fenway neighborhood's oldest all-volunteer neighborhood group that accepts no public or developer funds. Founded in 1961, our mission is to promote a safe and vital neighborhood that serves the interests of its residents. FCA, Fenway Civic Association, is represented on the Northeastern University's Institutional Master Plan Review Body, as well as its Community Advisory Board. After attending IMP task force meetings and added public meetings to discuss concerns related to the Northeastern application for bed increases on campus and how it related to the student over-enrollment. As stated in our November 2021 letter, while we initially were pleased to see announced bed increases at Northeastern aligned to long-term planning goals of increasing on-campus housing and the commitment of Northeastern to construct 1,000 new on-campus beds within the 10-year IMP term, we were alarmed at the news that these beds would instead be used to address pandemic-related over-enrollment by the university, especially since this news was absent any commitment for dealing with short-term increases in context to larger planning or enrollment. Our request at that time was to hear how Northeastern intended to deal with housing pressures induced by the over-enrolled class as it matriculated, and what steps the university would take to avoid similar over-enrollment from happening again. At its February 16th meeting, Northeastern representatives outlined both a plan for housing for fall 2022, as well as its longer-term commitments related to student over-enrollment. We understand that the university has committed to a reduction in 2023 enrollment proportionate to its 2022 enrollment as a way to assure no net increase in undergraduate bodies over the long term. We appreciate this commitment as we believe it supports the long-term requests of the task force and helps distinguish the separation of conversations related to campus planning and neighborhood housing goals. And I'll stop there. The next piece of written testimony reads as follows. Hello, I am writing to voice concern regarding Northeastern's plan to turn singles into doubles and doubles into triples. Please consider the mental health of these kids. The suicide rate among college students and the depression rate is at an all-time high. Please do not contribute to more mental health challenges for these kids. Unlike any other recent generation of college kids, they have had more stress. The academic pressures put on them are great. There's no space at the library. Kids are on floors trying to study, and then if they cannot study in the room, there's going to be more of an epidemic of destroying mental health for this generation. Please vote against expansion. And the next piece of written testimony comes from the same person and reads as follows. Hello, I want to share my concern and many other parents' concerns about the mental health of these kids having to survive in a room that was only built for one or built for two. With the overcrowding issue, the library is too crowded. Kids have to sit on the floor if they don't have space in their rooms, leading to more mental stress. These kids have been under stress unlike any other generation. Please do not overcrowd their rooms and make them pay the price for a problem that is not their fault. The next piece of written testimony reads as follows. As a parent with a student currently housed in a first-year double in East Village, I am writing to express my opposition to updating many of these doubles to triples effective fall of 2022. The rooms in East Village are not especially large for a double, and the ceiling heights are not such that a student would be comfortable with fully lofted beds, which would be required in order to fit an additional set of student furniture in this sized room. Each room is configured with only two small shelf and hanging areas for clothes. The space between beds in the current configuration is limited. Additionally, one of the furniture sets would need to be placed directly in front of the only window in this room to accommodate a third person, blocking any significant light from entering the room. I believe that students housed like sardines in a room created to be a double would significantly impact the student experience and mental health. The solution to over-enrollment should not be as easy as creating a permanently cramped and incommodious living environment for students. Thank you for your time. The next piece of written testimony reads as follows. Dear board members, I would like to start with the fact that my two children are current members of the NU community and are filled with Husky pride. While there are numerous strengths to NU, prestigious and academic programs, great travel and study abroad opportunities, and a wide array of valuable co-op experiences, there are also some serious concerns that need to be addressed due to over-enrollment and the lack of resources to support the current students. I am writing in strong opposition to increasing the number of beds in International Village, East Village, and other dorms. I have a junior and a freshman who both requested to complete their first semester abroad at Northeastern. They are not transfer students and were admitted to NU. My son was placed in International Village when he returned for his second semester. It was a very tight space. I cannot imagine the negative impact the students will experience if additional beds are installed in these already cramped spaces. We need to set our students up for success. Our daughter was placed off campus in a hotel upon her return this January. Initially, I was upset with her inability to live on campus, but now realize how overcrowded the dorms are, and am grateful that she was placed there. Unfortunately, students are competing for study space and too often find themselves sitting on the library floor. In addition to the lack of study space, students are experiencing overcrowding in the cafeterias and are often not able to use the required meal plan. Hopefully, NU will address the over-enrollment issues and find better solutions to provide necessary resources for our students, such as adding more dorm space and continuing to rent space in local hotels instead of overcrowding the current dorm space, if NU wishes to continue to expand and not to reduce enrollment. Thank you in advance for your assistance. And I believe we have two more, and the next one reads as follows. To the Boston Planning and Development Agency Board, I'm the parent of a Northeastern University freshman. I'm writing to share my concerns about the plans to upsize the International Village and East Village dormitories. I listened to the February 16th BPDA public meeting, and I was grateful to learn more about the process and the issues from a variety of perspectives. I realize that there is no ideal solution to the problems created by a very large freshman class, and I empathize with the concerns of the community. It is positive to learn that Northeastern University has committed to an admissions process yielding a smaller class of 2026. However, at the BPDA meeting, there was no mention of NU in admissions numbers. The university does not consider NU in students as part of the regular admissions numbers. These students typically start college abroad for one semester. After that point, they come to Northeastern University's Boston campus, technically as transfer students. During the 2021 to 2022 school year, there are many hundreds of NU in students living in Boston in the Westin and Sheraton hotels because the international programs were affected by COVID. My son is one of those students living at the Westin. I did not hear any mention of NU in at the February 16th public meeting. Will the NU in cohorts for the class of 2026 be smaller? This is an essential question for the BPDA board to ask the university. These students will directly impact dorms, off-campus housing, and the Boston communities surrounding the campus. What is the actual size of the current freshman class, including NU in students? I urge the board to ask Northeastern this question. I believe the accurate number is closer to 7,000 students, not 4,500 students, as stated in the March 10th memorandum. At the February 16th BPDA public meeting, there were no floor plans of sample, and I'll stop there. And the final written testimony reads as follows. Northeastern's plan to increase the amount of beds inside of International Village, from this point out referred to as IV, is discriminatory to students and low-paying students who already shell out $40,000 or more just to study at this university. And the process they have gone about is frankly unprofessional and continues to hold the university's flagrant disregard for student input. This plan was unsupported at the start by many IV students. We were alerted by surprise one day that the university was suddenly deciding to cram more beds into an already small IV room. We did not, and I repeat, did not get to input our opinions into this matter. They steamrolled ahead with the changes without consulting IV students and resident assistants. None of us students had a say over the directors who decided this, who, may I remind others, do not dorm with the students. Of course, it's obvious these well-paid directors who have their own large homes would be so out of touch with the student opinion, and it's absurd that they cannot It's absurd that they can decide on such a whim when they don't know how we live and feel, paying around $6,000 for this already small space. It is hard to envision, but imagine a slightly bigger hallway than the one at your own homes. This is about the width of a normal IV dormitory room. There's just enough space for one desk, drawer space, and bed. Now, imagine cramming these items for a second person in the room. There would be barely any space to move freely through the room. Additionally, this would mean that instead of the normal 2 people sharing one bathroom, now 4 people will share the space. You wouldn't feel comfortable sharing one toilet and shower with 3 other different people, would you? Ending this off, I'm firmly against this dorm expansion by Northeastern University, and I encourage you all to be so as well, not just for the rights of international, and I will stop there. And that concludes the written public testimony.
Okay, thank you. So let's move on to questions and comments by the board, from the board.
Okay, I've got a couple of questions. It's Brian, and I'm wondering when Northeastern first became aware of this significant over-enrollment.
So for over-enrollment, we have finalized numbers in September when we had students arrive, and we report them out in October as part of our university accountability report.
Okay, so you weren't aware of this until September when the students actually started coming in?
Because, so the way, and I'm going to look to my colleague Kathy Spiegelman to chime in, but the way enrollment works is there's what is called a melt, is that during the summer, students may have put deposits for multiple institutions and then decide to go elsewhere. So even though they have put a deposit.
Oh.
So we don't know the exact numbers till September.
But it's late. It's when the students actually start arriving. And when was the city informed of this this bulge or this over-enrollment?
We submit our numbers in October as part of University Accountability Report.
Okay, so maybe a month later.
Brian, the University Accountability Report is due by ordinance, as you're probably aware, to the city the first couple of weeks of October. It was shortly thereafter, I think the week or 2 later, we scheduled, there was a scheduled IMP meeting about 8:40, the proposal about 8:40 Columbus Avenue. But at that time, there's always time for other conversation about what's going on. So that's when we revealed, because we had a pretty good idea of what was going on in September and October, but we wanted to have the official numbers that were audited by our folks so we could inform the public before they heard it from anybody else, and inform the task force before they heard it from anybody else.
Thanks, John. I'm just trying to get a handle. If we're looking to assure there'll be 2,500 accepted students coming in, what if it's 3,200 and this problem just continues to exasperate? How are we assured that if we cut back to 2,500, that'll be the real number?
So this is Kathy Spiegelman. I'm the Vice President Chief of Planning, Real Estate, and Facilities at Northeast. My colleagues, Victoria and John. The admissions folks are, they can never predict exactly to the person, but they are trying to be under enrolling and thinking about a wait list so that we can actually hit that 2,500, not 3,200. We've made that commitment and we're doing everything we can to live up to it. And going forward, we're also looking at rolling back those enrollments because the intention was not to expand the population for any length of time. It happened to us this year, and we realized we created a problem, and we're really trying to solve it.
Yeah, what bothers me is when I hear from the students and the parents, it was an error made by the university, and these kids, I know the dorm space is so tight to begin with that they're really suffering for that miscalculation. What other than going from a single to the double or just moving more furniture into these tight rooms, what other options were explored?
Well, we're in the hotels, so the hotels were an option, but the hotels were really an option because of what COVID was doing to the hotel business. And so that was explored. We actually were trying to use our own real estate and our own buildings to the greatest extent possible. I will say that it's not every single is becoming a double or every double is becoming a triple. And we've been very careful to look at rooms and not every single is the same size, not every double is the same size, and try and look at the rooms where it's most appropriate. And our residential life people do not believe that it will be a hardship for the students. And I think as Victoria indicated in her proposal, we do have a lot of students who would like to keep the cost of housing low because tuition is high and it's expensive to go to college. And as a single becomes a double or a double becomes a triple, it does offer an opportunity for a less expensive housing option for those students who take advantage of it.
Agreed, but that's sort of not what their agreement or their understanding was coming into this. I'm just wondering if there's some way, either looking at additional hotel rooms to soften so that there's not as many of these students in such tight quarters with access to the library and just very, very tight living quarters. I'm just making sure that you've explored every option to try to make this bad situation acceptable for the neighbors and for the students.
I appreciate that. And as I said, I think, we were in the Midtown Hotel, but the Midtown Hotel is slated to be torn down. The business at the Westin has taken back up. They want to rent hotel rooms. We are still in the Sheraton. But I will say that it's not the existing students. One of the things that happened to us in the fall was that students who are living on the campus now misinterpreted that we were actually going to put students in the rooms that they're living in now. So it will be students who are coming in who will know before they get here what their living arrangement is going to be when they come to campus.
Okay, thank you, Kathy, Victoria, and John.
Thank you for your questions.
Sure.
I have some questions which really concern the goal embedded in the Northeastern Institutional Master Plan of housing more students on your campus in order to free up housing in Fenway, Mission Hill, Roxbury, South End for working families and permanent residents. And it seems to me that when we approved the dorm that already exists on Columbus Ave, the privately managed dorm, I did ask about enrollment at that time because adding dorms only helps with that problem and achieve that goal if enrollment stays the same. And so here we are a few years later, and we're moving in the wrong direction for achieving that goal. Enrollment is going up, and the housing crisis continues in our neighborhoods. So I guess my question is, how are we going to improve, how is Northeastern going to improve transparency around enrollment? I think it needs to show the community and meet with the community, meet with the public about enrollment at least every year, maybe twice a year, and show enrollment numbers, show the trends, and project forward what the enrollment's going to be, and simultaneously show how they're going to house more students as opposed in relation to the enrollment. So I would like to hear about that. I'm just concerned that we have moved so far away from that goal in the wrong direction that now it's going to take even longer for us to really start to find relief in our neighborhoods. So that's really what I would like to hear you all comment on.
So I'll take that if I could. I think In the conversations we've been having with our task force and with our neighbors, we've tried to make it clear that by lowering enrollment next year and then continuing to keep the enrollment back to the pre-pandemic, pre-bulge year, we're expecting not to expand the size of the undergraduate population. And as requested by the Boston Planning and Development Agency, we've agreed to have open meetings to talk about enrollment on a regular basis. So I don't know if it was your suggestion or somebody else on the board, but they have asked us to do that, and we have agreed that we will. I will say the other thing is that as we get ready to do our new master plan, which the one we have now will expire in 2023, we've been working with our neighbors, and in particular, a conversation started with the community development corporations in Fenway and Mission Hill and Roxbury to start to think about programs that will actually seed housing stabilization in the neighborhoods. So in addition to housing our students, understanding that that's only one component that's contributing to lack of opportunity for people to stay in the neighborhoods and for people to have housing that allows them to both stay and thrive. And so I think I think what we'd like to do is make this an issue where we're not just taking students away, because students have some positive impacts if in fact we're able to manage the housing supply, but also make a contribution as a large institution around these neighborhoods in working with the city's housing division and the BPDA and folks in the neighborhoods to think about the kinds of things that Northeastern can do to contribute to neighborhood stabilization, in addition to doing as good a job as we can in housing our own students. So we're very excited that that's something we want to build on as we come forward to the board and the agency with our new IMP.
Great. I just hope that we can really move the numbers in another direction.
Understood. We hope so too.
I also, going back to the current kind of housing crisis you're having on your campus, in raising the density inside these dorms, what about the impact on COVID spread? And what about the impact on fire, evacuation, safety? You know, those two public safety issues.
So certainly in terms of fire safety, everything will be reviewed with the code agencies of the city for every bed that we're adding and every way that we're changing. We've already submitted and had conversations with the Inspectional Services Department. In terms of COVID, we had a pretty rigorous program over the past couple of years where students felt that they had a roommate that was sick and they felt vulnerable to that. We found ways to either, actually most recently, to rent a hotel room or in another way find a way for them to be separated if they wanted to be separated. We had wellness housing that was for isolation, but in fact the students really didn't take a lot of advantage of it. That's not really how they wanted to handle it. And I think now, because we all understand that COVID is probably endemic as opposed to a pandemic, we have to constantly be vigilant about, we have testing available to students, and we have absolutely on a case-by-case basis to make sure that every student on the campus gets what they need to feel healthy.
Can you explain again how you're going to be able to control enrollment to 2,500 when last year you were not able to control it to 3,500? I'm not totally understanding that.
I think two things happened last year. One was whatever the algorithms are that assume, that predict how many students you're going to bring in were actually not reliable last year because of COVID. So it was hard to understand how many students were willing to come to live in a residential situation in the campus. And two was more students. You always expect to accept more students than you think are going to come or that you know are going to come. And last year, we think because of COVID circumstances, many more students accepted the offer to come than we had expected.
I understand that. And how are you going to prevent that this year?
Well, hopefully, because we know we have a whole history of how many students typically come, and we feel we're out of the COVID impact on students' decisions about how they choose a college. And as I mentioned, I think we're trying to be conservative and kind of undershoot a little bit, and perhaps with a waiting list get to the 2,500 that we think the incoming class could be without having more negative impacts on the campus and on the other students.
And does the 2,500 include the NUN students that start overseas?
No, the NUN students have typically been about 1,700, and they come back in the spring, and they mostly come back and occupy housing for students who've gone out to co-ops outside the area or other kinds of abroad programs. So it's kind of a swap for how they come in. So the number that has traditionally been articulated, it wasn't about making up a number, it was how many students are here in September in the fall. That's what the city accountability report requires. So yeah, we have more NUN students this year too, and we're rolling that back as well. But they're not, they typically come in because other students go out.
So in January, you have 1,700 freshmen leaving campus?
No, not freshmen. It's not freshmen. It would be upperclassmen who leave and therefore make housing available, because freshmen are only a portion of the dorm occupancies.
I see. Well, I think it'll be very important when you're presenting your enrollment numbers to the public, that they are fully transparent and comprehensive and easy to understand.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I have a few questions. So I just want to clarify, are these reconfigurations and bed additions, is this your temporary solution, or do you intend to kind of permanently have these singles are now doubles are now triples?
I think it's hard to answer that question. I think we understand that having accepted this larger class, it's going to take a few years for us to get back to the population that we had. And we don't know whether these additional beds will be a problem or whether students who come to live in them have a problem with that. I think we all want to have as many students living on campus as possible. So if it turns out that the beds that we add work out and allows us to have more students on campus and fewer students in the neighborhood, it might be something that we all want to consider.
Do you have any renderings or just, again, configurations, or just trying to get my arms around, whether or not these bed additions are reasonable, or are, again, going to be creating a situation where students don't want to live in these overcrowded rooms, and then they end up going outside and going to the neighborhoods because this is not a enjoyable living situation.
So on our campus, freshmen and sophomores are required to live on campus. And the upper class students tend to take the apartments and actually tend to get access to more of the singles than the freshmen and sophomores do. So it's not as though if they got assigned a double and they wanted a single, they're going to go live off campus, because our residential component believes that it's better for the student to actually be on the campus those first 2 years. So I don't think it would mean students would say, I don't want to live there, I'm going to go someplace else. But the part of what is happening here is that we can't get in to actually precisely measure every room and decide which ones are actually the best, the first ones to do because of the way they are configured or their specific size, until they are vacant in the summer, until the students have moved out. We don't want to go in and start reconfiguring anything for students who are living there now. So as students leave, we'll be going into these buildings and figuring out which doubles and which singles can most easily handle another student.
I mean, that's not something you can do now. You don't have so there is no actual like how are you going to do this?
Well, there's the basic plans of the building, but students get in and they move things around and furniture. You can put different kinds of furniture in the room, and so sure, we have an idea, which is how we came up with the 900 number. It's not every single and every double, but the specifics of how that will work is something that we're going to go through the buildings and do when the students are not there, so we're not going in and reconfiguring places where students are living. We submitted drawings to the of what the configuration is of what the building room is.
Mm-hmm.
So those exist. We submitted them to the Inspectional Services Department.
Okay. And back to the rate adjustments. I know you said that there were going to be, some sort of rate adjustments, but do you have any more, again, specifics on what that is?
Well, there's a price for somebody who has a single. There's a price for somebody who lives in a double. There's a price for somebody who lives in a triple. They're all posted online. Students know what those are. And so if a student is now going to be living in a double as opposed to a single, their housing rate is going to be lower.
Okay. But they wouldn't. But are the singles the same size as the current doubles? Do you know what I'm saying? So if you're paying like a doubles rate,
I hear your question. I think the housing prices, and unfortunately, I'm not in the res life component, but typically it's not based on, particularly based on square footage. It can be based on what building it's in. We have older buildings and we have newer buildings. It's based on whether it's a single or a double. It's based on whether it's a suite or an apartment. So there's a whole range of different prices based on a whole evaluation of amenities that go along with a particular dorm.
Okay. I guess I think the experience of the student is going to be different with with these configuration changes, and I just really hope that you have that accounted for in the rate rate adjustments that are done, that are fair to students who are again already paying a significant, you're making a significant investment. So
yes, agreed.
And so this is just a tough one. I guess in the event that you don't you're not able to we end up in the same place, right? You don't hit that 2,500 number, right? So then what, then what happens? Do you go back to, the hotel room? Like, I'm just trying to get a sense of the risk here.
So I think, I hope that doesn't happen. We really hope that doesn't happen. We are doing everything we can with the folks in enrollment management to not have that happen. Certainly our first, the first way we tried to solve this problem is with this proposal that's before you this evening. We would probably think about hotels if they were available before we think about going and renting more apartments in the neighborhoods. So kind of as a progression, I suppose that's what we would do. But we are really, really focused right now on trying to get back to the level of enrollment that we had before this year.
All right.
And Chair Rojas, if I may, we also hope to, re-engage the community again, once again, on our plans at 840 Columbus Avenue. I know it's a couple of years off and getting it built to construct more dorm rooms there. And we know our master plan expires a year from this November 2023. And undoubtedly, there's going to be a demand and an ask from the task force, from the city, for more housing on our campus as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is
Could you all make a commitment to getting hotel rooms for the number of students that you were going to put into triples tonight? Can you make some kind of commitment to actually doing something more than you are proposing tonight? And I think that would be a good place to invest some resources, would be to not have triples.
I think there's a hotel that would allow you to do it.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I think the hotel business is coming back. Certainly the ones that we were in during COVID are interested in getting hotel guests back again. We can't make that commitment because we don't have control over the hotels. Yeah.
Madam Chair, before we go back to others, I have a couple of comments, no question, but transparency's been brought up a couple of times by several people. I'm approaching 25 years between the ZBA and the BRA, and there's no other institution in the city of Boston that I've experienced that has more transparency with the neighborhood than Northeastern University. And the majority of people that were opposed were ex-students or parents. And being a parent of two graduates just recently, one last year, the one the year before, I get it. They have a business decision to make to solve their issues. And where do we stop if there's no zoning violations? I mean, is it going to be the quality of food next, and the rooms to whatever the case might be? In some cases, there's going to be people, especially the kids that are paying for this themselves, are going to have an opportunity to lower their costs. And a lot of parents that are really struggling and getting home equity loans, and no idea where they're going to find the money. Now they have an opportunity to have lower rent, so to speak. And they're going to handle it, I guess, the same way. If a 2-bedroom is worth X, now there's 3, then it's going to divide by 3 versus 2. That's a good thing. I have some real estate, and these kids, when they graduate, they're always looking to stuff more kids in there to make the rent lower. And I hear them, but I also go in some of my apartments to do work, and sleeping on whatever doesn't seem to be an issue with them when they graduate. So my guess is it's probably not much different when they're in school. As a parent, I visited colleges with my daughter 6 and 7 years ago. Universities go above and beyond to woo these students. I mean, it's amazing. I've looked at them. I said, this is better than the home that I live in. And so I find it hard to believe this is a situation Northeastern wants. There's going to be a lot of disgruntled kids and parents. And they're going to want to fix this thing very quick, because bad news travels quicker than good news, and it's economics 101, supply and demand. Nobody could anticipate COVID coming, what we've had to experience. And this is another example. They didn't want this. They didn't expect this. And there's another side to it. It's a good thing. When we have more students, Hartford, Connecticut would love to have this problem. And 900 young kids, adults, living on campus versus competing with residents for apartments is a good thing. Not to mention containing their partying in the dorm versus the neighborhood. We have people actually policing them. And the people, again, if I was a property owner in that area, I'd be disappointed that I'd be losing out on this block of potential renters to compete with others and drive the rents up. So I think it's good for the neighborhood, and probably why we haven't heard one person in opposition that lives in the neighborhood. They're probably not aware of it. If they were, they'd be speaking in favor of it, that this is a good thing. And containing them, and when new dorms coming on Columbus Ave, and Northeastern has a business decision to make. I'm sure they're working overtime, looking for housing that's already built to solve this problem. They don't want this problem. So here we are with a decision to make, and I think it's a you know, an adult way to deal with it. And I'm in favor of it, and because it's going to get rectified quick, because they know those that aren't happy, it's not good. They're going to be looking to go elsewhere. Their sister or brother, don't come here. They're in a pickle, and I think they'll figure it out. They're smart people. So,
Madam Chair, if I could just, Michael Christen, the Director of Development Review, and just leading up to this action that's in front of you, we've been working closely with the administration, particularly with Chief Dillon. This is an issue that the administration takes very seriously, and it's something that you know, is in front of us and is at a decision point, but it's also something that we're going to continue to hold all of our institutions responsible for quality of life relative to their students. So I just want to stress that this is something that we are going to be continuing to monitor, working closely with the administration and making sure that we are, you know, not just kind of saying things, but actually monitoring it. And you know, we will obviously, with the IMP coming up, we fully expect this to be something that is going to be front and center as they go through their regulatory process.
Thank you. Yeah, so I mean, I think this is, you know, we're in the position that we're in right now, and you know, we do have to make a decision. But as you said, this will be front and center from the IMP perspective, and you know, I think the expectation is that you know, there's a real clear plan on enrollment and, you know, and housing and learning how to and having a plan that's going to manage it appropriately, so we're not back into this this situation. So any other questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark? Oh, sorry, Dr. Landsmark's not here. Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you, board members.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will work to earn your trust and keep on the promises that we made tonight and not get back to this situation in front of you again. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we are now going to move on to the next public.
Madam Chair, can we pause for 1 second?
Yeah.
The cable has gotten the internet connection fixed. They've been tethering from an iPhone to make this all work, but the internet is back now. So they want to take a brief, just a brief moment to connect to the City Hall internet.
Okay.
All right, so just a minute.
Okay.
All right, we're good to go. If we didn't lose everyone. Sorry. They got it all set up.
Sorry, I took a quick snack break. Okay, now we're back. So we're going to do the next public hearing. So for this one, simultaneous Vietnamese interpretation is being provided for this meeting using language interpretation function within Zoom. We ask that you be patient in case of any technical issues. Language interpretation will not be enabled until instructions on how to access interpretation have been interpreted into Vietnamese. Once interpretation has been enabled, a globe icon will appear. A reminder to all that are speaking today, we ask that everyone speak slowly for the interpreters. If you are speaking too quickly, I may interrupt you and ask you to speak slower. Thank you. So to enable interpretation for Vietnamese, please click on the globe icon at the bottom of your screen and select Vietnamese. You must also click mute original audio. So with that, New, will you now please interpret the instructions that I just gave?
Sure. Xin chào mọi người. Thì trong cái buổi họp hôm nay thì chúng ta có dịch vụ thông ngôn. Thì để mà chọn cái dịch vụ thông ngôn phiên dịch sang tiếng Việt thì mọi người vui lòng chọn hình quả địa cầu và mọi người chọn Vietnamese, có nghĩa là dịch ra tiếng Việt cho buổi họp tối nay. Và nếu mà quý vị có khó khăn gì về kỹ thuật thì xin gọi số 617 918 4236 hoặc gửi thư điện tử đến cái địa chỉ email đã có trên màn hình để nói về cái rắc rối của mình. Xin cảm ơn mọi người. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Ahmad, would you now please enable the interpretation? We're just going to give folks a few seconds to join. As you can see, the globe interpretation icon is there. You'll have to select Vietnamese and also select mute original audio. If you are having any difficulty activating interpretation, please call the phone number on the screen. Please take note of the phone number on the screen just in case you have any difficulties later. This project presentation has been translated into Vietnamese and is available on the BPDA website at bostonplans.org/about-us/bpda-board/board-meetings. Please take note of the website address on the screen to enable the translated project presentation. This is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as a Boston Planning and Development Agency pursuant to sections 80A-2, 80B-5.3D, and 80B-7 of the Boston Zoning Code to consider the Herb Chambers dealership project located at 710 through 720 Morrissey Boulevard in Dorchester as a development impact project. This hearing was duly advertised on February 23rd, 2022 in the Boston Herald. This is a BPDA hearing on a proposed petition by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, anyone who wishes to testify about the proposed project will be afforded an opportunity. We are taking support and opposition at the same time. If you're planning to testify, please take time now to verify that your computer microphone is active. Click on the hand icon on your Zoom control panel, and this will signal to the staff that you would like to speak. When your hand is raised, it will be blue. If you are calling into the meeting and would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When I call for all testimony, staff will announce your name and allow you to talk. You must unmute your microphone and your webcam will not be active. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. BPDA staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain. At that time, please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. At the conclusion of all oral testimony, any email testimony will be read aloud. Finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal if they so desire. Mr. Lance Campbell will now begin the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Golden. This project site, next slide, please. This project site is located at 710-720 Morrissey Boulevard in Dorchester. The site is bounded by Morrissey Boulevard to the west, Victory Road to the north, Freeport Street to the east, and a 7-Eleven to the south. Expressway Toyota is just to the north across Victory Road, and the 7-Eleven convenience store is just to the south on the same side of Morrissey Boulevard. The proposed project will contain approximately 112,600 gross square feet of building area and will include showrooms, offices, service bays, vehicle storage, customer amenities, including lounges, and will be supported by approximately 222 off-street parking/storage spaces located within the building and approximately 178 surface parking spaces outside of the building. BPA staff recommends the board to take the following actions: approve the Herb Chambers dealership project as a development impact project, issue a scope and determination with further review. Number 3, issue a certification of compliance. And 4, execute and deliver a development impact agreement, cooperation agreement, execute and deliver any and other documents or agreements, and take any and all other actions deemed appropriate and necessary to the director in connection with the proposed project. Paul Lasordo, the project representative, will address the board and give a brief overview of the project. Thank you. Paul? Paul Lasordo? Madam Secretary? Oh, okay, just one moment, please. We'll get Paul in the meeting.
Yep, we're just, if you could give us just 1 second, we're just
No problem.
dealing with a little technical difficulty. Theme of the night, but he should be on in 1 second.
Good to go.
Paul, you're all set to go.
Thank you, Lance, and thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the board and BPDA staff and general public for listening. We've been on for a few hours now, and we know the board's been on even longer, so I will make my presentation brief. The site, as Lance said, is south of the Morrissey Boulevard drawbridge. It is immediately south of the Expressway Toyota, across the street from the 7-Eleven store, and also north of the, north of the 7-Eleven and across the street from the CVS. We've got salt sheds between us that recently built by the DOT, Mass DOT, and the Expressway. The site was, for many years, back in the 1970s, a Westminster Dodge dealership. Unfortunately, it's still an old building. It's probably the most antiquated of all the 50-plus Herb Chambers buildings. It's a partly metal building. It is old. It is dilapidated. It's an old-style car dealership. What we're proposing is phase construction to move slightly to the south, to the right. The red on your screen in the lower left is the existing building, 18,000 square feet. We propose on our 2.2-acre site to move our 28,000 square foot new footprint to the right and replace our old dilapidated facility with a state-of-the-art 4-story building that will have to the right, on the lower right rendering, which is looking at it from the Victory Road, Morrissey Boulevard side, you'll see our service entrance to the right. We'll look at that again later. You'll have 2 high-speed doors going in. You'll have room for at least 4 cars on each side to queue, and you will also have valets to take your car. Being a modern type dealership like the one we recently completed on Commonwealth Avenue, the customer who comes in by the service will immediately get out of his vehicle and be escorted to a customer lounge in an area where he will be written up. There'll be playrooms for children, and all that will be on the first floor. His car will be immediately be taken to the service bays, which in the site plan and first floor plan that's done to the left, that area would be to your right. There'll be 30 service bays to service the cars. The cars that we're not ready for yet will go up the ramps, upstairs. One thing you'll notice in the lower right rendering is there's a lot of glass. We started off with a lot less glass because a lot of the building on the upper floors is for inventory and parking to be more of a self-contained building so that we don't have cars all over the place and looking for cars to bring in and bring out. You'll see that the architectural features have evolved since we started our project in the fall of 2019. We had a lot of involvement with the communities, both Pope's Hill, Clam Point, and Port Norfolk. Most of them wanted a more interesting building. Since half the building is basically a parking garage, you're trying to disguise it as a high-end office building using ACM panels. We were asked to unify the glass on the corners to bring it into a more uniform. We're asked to make the glass levels at the same height. Our architect did a great job working with the BCDC and being responsive to their concerns, BPDA staff concerns, and also the public concerns. So we've unified the elevations. We've put glass on all sides. If you look to the right, you'll see what they refer to as lollipop windows. That's just a car ramp, but we've tried to make it look more interesting. The staff in the BCDC asked that the Honda Wave, which is a required design element from Honda, be lowered to be more pedestrian friendly. So that's what we have, and that's overall what we're proposing. Could we go to another slide, Lance? This is the site plan that really shows where you'll be entering on Morrissey Boulevard. BPDA staff, in conjunction with our transportation person, Jeff Dirk from Vanessa Associates, asked that we move the entryway further north by about 150 feet, so that would line up with the exit on the other entrance on Freeport for easier access. They also were, even though we assured them based on our experience on Commonwealth Avenue that there wouldn't be any queuing at all, they wanted to make sure that if there was any queuing outside, it would be on our property and not on Morrissey. If you look closely on the right-hand side of this picture, you'll see 8 cars queued inside. And those will never probably even have 8 cars because we'll have the valets immediately taking them. The area to your left is the customer lounges and the service writing areas. The areas to your right are other service bays. The next floor up, which we're not going to go to at this time, is that's our main showroom, and that will have glass on all 3 sides: Morrissey, Victory on your left, Freeport, and the Expressway on the upper side to our east. And the thing that's noteworthy about this, while we're looking at the entire plan, is we start a site with absolutely no green on it. And what we're adding over 10,000 square feet of green on all sides. On the left side, I think it's one of the more interesting sides. We are proposing a 10-foot sidewalk to accommodate bike and pedestrian. A normal sidewalk is about 5 feet wide. We're proposing to increase that and have a public-private parks on each corner. We'll have benches, pavers, lighting, and those. The importance of that is especially because DCR is proposing a bikeway along the front of our path. There'll be a bikeway and a walkway. Those are shown alternating in gray and white. I believe the gray is actually the sidewalk and the white is the proposed cycle path. There'll be another one proposed to extend the Neponset River bike trail that comes over by Port Norfolk and Benicia. And I've ridden the hub on wheels a couple of times, and you ride on this pristine Neponset Valley Trail and you get dumped out on Freeport Street with cars whizzing by you. So this will be great to have the bike trail. Our 10-foot sidewalk here with these pocket parks will create a connection, help to create connection between the enhanced bikeway pedestrian lanes on Morrissey, connecting to those that will connect to the very lovely existing Neponset Trail and going down to a UMass to your left. The plantings that we've planned are on all sides, particularly as enhanced planting on the Victory side. But you'll notice also that we have no entrances on the Victory side. Presently, there's 2. But what we're doing is we're closing off 2 of those entrances, again, the request of the community, request of the BPDA staff, so that we will create a more pedestrian-friendly experience. Looking forward to, looking at what's presently there, we had our lumber liquidators across from us. It's now going to be a tile center, but we think Morrissey's on the increase. To our right, off camera, to our right, are the new apartments at 780 Morrissey Boulevard where the old Phillips Candy House were. They're 5 or 6 stories above podium parking, which means we will be approximately 65 feet tall. They'll probably be well into the 70s from ground level, looking over the expressway. They will be almost 200,000 square feet. We are 112,600 square feet, as Lance said, and they're proposing phase 2, which will double that size. So they'll be 3.5 to 4 times bigger, and they will be taller than us. So viewing from the south, coming up from the expressway from the south, but looking across the 3/4 mile from the Venezia, Port Norfolk area, we will be obscured from that direction by these, partially obscured, but not completely obscured by the unexpected salt sheds that the DOT has put up. But,
Paul, let's show them that wonderful building. Let's do that.
okay, let's get to the building. Thank you,
All
Lance.
right.
I know it's getting late. This is a view, these views are from the Morrissey Victory side. We believe this, we've made a lot of changes, we've made a lot of improvements over the year and a half we've been at it. We've lowered the canopy, we've unified the glass, as you can see, from being uneven to being even on all sides. We've added lollipop windows where necessary. We've enhanced the landscaping continually, and we've done everything we can to work within. And we feel that even though it's been a long process, it's benefited the community and the city, and ultimately we get a better design out of it. We had to twist some arms with Honda to agree to a few things that they don't do, but formulas are meant to be changed. This also shows, the slide that Lance has up now, shows you the double barrel, high-speed doors entering. Next slide, please. This is from the 7-Eleven side. We have no reason to have glass in this end. The glass, other than the lollipop glass on the bottom, that's where there's a reconditioning area. So the techs will get some extra light, but up above it's parking and inventory. But we put the glass there to create a more of a office building look, give it a little more architectural interest. Glass, this is insulated glass, it costs money. And the panels are all ACM panels that you'd normally see on a high-end office building. So it's, Honda may be known as a budget car, but there's not too much budget about this building. Next slide, please. This is from the Victory Freeport side, and the lower slide particularly, so there's the before and after shots. And this particularly, this is as we evolved the design, we were asked to green it up. As you can see, we took it very seriously. We eliminated that entrance on that side, as well as another one. We used that space for pocket parks, which I thought would be a good idea, and the community embraced them. We've got pavers, we've got benches, we've got lighting, we've got enhanced shrubbery, we've got some mounding. There was a lot of talk about the pedestrian experience. We're taking a car dealership. It's still a car dealership, but what we can do is try to integrate it into the community, and with these upcoming improvements proposed by DCR, do our part with these public-private pocket parks and the expanded sidewalk slash bikeway, if you will. We will be rebuilding the sidewalks on all sides and doing the planting. The planting on Morrissey will be integrated with what the DCR plans are still in flux. That's exactly what they're building, but we will be working closely with them as well as Boston Parks Department. Next slide, please. This slide up.
Oh, you have 30 seconds.
The lower slide shows what we're building. Here's a nice clean shot of the building. Next slide, please. Going back to this, we've worked very hard with the IGBC and the green building people. This is probably the most energy efficient green building Chambers has ever built. Solar panels, you name it, we got it. Everything, it costs money. We're cognizant of flooding in the area. We're contributing $100,000 for a deployable floodgate toward its design. Thank you very much. I've been asked to stop. Did I go over it, Lance, or am I restricted?
I think you're good. This concludes our presentation.
Thank you
Madam
very
Chair.
much.
Thanks, Paul.
All right, thank you very much. And we now, since this is a public hearing, we'll begin the public hearing testimony portion of this item. So Secretary Polhemus, do we have anybody that would like to testify?
Yes. Maria Lyons, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm Maria Lyons. I live at 176 Walnut Street in Dorchester. I'm on the Neponset Greenway Council Board and also the Neponset Watershed Association Board, and I'm a science teacher. I'm also involved with many environmental groups around Boston Harbor and have been for years. Hello, Paul. They did come to the Port Norfolk meeting, but to be honest, they didn't come till, 2 months ago? So they came at the last minute. They did come, but they needed a little bit of arm twisting there to get them there. So let's be honest. And what was said at the meeting was that we wish that they lowered the building and spread it out if they have so much land instead of the higher building. So this just to clarify that. What I wanted to say tonight, and I'm trying to be quick because I know everyone wants to go home. But in 1988, the BPDA did a study of the Dorchester waterfront, and it said that should retain the smaller heights along the water to protect the views and the sea breezes from the hills of Dorchester and retains the environment for the community. It also protects the views of Dorchester from the waterfront. If you're looking from Castle Island or UMass Boston or Quincy or on a boat or Port Norfolk, you see the hills of Dorchester, you see the beautiful blue hills in the background, which is on the seal of Dorchester. That'll all be gone. Instead, we're just going to see Honda. I should also point out that this entire area is high hazard flood and stormwater runoff area. If you look at the Climate Ready Dorchester and the Boston Water Reservoir inundation studies, this is an extreme area. I also want to point out the entire neighborhood borders the Neponset River, which is an area of critical environmental concern, which not only protects the environment, but protects recreational areas as well. And these recreational areas are used by minority communities. Morrissey Boulevard hasn't been figured out yet with all its issues, and there's no T-stop in the area yet. We've had no BPDA neighborhood comprehensive study of the area. Instead, everything's being approved one piece at a time, building a wall between Dorchester and the waterfront, and this just isn't fair. Other neighborhoods have had huge comprehensive studies. This project in particular is too high, much higher than 4 stories. The 4 stories is misleading. It's too massive, it's too bright, it's going to disturb the wildlife in the ACEC. The state is trying to improve waterfront connections and improvement in its beaches, parks. Morrissey Boulevard is becoming green. Neponset Greenway will run right behind. The city itself has ideas of improving Victory Road and Tinian Beach for climate resiliency, environmental improvements, and scenic beauty. All of these areas will be seen. We'll see this project sticking up over the side of the expressway. So then you ask, how does this project...
Ms. Lyons, thank you.
I'm almost done.
Thank you so much.
There's nobody else waiting. How does this project enhance the neighborhood?
There are others waiting. I'm sorry. I do
just 30 seconds?
I do have to stick to the rules of 2 minutes per person.
Why is it that sometimes the board meetings are public and sometimes they're not?
It's a public hearing.
This is a public hearing.
Yeah, but sometimes people can testify and some people can't. I don't understand that. And you have to consider, why would you put a massive car dealership in an area that's supposed to be made more green?
Thank you. Thank you for your...
Thank you for giving me a few more minutes. Thank you.
Michael Burns, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, good evening all. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, members of the board. Again, my name is Michael Burns. I'm a council representative for the Northeast Regional Council of Sheet Metal Workers, Local 17 here in Boston. On behalf of my membership, I rise tonight to support this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Gary Walker, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, Director Golden, once again, Gary Walker, Electricians Local 103, I'd like to speak in strong support of. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gary. Minor Perez, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, Madam Chair, members of the board. Minor Perez representing the Carpenters Union. We want to go on record of support of the project.
Thank you, Minor. Is there anyone else who would like to testify on this project? Please raise your virtual hand. Madam Chair, I believe this concludes.
Okay, thank you, Secretary Polhemus. Lance, do we have any email testimony that needs to be read into the record?
There are no emails that have come in recently? I have none. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. All right, so let's move on to board questioning. Do we have any comments or questions from the board?
Could you comment briefly on the environmental issues that were raised and how you're working to mitigate those through permeable paving or other types of green interventions?
Yes, Dr. Landsmark, thank you. I did not mention that we are raising the building 2 feet, which will bring it above the FEMA flood level. We don't quite get to the level that we could have because the surrounding roadways, of course, are at whatever elevation they are, and traffic people have told us would create an unsafe condition, but we are raising it 2 feet. We are moving all our mechanical, electrical, and elevator units to the upper floors. We have worked with the IGBC, Amber Galco and Chris Birch, and the flood resiliency side of that group to flood-proof with breakaway panels and things like that. We are creating 10,000, where we have 0 stormwater detention now, we're creating 10,600 cubic feet of stormwater detention. So we have basically an unengineered site. Where we have no green, we are creating over 10,000 square feet of green. I heard from Lance yesterday that we will be, it will be in our board memo that we will be making, unless we can't do it, we're going to be exploring pervious pavement all around. We've done it in certain areas. We've never done it in an entire site. I haven't got the exact verbiage that Lance has included, but we have committed to this project. We would have given it up a long time ago if we wouldn't. We do have solar panels on the roof, 6,500 square feet. We are committed to moving very aggressively towards the zero carbon, footprint that's going to be required in the Boston 2050. We are well aware of what's going on with berms and floodgates, and we are supporting that with a $100,000 donation, $49,000 for bikes. We've got charging stations. Honda and Sony have just made a joint venture to develop state-of-the-art electric cars even further than the ones they already have. So we know where we are geographically, and we know what we have to deal with, and we plan on doing our part. We've been working very hard. I won't say grilled, but we've been working very hard with the both Katie Peterson and the green building people. We've engaged 2 different firms on green buildings and on zero carbon building models. You name it, we've got it. We're doing more in this building than we've ever done, and they continue to maintain jurisdiction over us until that moment we pull the building permit, probably 9 months from now, Dr. Landsmark. And we expect that as the construction level drawings get finalized on both flood resiliency and on green building technology, we will be working with them, and they will be holding our feet to the fire. And so I hope that answers the question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan? Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
You too. Okay, we are now moving on to the fourth and final public hearing of tonight. For this hearing, simultaneous Chinese interpretation is being provided for this meeting using language interpretation function within Zoom. We ask that you be patient in case of any technical issues. Language interpretation will not be enabled until instructions on how to access interpretation have been interpreted into Cantonese and Mandarin. Once interpretation has been enabled, a globe icon will appear. A reminder to all that are speaking today, we ask that everyone speaks slowly for the interpreters. And if you're speaking too quickly, I may have to interrupt you and ask you to speak slower. To enable interpretation for Cantonese and Mandarin, please click on the globe icon on the bottom of your screen, and by selecting Mandarin for Mandarin and Cantonese for Cantonese. You must also mute original audio. So Anna and Terry, would you now please kindly interpret the instructions I just gave?
Thank you, Priscilla. Good evening, everyone. I'm Anna. I'll be your Cantonese interpreter for the meeting tonight. 大家好，我係 Anna， 我係今天晚上嘅廣東話翻譯員。陣間你見到個地球儀嘅圖標嘅時候咧，請你撳落去揀粵語，就係廣東話，咁就會成功進入咗廣東話嘅翻譯嘅頻道㗎啦。唔該晒 ，Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Terry. I'll be your Mandarin interpreter for the meeting tonight. 大家好，我是 Terry， 我是你们的国语翻译。待会呢，你在屏幕下方呢会看到一个地球仪的图标，你点这个地球仪的图标，然后再选择普通话，你就可以进入到这个普通话就是 Mandarin 的频道了。好，谢谢大家。Thank you, Madam Chair. Back to you.
Thank you. Ahmad, would you now please turn on the interpretation? So we're going to wait just a few seconds for folks to join the interpretation channel. The globe icon has now appeared, and you'll just have to select your respective language, and don't forget to click the mute original audio button. If you are having difficulty activating interpretation, please call the phone number on the screen. Please take note of the phone number on the screen. If you have difficulties later in the meeting, you can call that number. The project presentation has been translated into Mandarin and Cantonese and is available on the BPDA website at bostonplans.org/about-us/bpda-board/board-meetings. Please take note of this website address on the screen to enable the translated project presentation. This is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with Section 80A-2, 80B-5, and 80C-5 of the Boston Zoning Code to consider the First Amendment to the amended and restated development plan for Planned Development Area Number 1, Stewart Street, Boston, and the notice of project change for the previously approved project at 380 Stewart Street. This hearing was duly advertised on February 23rd, 2021 in the Boston Herald. This is a BPDA meeting on a proposed petition by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, anyone who wishes to testify about the proposed project will be afforded an opportunity. We are taking support and opposition at the same time, and if you're planning to testify, please take time now to verify that your computer microphone is active. Click the hand icon on your Zoom control panel, and this will signal to the staff that you would like to speak. When your hand is raised, it will be blue. If you are calling into the meeting and would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When I call for all testimony, staff will announce your name and allow you to talk. You must unmute your microphone and your webcam will not be active. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. The PDA staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain. At that time, please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. At the conclusion of all oral testimony, any email testimony will be read aloud. Finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal if they so desire. Mr. Nick Carter will now begin the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Golden, and Secretary Brolhimos. We are here before you this evening to present the First Amendment to the Planned Development Area Number 1 and the Notice of Project Change for the previously approved project at 380 Stewart Street. As you may remember, this project came before this board in 2015 under the previous ownership of John Hancock. Through an extensive process with the BPDA and the public, the design of the project, which has been sold to Skanska USA, has been reimagined while staying within the previously approved building envelope to create a building that is both a thoroughly modern office building and an exciting addition to the skyline. The project will bring much needed foot traffic back to downtown Boston with roughly 6,200 625,000 square feet building with Class A office space, retail on the ground floor, and a large number of public realm improvements. The building will also be a net zero building on day one. Before the development team presents, Ken and Ryan will give an overview of the planning context for the project.
Good evening, members of the board, Madam Chair. My name is Ken Ryan. I'm the Deputy Director for Downtown and Neighborhood Planning, and I'm filling in for Ted Schwartzberg, who's the Back Bay Planner. So I just wanted to give a little bit of context about the Stewart Street Planning Study. The study was completed in 2011, and the board adopted urban design guidelines in 2015 coming out of that. In March 2016, updated zoning amendments were made to Article 48. Within the architectural district within which this building sits, it called for greater heights along South Boylston. The previous iteration of 380 Stewart Street was approved through an amended PDA prior to the 2016 zoning amendment. The proponent seeks to update the design of the previously approved 380 project and is in consistency and alignment with the previous dimensional requirements through the PDA. I also want to note that this is consistent with the Stewart Street Planning Study's goals of active ground floor use, creating through block connections, service entrances located on the secondary street, and contributions to the public realm improvements. Thank you very much, and I'll turn it over to Nick or the proponents for the next slides.
Thanks. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Board, for being here tonight. I know it's late, so hopefully this won't be too much longer. I'm Carolyn Desmond with Skanska Commercial Development. I'm joined tonight by Rusty Martino and Mike Kaliva on my Skanska team, who are available to assist in answering any questions that might come up, as well as Bill Casey from CBT Architects, who will be joining as well tonight. So quickly to orient everyone where this project is, this is obviously in a dense urban area, but I think we have the fortunate opportunity with this site being that the setbacks from some of the adjacent properties is more robust than what you see in a typical urban environment. The project is located between Berkeley Street and Clarendon Street, as you see here, 380 Stewart. Next slide, Nick. So as Nick mentioned and Ken mentioned, this was a previously approved project by John Hancock in 2015. And what you can see on this slide is really a building that was designed for a single tenant occupancy, a headquarter building for John Hancock and its employers. While we could have taken this design and run with it and finished the design and started construction, we took a pause. We said, how can we make this building better for the neighborhood, the community, for the tenants that are going to be occupying here? And so really wanted to figure out how to improve this before we finish the design. So what you'll see tonight is what those improvements are through this notice of project change. Next slide. And in short, I think this is a great summary of what we're asking for tonight. This is essentially the same building for all intents and purposes as far as height, density, uses, parking, FAR. What we're not seeking is to change those things. What we're seeking is to improve the building, and we'll talk about what those items are. The materiality of the facade, the facade terraces, enhancing the public realm, and really taking the next step with sustainability for this project. I think we like to say we're not making a bigger building, we're making a better building. So that's kind of the motto that we've been using throughout this project. Next slide. A quick snapshot. I don't need to focus a lot here, and Ken kind of mentioned this, but this is part of a PDA number 1, which was has been in place for many years. So this is an amendment to that PDA, as well as the notice of project change. Next slide. I wanted to give a quick overview of the process we have gone through, and the people we have met with in the community and with the city. So we bought the project in 2020, and even before we purchased the land, we reached out to the neighbors and got some initial feedback on what they would like to see to make this a better project from what was previously approved. We spent the next year really working with the BPDA staff, the BTD, and the neighbors, and trying to get feedback about how we could improve this project. And I think we've done that. I think we have a project here tonight that is is better than what was previously approved and what will really enhance the neighborhood. Next slide. So what did we hear and how have we made, what changes have we made? So this is a quick overview and then I'll get into some more details. But the feedback was, okay, we want a design that's high quality architecture fitting for the neighborhood. Done. You will see tonight that that is exactly what this new building does for the neighborhood and for the Boston skyline. 2, this building needs to outperform the existing sustainability measures that were in place for the Hancock design. We push the limits. We are, as Nick said, we are going to be an all-electric building, carbon net neutral, and this is really important to Skanska and to this project, and that is something that we have endeavored to do for this project, and we will accomplish. Wind. We all know that this part of Boston, the Back Bay, is very windy, so we were asked to make sure that we do not make worse conditions than what was approved with John Hancock design. We did that. We studied the pedestrian level. We studied, in fact, we even kind of went a little farther and studied the wind impacts on the adjacent properties on their terraces. And it is, very clear that the new building not only is the same in many conditions, but is better in some conditions for the wind. So we're very, very happy with that and glad to respond to the community. Shadows, the ask to create no new impacts. This building does not create any new impacts to shadow. Transportation, we worked really hard with the BTD and the neighbors to make a transportation plan that changes shifts the entrance and egress sequence for the building to really minimize pedestrian and vehicular conflicts. And so we'll show you what that is tonight. Greenery, the importance for incorporating trees, plantings, and enhancing the public realm. We've done that by adding, enhancing a public plaza and adding street trees on Stewart Street. So we'll show you that as well. And then public safety. This is very important to us. There was a through block connection always contemplated on the site, but we wanted to make sure it was designed and built in a safe way as well as the public plaza. So I'll show you how we've accomplished that tonight as well. Next slide. This is a quick snapshot of the Stewart Street view of 380 Stewart Street. So what used to be designed from John Hancock was a lobby that was facing straight to their building on the other side of Stewart Street. What our new design does is open up the ground floor, create a visibility to Clarendon and Berkeley Street, activate this street, allow for more light, more activity, retail to spill out, and a public plaza. And we really are excited about kind of this change to the ground floor experience. Next slide. Two big components of the first floor that, or the public experience that we enhanced and we improved from the previous design was the East Passage and the West Plaza. These are two things that we really do think are public benefits to the neighborhood. The East Passage allows for the porosity through the site to access points on Stanhope Street where there's active retail and the Back Bay Station. This little passageway also is designed in a way that can be safe, is activated, is lit, is accessible to a bike storage area as well as a cafe or some sort of retail that can make sure that it's enlivened at all times. And we really think this is a great improvement to the goals of the city, the BTD, and the urban planning staff, as well as the neighborhood. On the West Plaza, excuse me, we made this area bigger and more inviting. We wanted this to be a place that can spill out from the lobby, a place that people can sit under a tree on a nice day in Boston, and we even added a water feature at the end of the plaza. So we really feel like this is a good place for the neighborhoods. You don't have to go far to get a little green park, a pocket park. In the neighborhood, you can come right down here and sit outside. So we're really excited about this feature as well. Next slide. A quick overview of the ground floor plan. So a couple things I want to point out in this. This is the new design. So you can see the West Plaza. Again, I really want to emphasize that this is a great public amenity, I think, that we've really tried to embrace and make as good as possible. So this is a big area that kind of is activated by the retail and people can come and enjoy. And you can see the little water feature at the south side of that plaza. And then on the east side, you have the exit of the garage. So the change that we have made is exiting the garage onto the alley 559 to directly access Berkeley Street. The original design from John Hancock had the garage exit going right into the middle of the Clarendon's drive aisle on the left side of the page, and then exiting to Stewart Street. So that condition added more curb cuts on Stewart Street, added additional pedestrian and vehicular complex, and with the help of BTD and the ask of BTD, we were encouraged to move this exit onto the alley, which we did, and this is a much better and safer condition for the neighborhood. So that's the ground floor plan. Next slide. Wanted to show a quick cut through of the ground floor and the lobby. This is a really neat image. This shows this grand staircase that we're putting in the lobby and the second floor that's activated by little pods where people can sit and have coffee. This is meant to be a space where the tenants of the building can invite someone from the outside to come in and have a meeting, or simply people passing by can come in and experience this space. It's meant to be open and visible and really activated in a way that wasn't previously there from the old design. And you can see the way that we envision the retail kind of mixing in with the lobby and really creating an exciting activated experience, but also places where people can stop, have a chill, have a coffee and hang out with a friend in the neighborhood. Next slide. And this is the last, oh, this is not the image, but this is not what I thought it would be. This is the final image of the building. We had some very beautiful renderings up here in my version, but that's okay. So this is kind of the final form of the building I wanted to show. And what I wanted to emphasize here is that, you know, through meetings with BCDC, BPDA, and the planning staff, we were able to make this building a better building by adding these terraces, staying within the square footage, within the height limits, within the general envelope of what was previously approved, adding these terraces that are an equitable access to outdoor space for all of the users of the building. In this post-COVID world, this is something that we feel is very important. This is something that we've spoken to a lot of occupants in the community about, and really that's what people want. They want to come back to the office and have access to outdoor space. So we've really accomplished that with this design. It's not only functional, but we really do think it is an elegant building for the Boston skyline. Next slide. Quickly on our sustainability measures that we're accomplishing, this is something we're very proud of. As Nick mentioned, the building will be zero net carbon emissions. We try to push the envelope as much as we can at Skanska, and this is something we're really proud of, to be able to say it's an all-electric office building. In addition, we're prioritizing the health and wellness of the occupants, making sure that it's not just about the mechanical systems, but it's a building that people feel healthy and they want to be in to work, come back to work. Next slide. DE&I, this is something also that's very near and dear to my heart and to Skanska. We've engaged with a partner, Cage and THM, to really make sure that we're thinking about DE&I from every aspect of the project through design, construction, and operation of this building. Next slide. And I'll end with the public and community benefits. While we have taken on everything that was, we're maintaining all the commitments that John Hancock made. You can see on this slide what those are, but I want to also point out the additional things that we are doing as part of public and community benefits, with the sustainability measures we're taking, with the transportation improvements we're making, with the sustainability and the public realm changes we're making. We really feel like we're going beyond what was committed to from John Hancock's design and approvals, and I got the stop sign, and making a better building. So I'll end there. That was really quick, but thanks to the BPDA and everyone for getting us to this point. I know this project we've had a lot of discussions on it, and we really think it's better for those discussions. This project is something that once it's started and once we can get going, it will show that Boston office life is real. We are thriving. This market is thriving. Boston is coming back to work, and this is the right place to do it. And we're excited to move this project forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, so this is a public hearing. So we will now take any testimony. Secretary Polhemus, do we have anyone who would like to testify?
Yes. Catherine Peterson, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, and good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm Catherine Peterson, Executive Director of Arts Boston. We are Greater Boston's largest nonprofit arts service organization, and we serve 150 dance, music, and theater companies and museums. And I'm here to speak in support of Skanska's current design for 380 Stewart Street for two reasons. The first is the project's important for the people and also the street level retail and the public plaza, which we just saw so beautifully brought to life, that it brings to enliven an area with many cultural organizations which need audiences right now. And secondly, we're a neighbor. Our Bostix information and ticket booth is located in Copley Square. And we know that the 380 Stewart Street development will help to drive foot traffic to Copley Square and to our cultural information booth. Also nearby are key Boston cultural venues and Arts Boston members, such as the Lyric Stage Company of Boston, Manual Music, Boston Center for the Arts, Arts Emerson, the Huntington Theater. All of these venues will benefit from the 380 Stewart Street's vibrant street level retail offerings and additional people, as mentioned before. And I have to say, all of us at Arts Boston think that the updated proposal is a really great improvement on the original design, offering a unique addition to the Boston skyline. So as a neighbor, Arts Boston is pleased to offer support for a project with so many benefits for the community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Michael Burns, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, good evening again, everybody. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, members of the board. Thank you, Ms. Desmond and the Skanska team for your presentation tonight. Particularly, I'd like to thank the staff of the BPDA. You know, these meetings go long, and I know how hard you guys work, so I think kudos to you guys for facilitating these meetings. Once again, my name is Michael Burns. I'm a council representative for the Northeast Regional Council of Sheet Metal Workers. And on behalf of myself and my membership, I rise tonight to wholeheartedly support this project. Thank you, and I hope you have a good night.
Thank you. Gary Walker, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, Director Golden, once again, Gary Walker, Electricians and Technicians, Local 103. I'd like to speak in strong support and like to thank the development team for sticking with this project and keeping it alive. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Gary. Ian Webb, you can unmute yourself. Ian, go ahead. Yep, I can hear you.
Great, thank you very much. Well, thank you for the opportunity to comment. So I must say that I strongly oppose both this project as well as the process in which this project is moving forward. This project needs to be taken back to the initial planning stages based on the fact that there are many problems with this project that 2 minutes will not be sufficient to fully explain. And that despite the developer's statement to the contrary, this project has not in any way been adequately discussed with the community, and therefore there needs to be further opportunity for community engagement. You know, talking about the process, the PDA amendment was made for John Hancock to entice the employer to stay in Boston, in large part due to political interests. That PDA was amended for John Hancock, and then they left despite it. And now a new developer wants to come in 7 years later, despite the Stewart Street guidelines being in place for 6 years, and pretend that nothing has happened in the interim and that they can move forward and develop this enormous building. You know, the developers believe this is an improvement on the last design. I certainly disagree with that, but even if that hypothesis were true, better doesn't necessarily mean good enough. This project needs a lot more revision. It sits in an incredibly visible place in the central Boston skyline and will be there and will dictate the identity of this city for many years to come, and therefore we really need to take the time to address it properly. The review process needs to be restarted from scratch, not with a PDA NPC amendment. We need to start from the beginning so the community can have input and that the many problems in terms of traffic, wind, et cetera, are addressed. You know, this is a very, very large building on a very small lot that is in no way contextual with its neighbors as shown as the developer slides. So we really need to not move forward and start from the beginning because this will be a disaster for our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Webb. Minor Perez, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, Madam Chair, members of the board. Minor Perez from the Carpenters Union, representing hundreds of members that live and work in the city of Boston. First, I want to thank you for all the hard work. I know it's been a long night as board members. And I also want to commend the development team for a great presentation. Caroline, that was amazing. And also, I just simply want to thank Skanska. They have been partners of the Carpenters Union for a very long time. We have had hundreds and hundreds of hours work, and you have always demand that in Boston residents are used, and that goes very far for us. And thank you for your partnership. And again, we're in full support of the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Minor. Anthony Gordon, you can unmute yourself. Anthony, you need to unmute yourself. Yep, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. In 2 minutes, I can tell you all the things I object to about this proposal.
Anthony, actually, your connection isn't very good. You're breaking up a lot.
What it is, because the Zoom is terrible.
Do you want to, would you like to call in from a phone?
My 2 minutes be up, or can you go on?
I'm sorry, Anthony?
Yeah, I think Anthony, if you can call in from the phone, you'll still get your full 2 minutes. I think that's what I heard your question was.
All right, Anthony. The phone number is Anthony, if you can hear me, this phone number is 617-918-4236, and we will connect you so you can testify for the full 2 minutes.
What is it? Last four digits, what is it?
Oh, 4236. So 617-918-4226.
Thank you. Andrew Hoare, you can unmute yourself?
Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm Andy Hoare. I'm president of CBRE Boston. I have been fortunate to be involved in real estate in Boston for almost 40 years. I am passionate about our city. I am passionate about our neighborhoods, and I'm also passionate about this project. I've been working with Skanska for a number of years, and if you take a look at the work that they have contributed to the city and the Seaport, they have been a leader. They are one of Boston's premier development companies, and in fact, they're one of the premier development companies in the country. This is the exact type of project we should be supporting in the city of Boston today. It would have been easy for Skanska to move ahead with the project that was permitted when they acquired it. But instead, they made the difficult decision to take a step back and do the right thing and think long and hard about what they were going to offer to the market. The design revisions that have reflected are a thoughtful approach to make the project better for the community, the public realm, with a true commitment to sustainability. When we think about this project today, We can't overlook the impact of a $750 million project on our city. It'll be activating a dormant block of Stewart Street. There'll be a major contribution towards the Affordable Housing Fund. There'll be new space brought online that could house up to 3,000 new jobs that are going to attract new companies to come to our great city. And finally, they're going to stimulate the local economy by bringing business to small retailers and shops that have suffered through the last 2 years. So with all due respect to our previous speaker, this project isn't better. He's right. This project is great. I hope you all support it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I just want to check and see if Quinn, who's our staff member, has the gentleman on the phone yet? Okay. We'll keep taking testimony.
Okay.
Meg Mainzer-Cohen, you can unmute yourself.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Am I unmuted?
Yes.
I'm Meg Mainzer-Cohen, president of the Back Bay Association, and it's my pleasure to provide these comments in addition to the written comments that I wrote in. In 2005, the community benefit that we requested was planning for the Stewart Street corridor, and the results of the Stewart Street planning that we did was presented at the beginning of this meeting. That culminated in countless meetings over a series of 5 to 6 years, and we're very proud of the work that was done. It was a community benefit from the Clarendon, where you'll hear a lot of comments coming from the Clarendon, but this building is one that's going to be a great improvement to the neighborhood. We're very excited with the updated Skanska plans, and I agree with the last speaker that this mid-block building that's been vacant and somewhat, almost derelict for I'll say at least 10 years. We're very much looking forward to your approval for this building, and thank you so much. And by the way, kudos to the staff. This is a very tough meeting to be managing. Thank you.
Thank you, Meg. Okay, I do think that we have the gentleman on the phone. If I can ask the folks with the phone call to unmute themselves. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Secretary. We're patching him through now.
Thank you.
All right, sir, you're live.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes, they can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. I only have 2 minutes, so I want to tell you that I'm totally against this project. I'm on the IAG, and I think the IAG has been handled shabbily with one meeting. The proponent told you that they're only making minor changes. That's a lie. They're making major changes to the original proposal in 2006, and much has happened in the area that has changed on this site. The change in the direction of the traffic from the garage is going to be a disaster. I live in and abut the project on the opposite side of the alley. They tell you that they're going to improve the pedestrian traffic. They're having pedestrian traffic cross Alley 559, which is already dangerous and overloaded. That's going to be a pedestrian waiting traffic. At any rate, I can't do all that I want to do in 2 minutes, but I'm totally opposed. I'm a former chair of the Back Bay Architecture Commission, and if you pass this project as it is now without further dialogue, shame on you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Carol Rando, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to comment. My name is Carol Rando. A little different than the business people and developers and others who have spoken. I am a resident of the Clarendon, as mentioned by Meg, at 400 Stewart Street, and I actually live next door to the proposed project, and my unit will face it. I ask you to reject this project and its PDA amendment for 3 reasons. First, this project should have gone through a full BPDA review under the zoning code. It shouldn't be approved under a notice of project change. John Hancock got a project approved 6 years ago to house its own employees. This is not the John Hancock project, and the rationale that existed back then for the John Hancock project doesn't exist anymore. Second, this project has more impact on the residents of the Clarendon than the John Hancock project had. In particular, the terraces are new to the Skanska design, a major change, and closer to our building and intrude on the privacy of our personal residences. Finally, this project should be denied because it doesn't comply with the Stewart Street planning guidelines, mentioned many times. This project is inconsistent with those guidelines. It exceeds them in both height and floor area ratio. As Mayor Wu has said, planning in Boston should direct development, not the other way around. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Doug Cant, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yep, we can hear you.
Great, thank you. So, like Carol, my wife and I live at the Clarendon, right next to the proposed project site. You already heard a number of quite, I think, strong objections to the whole project. I'd like to just focus on the terrace issue. I haven't liked the terraces on the building from the beginning. I've asked a couple of times why terraces, particularly since this is Boston and our weather is not totally conducive, but particularly in an office building, not a residential building. And considering our weather, I just don't know how useful they're going to be. Two things I don't like about the terraces in general. They make the building more bulky, which frankly is not great in our part of the city. And this building it's going to be very close to our building. So when we're either in our condos or on the terrace that we have on that side of the building, we're going to have people sort of right over us, if you will. So as a minimum, I would hope that terraces on that side wouldn't be necessary. But the terraces in general just make the building a lot bulkier, a lot bigger. And the building itself, it's going to be very close to our building, the way it's planned, and that just makes it worse. And with that, I mean, you've already heard much more global objections. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else who would like to? Okay, we have another hand up. Gina, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Yes, hi, thank you. I am also a resident of the Clarendon, and I understand the presentation given by the developer with the green check marks is, great way to breeze through and convince everybody that, oh, it's great. But no, it's not the case at all with this project. And the view that you were shown of the project doesn't really show the proximity to the Clarendon. It's a beautiful picture, but it's not accurately depicting how close this building is to ours. It's not being a good neighbor by doing what they're doing to us. It's absolutely devastating to our building. It's so close. It's going to very much destroy our privacy. We have one space for outdoor enjoyment in this building, and Ms. Desmond talked about how nice it will be to have outdoor terraces for the employees in that building. Well, how nice for them, but that our space, our very limited space, as this is where we live, will be completely destroyed. There was a check mark around shadows. I don't really agree with that. There was a check mark around a lot of things I don't agree with. We will have to leave our shades completely closed because these people working will be looking right into our bedrooms, into our kitchens. It doesn't show accurately how close this building is. It's a very massive building on a small space, and it's really upsetting and really will be very devastating to. I just don't agree with it. I don't think it should be approved. I think there's a lot more that needs to be looked at. I don't agree with half of those check marks, I found them to be offensive. And I hope that you do not approve it, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Rosenweig, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, I am another resident of the Clarendon, or owner of a condo here, and I strongly oppose the building and the process. This is a huge, ugly, fat building, which is way too big for the space that's being proposed and is incredibly intrusive on its neighbors. I strongly oppose the process that was used to approve it. This was approved for John Hancock under a completely separate approval process that Skanska has adopted and used to adopt a building that's essentially ugly and not really appropriate for the space and not consistent with what the neighborhood has really adopted in terms of building. It's against the entire neighborhood association. And if you look at this big glass, ugly building, it's completely contradictory to what we would like in the neighborhood. And so I strongly oppose the building. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to testify about this project? Please raise your virtual hand. Go ahead, Tim, and unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you. I also am a resident at the Clarendon, and I concur with all the points of the objectors. It's interesting, the folks speaking on behalf of this are union members who are going to get jobs, and that the lady from the Arts Council who got a contribution, a hefty contribution from Skanska. So I don't know if they bought her testimony, but it's interesting that she's all for it because Skanska's sending money their way. But putting all that aside, before you approve anything to do with this project, I would urge all of you members to go stand on Stewart Street at rush hour in the morning and rush hour in the evening. It's already a very difficult ingress and egress from our building onto Stewart Street. You're going to be adding all the employees, the many, many, many employees that are going to be going into this new building. We've also got coming online in the near future, the Raffles building. The street can't handle the volume of traffic that it's going to have to absorb. The developer kind of skimmed right over all of the traffic patterns that are going to have to change. You're going to be dumping vehicles out onto the alleyway behind the Clarendon building. You're going to be overtaxing Stewart Street. It's going to be very difficult for folks in our building and in this proposed 380 building, if you were so unwise as to approve it. It's going to be gridlock. You should be considering the public health and safety and allowing this building and all the traffic and all the vehicles that are going to be added to Stewart Street. This is absolutely against public health and safety. You're going to be creating a gridlock pattern. I think before you do anything to consider this, go stand there at rush hour, see what kind of traffic's there now and how much of this building plus the Raffles building are going to add to the situation. It's going to be chaos. It's going to be terrible for the neighborhood, and you should deny this project. It should be reworked from the beginning up. It's just not the right proposal. It's too big, it's too tall, it's too massive, it's too ugly. Thank you.
Thank you. Melissa, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, good evening, and thank you for letting me speak. I'm also a resident of the Clarendon. I'm actually looking out right now at this alley that we're talking about, where all the cars are going to leave the building and egress onto Berkeley Street. And I don't know if anybody's ever walked in this alley and how narrow it is. I don't know how they think that this is all going to be a good thing for all these employees for this building to stuck in traffic to get out to the to get out to Berkeley Street. I also really don't understand why the building can't be pushed a little bit further east, which is what we at the Clarendon have been asking for in many of these meetings with Skanska. They claim they've reached out to us. We haven't had that many meetings with them. Let me tell you, I've been living here for 9 years. So I just think that this is not the right time to push this through. I hope that you would reconsider this. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to testify? Please raise your virtual hand. Madam Chair, this concludes the public testimony portion of this hearing.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Carter, do we have any email testimony that needs to be read into the record?
Yes, thank you. Our first letter is from Council President Ed Flynn. Dear members of the BPDA board, I am writing in support of the proposed First Amendment to the amended and restated development plan for Planned Development Area Number 1 at 380 Stewart Street in Back Bay. As the City of Boston continues its economic recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic, the 380 Stewart Street project will provide many benefits locally, including over 1,500 construction jobs and over 3,000 full and part-time jobs. It is critical for our city to take steps in both the short-term and long-term meant to revitalize, bring foot traffic and vibrancy back to the heart of our city. In addition, this project will contribute over $4.3 million to the City of Boston's Neighborhood Housing Trust and over $850,000 to the City of Boston's Neighborhood Jobs Trust, both important to addressing the city's ongoing housing crisis and providing business and employment opportunities that were lost to the pandemic. Moreover, the project takes active steps toward achieving sustainability, with the building targeting LEED Platinum and pursuing LEED Gold certifications at a minimum. The project design will also be in compliance with BERDO 2.0 with an all-electric building, a high-performance HVAC system, and envelope. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact me. Sincerely, Ed Flynn. Our next letter is from Ted Pietros. Dear BPDA Board, as a member of the IAG and a resident of the South End, I fully support the updated 380 Stewart Street design. Skanska's proposed changes greatly improve the project from what was approved in 2015. The project will create jobs and bring needed vibrancy back to this block of Stewart Street. The project's commitment for a carbon net zero building is commendable and aligns with the city's goals, which should not be overlooked. It's responsible projects like this that the city needs to continue to thrive and be a Class A city for residents, employees, and workers alike. Thank you, Ted. Our next letter is from Susan Prindle. Dear Ms. Rojas and members of the board, I am writing as a longtime resident of Boston and one who has been involved in following projects large and small for many years. I would like to express my strong opposition to the proposed project at 380 Stewart Street. Several years ago, I sat in on the deliberations of the Stewart Street Study Committee, which was tasked by the BRA with developing guidelines for the redevelopment of the Stewart Street corridor. The preparation of the planning document took 3 years, 2008 through 2011, of contentious discussions. The ensuing recommendations were adopted on an interim basis and were made permanent in March of 2016. The language that was adopted by the Zoning Commission in 2016 is specific about the requirements for developing in the area. The first requirement is reproduced below. To be consistent with the design guidelines established in this section 49.8-9, a proposed project shall be designed such that the exterior proportions, scale, massing, window treatments, materials, colors, and architectural detailing are compatible with the observable historical and architectural character of other buildings in the area within which the proposed project is located, and with streets and open spaces to which it is visually related as identified in the Stewart Street District Plan. To preserve a lot-by-lot appearance, facade ornamentation should be varied and facades should be diverted into modules or bays to reflect the lot width established by historic buildings within each area and to continue the established bay rhythms of each block. The project as proposed completely ignores these guidelines. The shape of the building, the glass facade, and the lack of detailing bear no resemblance to the fine-grained masonry buildings that characterize the Stewart Street District. That is why I continue to oppose the proposal. The work of dedicated citizens and professionals who spent 3 years developing detailed guidelines for the areas. And I'm getting the stop sign, thank you. Our next letter is from the Neighborhood Association of Back Bay. Dear Mr. Carter, I am writing to you about what I believe is a major process flaw in the planned approval of a notice of project change for this building that has been included in an expansion of the original John Hancock planned development area. As you know, NAB has long been involved in the approval process for projects in and near our neighborhood. We have a deep understanding of the approval process and have worked hard to help improve projects ranging from Park Plaza to the planned Back Bay South End Gateway for half a century. The 380 Stewart Street project was originally proposed as an extension of the headquarters for John Hancock when they returned to the Back Bay from the seaport. The building across Stewart Street from the old Hancock Tower was planned to be part of an integral campus. The location was added to the Hancock PDA along with the 20-foot wide strip of Stewart Street that was designated as the location of a potential future bridge between the buildings. The PDA extension, as approved by the Boston Redevelopment Authority Board over 5 years ago, which I recently reviewed, explicitly states that the justification for the extension of the PDA is to provide a campus for John Hancock and to retain their many jobs in Boston. John Hancock subsequently decided that they would not need the additional space and sold the site with its approvals to Skanska. Skanska plans to build a speculative office building on the site. They have made their changes to the plan for the building that fit use and their understanding of what will improve the project. They want to retain the existing approvals for exceptions on height and floor area ratio from the Stewart Street zoning that was adopted around the same time the original project was being planned. Because of the specific nature of the basis for approval of the PDA as a John Hancock headquarter building, as well as the relatively recent adoption of zoning allowing large, but not as large as planned, buildings on site, we strongly believe that this is an inappropriate use of the PDA process and that the project should seek any variances from the zoning code through the Board of Appeals. I'm getting the stop sign again, thank you. And our last letter this evening is from Hannah Park Davis. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm writing with respects to the Notice of Project Change submitted to the Boston Planning and Development Agency by SDC 330 Stewart Street LLC, an affiliate of Skanska Commercial Development USA, with respect to a proposed office tower and related site improvements at 380 Stewart Street in the Stewart Street district of the Back Bay neighborhood, the project. SE Berkeley Street LLC is the longtime owner of a nearby commercial building known as 142 Berkeley Street /209 Columbus Avenue, which was built in the late 1890s and is sometimes called the Pledge of Allegiance building because the Pledge of Allegiance was written and published there over 100 years ago. This building, which is characterized by its H.H. Richardson-like Romanesque architecture, is listed on the National Register of Historic Places and is located very near to the project, spanning Berkeley Street from Columbus Avenue to Stanhope Street. The building includes, among its tenants, the Fenway Community Health Center, a youth social services program of the Justice Resource Institute, and numerous small independent businesses and social service agencies. All these tenants are serviced off the back of the building on Stanhope Street. SE Berkeley LLC is an affiliate of Sawyer Enterprises, which is a Boston-based family-owned company that has owned, developed, and managed real estate in the city for decades, including the Niketown building on Newbury Street and the W Boston Hotel, and residences in the city's theater district. We are writing to support the BPDA's approval of the NPC as we believe the project will have benefits for the neighborhood and the city generally, including expansion of the city's real estate tax base and the introduction of new public realm improvements to a part of the city where they are sorely needed. We support the project even as we continue to have reservations about the potential impact of the city's allowing the shift of the project's garage exit to the private alley behind, and I'm getting the stop sign again, thank you very much. That is all the written testimony that we have to read into the record.
Okay, thank you. So we will now move to the questioning by the board. So any questions or comments from the board?
I had one design question, given that design has come up a fair amount. It seems to me that if anything is built on this site, there are two choices: either to build it with a glass facade that looks out into the condominium units of the neighbors next door, whether or not there are terraces, or to build it with some sort of impermeable facade, something that can't be seen out of. And I wonder if Skanska considered any alternative to having a glass facade that looks across the alley into these condominium units.
Thank you, Dr. Nansmark, for the question. For this being an office building in this location and the fact that we're between 90 and 100 feet away from the Clarendon building, we did not consider having an opaque surface on that side of the facade. I think it's important for the tenancy of the building and for an office building in general to have that window line. And as you said, whether it's terraces or windows, it would be the same visibility to the adjacent building. So it's not something we considered in order to do a kind of market and desirable building for everyone.
Okay, I mean, that's about what I suspected. And I'm not sure that even if you had considered that, that would be a preferable view on the part of the people looking into the building.
Okay.
Just checking. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, additional questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan? Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Really appreciate it.
Okay, so that concludes our public hearings. So we're now going to move back to agenda item number 18. Request authorization to issue a certification of approval in accordance with Article 80E Small Project Review of the Zoning Code for the construction of a mixed-use project consisting of 33 condominium units, including 4 IDP units, 3,963 square feet of commercial retail space, and 34 bicycle parking spaces located at 1395 Washington Street, to petition the Board of Appeal for approval of necessary zoning relief and to take all related actions. Caitlin.
Good evening, and thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Golden. My name is Caitlin Coppinger. I'm a project manager in development review, and thank you for your time today. The project I bring before you is 1395 Washington Street, located in the South End. On September 24th, 2021, the BPDA received a small project review application from the proponent, Giorgantis Design and Development. Giorgantis Design and Development proposes to demolish the existing one-story commercial space and construct an approximately 6-story mixed-use building. If approved, the new infill development will contain 33 condominium units, 4,000 square feet of commercial space that can be subdivided into 3 tenant spaces. The project contains 0 parking spaces and 34 bicycle parking spaces. The project will include 4 inclusionary development policy units, with 2 units being available at 80% area median income and 2 units made available at 100% area median income. This project also falls within the Coastal Flood Resilience Overlay District and is being designed to meet the design standard listed under Article 25A. With that being said, I would like to pass it over to Mark Lacasse and D'Artagnan Brown from the development team to present the project proposal. Once the presentation is complete, we'll answer any questions put forward by the board. Again, thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, Caitlin, and good evening, Chairwoman Rojas, Secretary Palimas, Director Golden, members of the board. Mark Lacasse, Lacasse Law LLC at 75 Arlington Street in Boston. I'm pleased to appear before you tonight representing Peter Giorgantis, who is the principal of Giorgantis Design and Development, for this exciting infill project on Washington Street in the South End. Next slide. D'Artagnan Brown is the architect, and that was it. Caitlin has already covered the project overview. We're located in the South End District under Article 64 of the Zoning Code. Gross floor area of the building is 44,000 square feet, and the building height is 69 feet 11 inches, which is consistent with the 70-foot height limit in the South End. Next slide. Some of the items of zoning relief that we require are dimensional in nature, given the fact that it's an infill building between two existing buildings, where clearly you'll see in the photographs a larger building used to exist, but came down many years ago, probably with the Orange Line elevated train being right there, and has been a one-story street-level retail storefront for decades, and is crying out to be an infill building between two other buildings. So a couple of items of dimensional relief are necessary on that score. Next slide. Here's an aerial view of the site, which is right in the middle with the blue arrow pointing to it, between 1387 Washington Street, a 6-story building, and 1411 Washington Street, also a 6-story building. Across the street, of course, is the very important iconic feature of this part of the neighborhood, which is the Holy Cross Cathedral. And also on this stretch of Washington Street are a number of other examples of street-level retail with residential up above that were brought on and conceived of following the elimination and removal of the overhead Orange Line train tracks. And then Washington Street sort of sat vacant for many years until 1997, when then Mayor Menino commissioned a planning study for the Washington Street corridor from downtown Crossing all the way out to then Dudley Square. And the planning study was entitled A New Washington Street, Boston's Main Street for the Next Century. So the planning study certainly was ambitious in its goals of predicting the future, but I think no one had any idea of how successful that planning study was going to be in spurring economic development precisely of the type that this building presents and is represented in some of the other buildings along the stretch. Just from the Albany Street block to West Dedham Street, one block over from this site, since the planning study was adopted in the late 1990s, there has been Gateway Terrace, Laconia Lofts. Shown right here to the right of the building is the Wilkes Passage building. Across the street is the Rollins Square mixed income development, which is hugely successful. Cathedral High School built a new gymnasium. And of course, the Holy Cross Cathedral has undergone a major restoration recently and is again a shining architectural gem of that stretch of Washington Street. All of those concepts were brought to bear with the architect, and we've had 3 advisory review hearings with the South End Landmarks Commission, given the prominent location of this proposed new building directly across the street from the cathedral. Next slide. Again, here's the infill site. You can see the large blank wall. That's the 1387 Washington Street building. It's Washington Union Condominiums. That was built in the earlier parts of the redevelopment of this part of Washington Street. Peeking out to the right of it is the Penny Savings Bank building with the large glass box that was added to the top of that. And to the left-hand side is the 1411 Washington Street building. And one of the things represented in the picture shown on the left that the South End Landmarks Commission was really keen on the design taking into account is this magnificent curve of Washington Street as you arrive at this moment, this stretch of Washington Street. So the architect was very sensitive to incorporating the curve of the street into the design. Next slide. It's a very wide stretch of Washington Street, so we've spent a lot of time with Boston Transportation Department taking a look at what changes might be made to this part of Washington Street. There's, by all accounts, an extra lane. One of the things that BTD has asked us to do is right here is to bump out the sidewalk at this pinch point between the existing 1387 Washington Street and the naturally existing corner of the new building. So what the design represents here, you'll see a zigzag pattern of the street level retail which is designed to make the sidewalk wider from the left-hand side of the building to the residential lobby entrance. And then to deal with this pinch point, BTD has asked that we do one of these little bump out islands that will make the sidewalk experience more pedestrian friendly here as you get to the much wider sidewalk experience here as you head in this direction down Washington Street. So we were happy to incorporate that into the plan. Next slide. So here's the big reveal of what shall it look like. Here's the zigzag pattern that picks up from the zigzag of the street level retail front to enliven and enlarge the sidewalk experience for the pedestrians. And I would say that during our 3 advisory hearings with the South End Landmarks Commission, probably the one item that was addressed most extensively was getting the color palette right in light of the Holy Cross Cathedral across the street. So the building initially started out with a more contemporary expression with different building materials, and then of course gravitated to the typical South End fallback, what about red brick? And what about red brick wasn't quite right for the South End Landmark Commissioners. So a darker brick pattern is where we ultimately landed, and this represents a sensitivity of the colors of the cathedral, the pudding stone colors, and also the surrounding older brick building, and then the newer brick building, and lining up the roof line so that it really truly is filling in what is just a huge missing tooth in the street front of Washington Street right there. Next slide. I think that's it. So I think Caitlin covered the specifics. Oh, no, there we go. Another item that South End Landmarks asked us to wrestle with was the expression of the street level retail. To the right-hand side here under the 1395 is the residential lobby entrance. And then there are 3 distinct separate retail spaces, some of which are being envisioned as restaurant spaces, as that is a very desirable and common feature of that stretch of Washington Street. And also consistent with the original planning study of 1997, and this stretch of Washington Street was actually one of the first Main Street programs established when Boston Main Streets was introduced to Boston. Washington Gateway Main Street was one of the first iterations of that program, and continues to this day to work very hard to enliven the street level experience for pedestrians and residents of this part of the South End. There's no parking provided in this building, but with the silver line right outside the front door and the orange line about a half a mile away, and the Broadway red line just under the expressway, which is not a very pleasant experience to get over in that direction. If you've walked under there, there's the new underground park at Ink Block. So there are many options for public transportation, and with these units being smaller, we think that it will attract persons who don't have a car or don't want a car in the city. And with that, I'll stop and happy to take any questions from members of the board.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you kindly.
Right, item number 19. Request authorization to issue a scoping determination waiving further review pursuant to Article 80B, Section 80B-5.3D of the zoning code for the construction of 111 residential rental units, including 22 IDP units, 58 parking spaces, 111 bicycle parking spaces, artist workspace, and approximately 9,500 square feet of usable open space located at 90 Braintree Street, and to take all related actions. Caitlin.
Good evening again, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, Director Golden. Caitlin Coppinger, Project Manager, Development Review, and thank you again for your continued time tonight. The project that I bring before you now is 90 Braintree Street in Alston. ALP 90 Braintree owner and affiliate of Anchorline Partners proposes to demolish the existing one-story industrial building to construct a new 6-story residential building containing approximately 85,000 square feet of gross floor area. This project will include 111 rental units, 58 parking spaces, 111 bicycle parking spaces, and then approximately 9,500 square feet of usable open space. The proposed unit mix is expected to include 47 studio units, 27 one-bedrooms, 10 one-bedroom lofts, approximately 24 two-bedroom units, and 3 three-bedroom units. Of the 111 rental units, the proponent has committed to 20% of those units to be on-site inclusionary development policy units at ranges of AMIs from 50 to 110%. Throughout the review process, a public meeting was held in July of 2021, and 3 impact advisory group meetings were held in August, September, and January. We've received a number of comment letters from this project and encourage the development team to continue to work with the abutting neighbors throughout the entirety of the review process. Lastly, I would like to note that the proponent has worked closely with Council Breeden's office, and she has submitted a letter of support that has been sent to you on the record. Before I turn it over to Dave Wamister from Anchorline Partners and Ruthie Coleman from Rhodey Architects, I'd like to hand this presentation over to Jared Staley from the Planning Department to highlight how this project is in line with the Guest Street Planning Study.
Thanks. As it was mentioned, my name is Jared Staley, and I'm the neighborhood planner for the Alston Brighton neighborhood. The site located at 90 Braintree Street is located within the Brighton Guest Street Planning Study. This planning study was conducted by the BRA planning team and adopted by the BRA board in 2012. The plan creates a public realm context for underutilized industrial and commercial landscape. It also requires the introduction of new streets for on-site circulation and loading, and establishes urban blocks with complete streetscapes providing context for new development. Next slide, please. The study specifically designates this site's area to be used for mixed-use development. It also stipulates that projects in this area have an FAR between 1.25 and 3.25, and that heights are between 60 and 110 feet. This project meets the intent of the study. Thank you.
Thanks, Jared. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Palimas, Director Golden. I'm Dave Wamister with Anchorline Partners. We're the owners of 90 Braintree and the project before you tonight. With me today is Ruthie Coleman from Rhodey Architects, and she is the project architect. And before I turn it over to Ruthie, who will walk you through the design and the architecture of the project, I would like to thank both the elected officials and members of the BPDA staff who we worked very closely with over the past several months to refine this project. Specifically, I'd like to thank Councilor Breeden's office and our project manager, Caitlin, for their input and guidance throughout the project and process. We're excited to bring this project to you before you today. We see this as an opportunity to transform an underutilized site that directly abuts Penniman Park in an area that is transforming into a dynamic new neighborhood. We are developing a site that has served as a meeting and training center for the millwrights since the early 1960s. And you'll see from the upcoming slides that the current building, the parking lot, has outlived its usefulness to the neighborhood. I think one important note to make is that this opportunity does not displace any current housing or businesses in Alston or the neighborhood. The site's been vacant now for a couple of years, so I wanted to stress that to the board. The development team has worked hard to provide the neighborhood and the city with an extensive list of public benefits, as you can see from this slide. And I'd like to just touch, I know time is short and it's been a long night for everybody, so I'd like to just touch on a couple. Through the review process and working with various neighborhood groups, the IAG, Councilor Breeden's office, and others, we've been able to enhance our in-site affordability and increase our commitment from originally at 17% to the 20% that we're presenting tonight. The 20% represents the creation of 22 new on-site affordable units with a blend of AMIs that start at 50%. As you'll also see in Ruthie's presentation, in working with the local community artist groups, we've set aside 5 of the IDP units to be live-work units for artists. We've also designed an artist workspace and studio area on the ground floor to create a more vibrant and active public realm along Braintree Street. Another aspect of our commitment to affordable housing is our contribution to the Allston-Brighton Community Development Corporation to upgrade and enhance existing affordable housing located just a block away from our project. We've worked closely with John Woods, the director of ABCDC, and identified the Hano Street homes as a real opportunity for our project to make a difference in keeping some deeply affordable and housing safe and viable for families that live there. The 20-unit row housing development is located just behind our site. These 20 units, which are deeply affordable, are also in desperate need of capital repairs to building envelopes, mechanical systems, and life safety systems. The development has not had the funds for capital improvements for well over 15 years. This project will allow us to propose a $500,000 contribution to Hano Street Homes, in addition to a $1 million commitment that we've made from another Alston project. In addition to that, we're working with the BPDA and the Parks Department. The project will allow us to make a significant contribution to upgrades for Penniman Park, which we directly abut. This will allow the Parks Department to upgrade and enhance the park with new amenities like lighting, play areas, and public Wi-Fi. The project will also make a contribution to the Braintree Street Bike Lane Improvement Fund and work with BTD for the design of a bike lane in this growing neighborhood along Braintree Street. And then finally, the project includes the installation of a new blue bike station on Penniman Road directly in front of the project. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ruthie, and she'll walk you through the project and its design, and then we're happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Dave, Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm Ruthie Coleman with Brody Architects. I'm joined by my colleagues Lucas and Kevin as well. If you can go to the next slide, I will go through this quickly. So our site location is shown in red there at 90 Braintree Street, right near Everett Street, just south of the Mass Pike. The site is very close to the Boston Landing Key Stop and is also north of Penniman Park, which is highlighted in green, which is the only open space in this general area. Next slide. As Dave already mentioned, the current site has a single-story building with an asphalt lot, which has been vacant for a couple years, and we're excited about the revitalization of this with its location right next to Penniman Park. Next slide. So the design concept for this site came out of discussions with the BPDA design staff and the Parks Department. In the diagram on the left, you can see, we see this site as a convergence of 3 different neighborhood scales. The park to the south, the smaller residential scale of Hano Homes to the west, and the larger residential mixed-use scale to the east and north. We see this site being able to be a transition between these 3 different scales while providing housing density. You can see the building massing shown on the right, which utilizes stepping in height. So the tallest portion is up on Braintree by the northeast, and we step down to 3 to 4 stories at Penniman Park to meet the scale of the neighborhood, creating inhabitable outdoor spaces with no shadow impacts on the park to the south. Next slide. So this shows our level 1 plan, and this site has a public presence on 3 sides. So when we look to design the program here, we tried to activate all 3 edges. On the right side, you have Braintree Street, which has a larger scale urban edge. With the main entry, we have the lobby, the artist workspace that Dave mentioned, and amenity space. We also have a landscape language that provides generous sidewalks and street trees, meeting the complete street guidelines. All the loading and parking for this project are fully concealed within the building with a single curb cut that you can see located on Penniman Road away from the corner at Braintree. And we use that area as a transition from the larger urban scale to a more residential scale as we move down Penniman Road to the park, where we're incorporating loft units with direct entries off the street with more of kind of an urban garden landscape language. We're excited about the activation that these loft units will bring to both Penniman Road and the park. Also of note, we've included a second entry and an outdoor gathering space adjacent to Penniman Park to the south, which is on the left side of the plan. Next slide. So this shows some elevations of the project, which you can start to see some of the stepping in height from Braintree Street down to Penniman and the breaking up of the massing to show residential scale components that will represent the units within. Next slide. This is a section of the project showing similar things with the stepping as well as the parking being fully concealed on the ground floor and in the basement. Next slide. So we're going to end with some renderings. You can see the two renderings on the top show the larger urban moves in the entry from Braintree Street with warm natural tones designating the locations of the entry and physical interactions with the buildings. The bottom rendering shows the elevation of Penniman Road, where you can see the loft units at the ground floor and the stepping of the building as it moves towards the park, and also the breaking up of the massing, both through form and material finish, to kind of reflect the collection of individual dwellings that make up the full building. And next slide, which is our last slide, is a view from within Penniman Park looking to the project to the north. So this is the 3 to 4 stories of the building, bringing warm natural tones and creating a lower scale urban backdrop to the north side of the park. And with that, it concludes our presentation, and we're happy to take any questions that the board might have.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Okay. I do like the design and the steps and how it's all kind of, meeting the park and meeting the neighboring heights. So just want to say kudos on that. If there are no questions or comments, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Take care. All right, item number 20. Request authorization to issue a determination waiving further review pursuant to section 80A-6 of the code in connection with the notice of project for the new Sweeney Field project at Wentworth Institute of Technology to include a 7,500 square foot increase in below grade locker rooms and athletic support areas and exterior rehabilitation to the brewery building located at 600 Parker Street and to take all related actions. Edward.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. The proposal before you is the notice of project change for the new Sweeney Field project proposed by the Wentworth Institute of Technology and originally approved by this board on January 15th, 2015. The approved project did not proceed into construction and is back before us due to a lapse of time of more than 3 years. The proposed project is a relocation of the field at 500 Huntington Avenue, and it consists of an athletic playing field atop a single-story, partially below-grade parking structure. The field will be used by Wentworth sports teams for practices and events. The project site is an existing surface parking lot at 600 Parker Street on the Wentworth campus, and this project will result in a net decrease of parking spaces on the site. The only changes to the project from its original approval include a small addition of square footage below grade as referenced for athletic support spaces, as well as the addition of EV charging infrastructure in the parking garage to align with current guidelines. Wentworth remains committed to the many community partnerships and benefits that came out of the original approval as outlined in this board vote, and has also agreed to additional public realm benefits to improve pedestrian safety along the perimeter of the site. The notice of project change was filed on January 18th, and a task force meeting was held on February 9th, at which the community expressed full support for this project moving forward. I will now turn it over to Jennifer Schultz to go through the brief presentation on behalf of Wentworth. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Eddie, I appreciate it. Good evening, Madam Chair, Director Golden, and members of the board. Eddie said it all pretty much, so I will move as quickly as I can, especially given the time and the length of the meeting this evening. So if you can please move to the next slide. So this is just to orient everyone in Yellow, what you see on the screen here is the site of the new Sweeney Field at 600 Parker Street. And if you look closer to the top of the screen along Huntington Avenue, where it says existing Sweeney Field, is the existing Sweeney Field at 500 Huntington Street. And so this is a relocation from one side of the Wentworth campus to the other side, from the existing field to, as Eddie noted, a current surface parking lot next to other surface parking lots owned by Wentworth. If you can please go to the next slide. This is just a zoomed in view of the surface parking lot where the field will be relocated. And you see in the bottom right-hand portion of the red square what remains of the Vienna Brewery complex, which will be restored in 2015. That proposal went before the Landmarks Commission and did receive a certificate of appropriateness. And pending approval this evening, we will be resubmitting tomorrow for another updated certificate of appropriateness with no changes to the project. Looking on the screen here, sort of to the top of the screen, just on the other side of the parking lot, you see the Alice Taylor residential community, and then off to screen left across Parker Street is Mission Main. If you can go to the next slide, please. So the project, as Eddie noted, has not changed in any material way since it was approved in 2015. It is still a relocation of the field at the same size in the same location atop a partially above grade, partially below grade parking lot. And the partial is solely due to the different grading along the streets. The garage structure will have 330 parking spaces, which is a net reduction of just over 70 spaces from what exists there right now. The original approval included a 3,900 square foot Teams building, essentially locker rooms and team meeting areas. And the only change in the project now is the addition of a basement area entirely below grade beneath that Teams building for gender neutral locker rooms and other athletic support facilities. The Vienna Brewery buildings and courtyard area, as previously noted, will have an exterior restoration that, as I noted previously, has previously been approved and we hope will be approved again due to no changes to the project. If you can please go to the next slide. I don't think we need to really dwell on this one since Eddie covered it. Next slide, please. So this just shows you, as I just noted, that really the only changes to the project from 2015 when it was last approved to now is the addition of that basement area below the Teams building, entirely below grade, and then some sustainability improvements, adding electrical vehicle chargers for up to 20 or at least 25% of the parking spaces, which was not a requirement back in 2015, and then some additional improvements, 3 painted sidewalks and 2 raised intersections along Parker Street for better pedestrian and vehicular safety. Next slide, please. Also, as Eddie noted, all of the community benefits that were promised and agreed to in 2015 are still being committed to by Wentworth. In fact, some of those community benefits have already been completed despite the project not going forward in 2015, including especially an entire upgrade to the Mission Main Community Center computer equipment and room, and provision of new laptops, in addition to ongoing financial contributions to the Jimmy Beverly Scholarship, which to date has over $3 million contributed to neighborhood use. In addition, Wentworth, as noted, has pledged to make the roadway improvements along Parker Street for pedestrian safety, and has also recommitted to provide new laptops to the residents of Mission Main and Alice Taylor and provide student assistance for technical support. Next slide, please. So this just very quickly, the next couple slides, and then we're done. Just shows you what has changed and what hasn't changed. As noted, really the only places there are physical changes are below grade. And so the yellow markers on these parking spaces surrounding the perimeter are the electrical vehicle charging station spaces, and then off to screen left is that below grade space beneath the Teams room for the gender neutral locker rooms and other storage areas. Next slide, please. Now I'm just going to quickly walk you around the new field location. All of this design is precisely as it was in 2015. The focus is on, not only creating a great field experience when you're within it, but also greatly improving the streetscape, certainly from what it is today as a surface parking lot. If you go to the next slide. Now you can see we're along Parker Street looking back at the field. If you go to the next slide. And this is rounding from Parker Street to Station Street, where you start to see those brewery buildings off on page right. If you go to the next slide. And then this is at the corner of Halleck Street and Prentice Street coming back around. And if you look sort of to the center of the screen, that is the parking garage vehicular entrance. Next slide. Also, as previously noted, these are the remaining Vienna Brewery buildings, and the exterior restoration that was approved in 2015 is precisely what is still planned today. If you go to the next slide, you'll see just a few renderings of what was approved and what is still planned. Next slide. And then this is the other building, what was approved, what is still planned. Next slide. And this is from a bird's eye view showing some of the courtyard improvements in between the brewery buildings and homage to the past brewery use of those buildings with some hops towers and otherwise making it accessible to the community and also students and visitors to the field. Next slide. And finally, this is a view of the sort of reimagination of the keg shed wall, which is in structural disrepair and was approved in 2015 for this sort of restoration and reinterpretation. Next slide. And that ends my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
What will the brewery building be used for, and what happens to the existing Sweeney lot? Field?
Sure. So the brewery buildings are not currently utilized, nor will they be utilized on the interior. What was planned in 2015 and what is still planned today is simply an exterior rehabilitation of the buildings. They are of such small footprints that in order to bring them up to today's code and to make them ADA accessible would make them very challenging for a use for the university, which isn't to say that they may not someday seek to utilize them for some purpose, but for today, the proposal will remain an exterior rehabilitation. At the existing Sweeney Field, Wentworth has gone through a full RFP process with private entities to determine whether a long-term ground lease is feasible for that site for private redevelopment of it. A developer has been selected and we are currently negotiating a long-term ground lease. We are hopeful that in the next few months we will be able to come forward together, announce that, and that will move forward.
Additional questions or comments? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you and good luck.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Item number 21. Request authorization to issue a scoping determination waiving further review pursuant to section 80B-5.3D of the zoning code for the construction of the North End Cross Street Boutique Hotel consisting of 134 rooms, 2 ground floor restaurants, and a seasonal rooftop dining terrace located at Cross Street, and to take all related actions. Lance.
Again, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, Director Golden. Just to be brief, you're going to hear, for the record, there are 2 letters that were received this afternoon. One from State Representative Aaron Michaelwitz, and there was a letter in opposition from the Neura Neighborhood Group and the Friends of Cotillo Park. With that said, the new 5-story, 69+ 1,000 square foot hotel with approximately 134 keys 2 ground floor restaurants, 1 hotel related, 1 privately operated, and a seasonal rooftop dining terrace. As there will be no parking included as part of the proposed project, to foster a visual and physical connection between the Greenway and Cotillo Park, the project will provide 1,300 plus square feet of a 2-story open air passageway at the ground and 2nd level, aligned with the existing cross-street crosswalk to the Greenway in the center of Cotillo Park. With that said, you will hear a brief overview from Johanna Schneider, the project counsel, and you'll also hear a brief presentation by Mike Doherty, the project architect. Thank you. Johanna? Is Johanna there?
I'm trying to connect. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yep, we can hear you now. Yep.
Okay. Can you see me? I can't see or hear any. No. Okay. Well, it's late, and I know there have been a lot of technical issues, so I'll just power on, and hopefully this works. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Golden, Madam Secretary. My name is Johanna Schneider. I'm with the law firm of Heavenway and Barnes. With me tonight are Mike Doherty, the project architect from TET, and Bill Calder, the developer. Thank you, Lance, for the introduction and for all of your hard work in getting the project to this point. We're really excited to present this project tonight. It represents a tremendous opportunity and a unique opportunity to transform an underutilized blighted parcel prominently located on the edge of the Greenway and the edge of the North End. Lance, can you flip to the next slide? And the next one. We are proposing a 134-room hotel with 2 ground floor restaurants. One of the restaurants will have approximately 127 seats and will be operated by the hotel, and 1 restaurant will have approximately 115 seats and be independently operated. There will also be a roof terrace that will be open for limited seasonal dining. Consistent with the zoning code and the city's transportation and parking goals, the project leverages its walkability and proximity to public transportation by providing no on-site parking, but rather using valet parking and agreements with existing area garages to meet what we anticipate to be very minimal demand for parking associated with this project. The project incorporates a number of sustainable features geared toward delivering an energy efficient building that will be LEED Gold certifiable, and also making site plan improvements that will reduce the heat island effect. Perhaps most significantly, this project will dramatically improve the public realm. Lance, can you flip to the next slide? There's the site existing, and to the next slide, please. If you can flip back to the other one, I'm sorry. The project site currently houses mostly vacant, dilapidated 1-story buildings and a surface parking lot surrounded by a chain link fence. Morton Street and Cotillo Park to the rear are home to numerous undesirable activities, with all that the use of the word undesirable encompasses. This project really is uniquely suited to transform this area and address these problems. It's an active use intentionally designed to connect the ground floor of the hotel with the Greenway and Cotillo Park. This will put much needed eyes on the park and increase safety. Also, as part of our public realm improvements, we will be reconstructing Morton Street, implementing robust waste management and rodent control programs, and increasing security measures in the area. We're also making a significant financial contribution to the city's current initiative to upgrade Cotillo Park itself. I should note we're also making significant improvements on Cross Street Plaza, which Mike will talk about as he goes through our architectural and site plan presentation. Before I hand it over to Mike, I want to highlight for the board the extensive. Is everybody still there?
Yeah, you can keep going. Keep going.
Okay, I heard an exclamation that sounded like maybe we weren't in good shape.
No, just mute button stuff. Like,
fine.
Okay.
I can't see. I can barely hear. So just let me know if I should. Just let me know if I should stop. Over the last 2 years, the developer has had at least 30 meetings with neighbors, community groups, and elected officials. These are meetings that have taken place in cafes, in people's living rooms, at various community events over Zoom, and these are in addition to the numerous IAG and public meetings that we've held with the BPDA. While our neighbors in the condominium next door have raised concerns about the building blocking their views, these neighbors and pretty much everyone else in the neighborhood agree that something needs to be done to eliminate the blight and the criminal activity on Morton Street and its impacts on Cotillo Park. Almost everybody in the community has also acknowledged that this site really needs to be redeveloped, but there is no other use that will provide the same degree of activation and resulting public realm and safety improvements that this hotel use in this site offers. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mike Doherty to very quickly walk through our presentation.
Thank you, Johanna. Good evening, everyone. Next slide, please. So this is an important slide because it points out that the 2010 Greenway Overlay District guidelines on massing for this portion of the edge of the Greenway suggested a 55-foot height and also called for active ground floor uses, which is exactly what we're proposing. Next slide, please. This is the first floor plan, and you can see the major urban design move is the ground floor open air passageway that will connect Cross Street Plaza with Cotillo Park. We worked with the BPDA design staff and through comments from the public during the process, Article 80 process, and we basically widened the passageway, we doubled its height, and we shifted it over to the center of Cotillo Park. You can also see the active ground floor uses on either side, the hotel restaurant to the left, the tenant restaurant to the right, and the main lobby at the curve. Next slide, please. This shows you the second floor plan, just very briefly, because it really shows you that two-story open-air passageway with just the narrow glass bridge connecting across for access to the rooms. Next slide. We jumped ahead. So this is the roof terrace, and the important thing about the roof terrace is it's oriented along the Greenway, and it's basically along the edge of the Greenway, as you know, away from the edge abutting the residential neighborhoods. Also, we've set back the roof terrace edge along the east, where we've, in addition, set back the fifth floor of the building to reduce the scale as the building goes around the corner to Endicott Street. Lastly, there is a temporary or a seasonal enclosure proposed as part of this project for the roof deck, and it's sort of the darker area in the middle of the plan. And finally, the project is in full compliance with Article 5418 relative to roof coverage and roof structure height. Next slide. So this is a brief recap of the Cross Street Plaza improvements that have been designed by Copley Wolf in concert with the BPDA and BTD. There'll basically be a new dedicated loading and drop-off area off-street along the edge of Cross Street. Then there'll be a continuous linear planter with additional street trees. Then in turn, a new protected bike lane and new sidewalks that will be fully accessible. We've also endeavored to indent the building at the corner of Endicott to widen that sidewalk, which is one of the things the public was asking for. Last comment on this slide is the Morton Street area abutting Cotillo Park to the north. The idea is to raise the grade in this area, make a flush condition between the park and the passageway to the plaza. Next slide, please. So here's a view of the building. You see it, looking east. It follows on the masonry traditions of the North End, and it further articulates itself to provide some variety in the roof line, which was asked for by the BPDA. We do that with a varying cornice and with the fifth floor setback on the left-hand side in the foreground that I'd mentioned. And importantly, the project is sort of broken into two major masses with a joining space in between that highlights that open passageway. Next slide, please. Here's the view from the opposite direction. Again, you can see the almost like a gateway above the passageway and the variety between the architectural character of the two different halves of the building. Next slide. So here we are from the Greenway, proceeding across the cross street. The new street trees are in the foreground, and you can see your way through to the two-story passageway. Next slide, please. So here you really start to see how welcoming this space will be with the transparency at the bridge, the two-story space, almost 20 feet wide, the glassy hotel lobby on the left and the tenant restaurant on the right. It's really going to be an inviting, way to see through and pass through to Cotillo Park. The next slide is just a sort of a close-up of that, just to give you a real sense of the scale of that space. Next slide, please. So here's the view from the Cotillo Park side. And again, you see the passageway, you see the bridge above, some of the rooms up on either side of that. And then the next slide zooms in on this view. Again, you can see the scale, and you can see a person on the bridge in this particular view. And then the last slide of the presentation, of the architectural presentation, is sort of the reimagined view along Morton Street. Right now, it's a pretty awful condition. There's issues with trash, there's issues with syringes, there's issues with rodents, there's drainage issues. This is the reimagined version of Morton, where those things have been addressed, along with the new passageway to Cotillo Park that will really open up that experience. And with that, I'm going to turn it back to Johanna.
Lance, could you advance the slide, please? Very briefly, the project is, of course, providing significant public and community benefits. We are going to be investing $1.3 million in the upgrades to Cross Street Plaza and Morton Street that Mike overviewed. Next slide, please. We're going to be fostering the city's goals for creating multimodal access along Cross Street. We're adding a pedestrian zone that's going to be protected, a bike zone, dedicated loading on Cross Street, and valet operations and rideshare drop-off from Salem Street for area businesses as well as for the project. We are going to have a robust TDM program, including participation in the TMA. We are working with BPDA in order to identify additional resident overnight parking locations, understanding that some residents currently do park on Cross Street Plaza. Next slide, please. Lots of infrastructure benefits, as Mike overviewed. Sustainability is built into the project. And then next slide, please. And then we are also making significant financial contributions both to local community organizations and $100,000 to the Parks Department for their improvement project, which is ongoing for Cotillo Park. And with that, we will take any questions that the board may have.
Great, thank you. Questions or comments from the board?
Madam Chair, Senator.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes. Senator Edwards is here and would like to make a comment. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you. I think we're on almost 6 hours, so kudos to the board members for your diligence and your attention to detail. I have been consistently in opposition to this project, and I speak here today in opposition of it. Mostly because the question, I think, for you and for me is this the best use? Is this the best thing that we can really offer the people of the North End that I represent and I'm honored to represent? Yes, there are a lot of benefits, beautification that will come from this. Those benefits can come from a lot of different forms of development. While quickly dismissed that their neighbors in the condominiums behind them, it's 26 Stillman, they're my constituents, do agree that there should be something that happens there. I did notice in all of the angles of the views that were presented tonight, not one actually came from the viewpoint of the folks of that building, because their viewpoint will be a brick wall, or there isn't one right now. And so when you're going to not just inconvenience, but permanently take away light and view points and probably property values from a core group of individuals, the question for you and the question for me is it worth it? Is this that unique? Is what is happening here something that could, but for it happening, we would never have this beautification? And you know damn well it's not true. We could have a lot of these benefits with housing. We can have a lot of benefits with other things. And also meeting the displacement crisis. My point is, it's not worth it. It just isn't. And I don't think that you can honestly justify that. Also, the question is a matter of the use, is a matter of the traffic that is going to be there. If you looked at the map, there's a bottleneck actually going closer to 93 at that point. It's just not well designed for a valet positioning for a lot of the cars to come in and out. I also wanted to note that the real question for a lot of us, and I understand it's within the height limit of the 55 feet, but I was one of the many conversations that the developer had and spoke with them, and I spoke with the folks at 26 Stillman and other residents actually beyond them who were very concerned about this not being the right fit, the right location, or the right use for our neighborhood. And I always ask them, I can't just say no. What do you want? And they came back with what I thought was reasonable, which was a 2-story development and beautification of that area. They do want beauty, they do want to see it developed, but a hotel use at this height, at this massing, isn't the right time. It just isn't the right fit for this particular place. I would encourage you to really ask yourselves, all of the benefits lined up in front of you, we see on this screen, could we not get jobs? Could we not get community benefits? Could we not get something else through developing this in a more sustainable, neighborhood-friendly project? Ask yourselves, if you were in this condo, if you had invested your life savings, if you lived there, and all you get to look at now is a brick wall, ask yourselves, and ask, if you were in my position as an elected official, if I had to turn around and tell that to my constituents, you get a brick wall after all of this, I could not say it's worth it for a hotel. And I've met with the developer. He's a perfectly fine person, human being, and a neighbor in the community. But this is a matter of use and economics, and a lot of the beautification is for the benefits of the hotel, so that they can turn around in their hotel rooms and attract people to that area. So I can speak, yes, Morton Street, the park, Cotillo Park, but the Friends of the Cotillo Park, the community that came together to actually make the park better, is in opposition to this. So I've been on record in writing, and I will continue to be inconsistent with my opposition. So thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I respond?
So we'll have questions from the board. So we'll kick that off. I'll kick that off. Yes, you, if you would like to respond to some of the concerns that presented by Senator Edwards, that would be great.
Sure, and I want to thank Senator Edwards for her interest in this project and for her numerous meetings and attendance of her and her staff at our various community meetings. So I think the first thing to bear in mind with respect to the 26 Stillman building is that several residents of 26 Stillman already have their views blocked. There is an existing 4-story building at 57 Endicott Street. So several of those units will not have any change in their condition. And I also want to note that this project is actually set back even further than 57 Endicott Street. As Senator Edwards pointed out, this building is actually within the 55-foot height limit of Article 54. I think that, the board is aware of the financial reality, the land cost, the cost of developing in the city. And I think that it is likely that any development project, regardless of use, will be building a 55-foot tall building in this location. And so the question really is, are there benefits that come from an active use? This is a use that is partially on the greenway, it fronts the greenway, it fills in a missing tooth on the greenway. And the use is very consistent with the city's vision for this area. We've got active ground floor uses, we've got restaurants, we've got the passage that links the neighborhood and the greenway. These are all exciting things that you would not see, I think, in a condominium or a rental housing proposal. I think the other thing that we're able to do is eliminate the need for parking spaces with this use. We did, of course, do a traffic study. It showed that anticipated vehicle trips from the hotel can readily be accommodated within the existing transportation network. The advantage to a hotel is that we can do a zero parking project. We can accommodate any vehicles that might come to this site in area garages, whereas if you had a residential use, particularly if it was a condominium use, those people would most likely be looking for on-site parking. This is a challenging site to put parking on. You can't put it underground because of all of the tunnel infrastructure, which means that the height of the building will be driven up by the need to provide at-grade parking. So yes, there might be alternative forms of development, but I would submit that they would be potentially significantly more impactful with fewer benefits to the public realm and fewer benefits in terms of revitalization of the site.
Thank you. Any additional questions or comments from the board? Right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Item number 26, personnel. Heather.
Good evening, Madam Chair. We just have one item for your consideration on the BRA agenda. That is a travel request for Trin Nguyen, Director of Office of Workforce Development, with details in your package.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Item number 27, contractual. I need a motion to pay the bills.
I move that the BPDA pays its bills.
I'll second that.
We'll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Please pay the bills. And finally, item number 28, director's update. Director Golden, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to the members. Good evening. I just have a few staff announcements I'd like to share because once again, we have some really important members of the BPDA moving on after spending a significant amount of their professional life here. Lance Campbell has served the people of Boston for more than 24 years, beginning in October 1997. In that time, he's worked his way up from senior planner, project manager, and ultimately to senior project manager, where he has continued to serve for roughly 15 years. Throughout that time, Lance has played a significant role in a variety of Boston Housing Authority projects, including the Old Colony redevelopment. He's worked on a wide variety of projects in Jamaica Plain, including the Blessed Sacrament Parish facilities, as well as a large number of projects in Alston, Brighton. Throughout his time here, Lance has been an important friend, a warm, happy presence here. He's a great leader, manager, co-worker, and friend to all of us. He's worked tirelessly with community members throughout the city, and the thing I've always heard in my time working here, but also in my prior life when I was serving also Brighton State Legislature, Lance was always out in Alston, Brighton, and even in the most contentious, sort of challenging conversations out in the neighborhoods, everyone always walked away from encounters with Lance with really positive things to say about him. People really liked Lance, they cared about him. They're gonna miss him here at City Hall and out in the neighborhoods. We wish Lance Campbell and his family great success and happiness in the journey ahead. Ashlyn Kerr has not been with us as long as Lance. She's been with us since 2017, so about 5 years. But boy, she's had a really high impact in this agency and in this city. She's got some really big things done during the biggest building boom in the history of Boston. Ashlyn was a key part of all that. She began here as an assistant project manager, then took a role as a project manager, and ultimately as a senior project manager. She's worked in the Fenway neighborhood, including the Landmark Center, Fenway Corners, and has overseen Article 80 for projects in Fort Point and in the Marine Park. Ashling has a real can-do attitude, a very positive attitude about every issue that comes before her, every project. She's worked throughout the pandemic shutdown, helping with the city's food distribution program, which BPDA staff played a really large role in back in 2020. Ashling's been a valued member of the team here, and we're really going to miss her personally and professionally. This is a big loss for all of us. We wish her the best as she continues forward movement in her career. So thanks to Lance and Ashling. You both made a real difference in Boston during your time here. You've helped to make this city a better place for all its people, and we're grateful for that. It's also I think it's important that I share some sad news about some key retired professionals from the agency that have passed away in recent weeks. Both of them served about 50 years each in the organization. So Bill Barbado passed away in recent weeks. Bill was a chief project engineer for the agency. He worked here for 51 years after serving in the U.S. Armed Forces. He joined the agency, and he retired in 2016. Our thoughts and prayers are certainly with Bill Barbado and his family. Also, Paul McCann passed away several days ago. Paul began working with the Boston Redevelopment Authority at the time in 1958, a year after the organization was created by state law. He was a student at that time at Boston College High School. And in addition to his usual title that he occupied or held for most of his career, executive assistant to the director, Paul McCann also served as the acting director of the agency on 4 separate occasions. Paul McCann retired from the agency in 2005. He spent many decades of his life helping to make Boston one of the great cities of the world, and that is a fine professional legacy. Our thoughts and prayers are with Paul, with his wife Pat, and his entire family during this difficult time. And finally, a quick word about the Seaport EMS station. Tonight, you approved space for a future EMS station to serve the South Boston waterfront. This space, which will be located in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park, will be leased to the Boston Public Health Commission to provide necessary emergency services to the public. Now, currently, the EMS station on West Broadway in South Boston serves both that neighborhood, South Boston proper, and the South Boston waterfront. However, the number of people living in the South Boston waterfront has grown by 200% over the last 10 years. This has increased demand for emergency services. According to Boston EMS, call volume has doubled as a result of this residential increase, as well as because of the increase in visitors and employees in the businesses and cultural institutions of the South Boston waterfront. So with the area expected to continue adding residents as well as new development, an added EMS station will help crucially to meet the increase in demand. We're proud to be able to offer BPDA-owned land in the Marine Park for this new EMS station. This is another example of using public land for public good. In this case, providing critical infrastructure that will provide emergency medical care, and ultimately save lives. So ending on a positive note for critical services to the people of Boston in the South Boston waterfront. With that, thank you very much. Have a great evening, and I look forward to seeing you next month.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Golden. And on behalf of the board, our condolences to the families of our colleagues that have passed. And thank you for supporting them in their service to the city. And also thank you for your service, Lance and Aisling. You are definitely going to be missed by this board. You've done some amazing work. And your impact is going to be felt for generations. So we wish you the best of luck in your future endeavors. And with that, let's go ahead and adjourn this meeting. I need a motion to adjourn.
Madam Chair, I move that we adjourn this meeting.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Downs?
Aye.
Mr. Monahan?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Miller?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Meeting adjourned. Just a little over 6.5 hours, but we'll see you next. We'll rest up and see you next month.
Good night, everybody.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye-bye.